Mike, you're the host.
Am I hosting this still? Oh,
yeah, it's the podcast, Mike.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Firescape Cast. The Firescape Cast Game of the Year 2021 Extravaganza. If you weren't here last year, well, we didn't really do it last year as Firescape, as Dan just said, but we did do it, and it was fun. We'll see how it goes this year. Might be different, might be the same.
We have a lot of categories, many of which you saw last year. I will be showing it here on the screen if you're watching live on the stream. But if you are listening to the audio on the podcast, fret not. We will not be leaning on anything visual. We will be... the people on the stream are just watching a live podcast right now, basically. But if you got earbuds in, you're still getting everything.
I told them to make only audible jokes.
Yes.
No visual jokes.
No. Only zero visual jokes.
Oh, no.
Wow.
That's audio.
Wow.
That counts.
Ho, ho, ho.
Wow. Wow.
This definitely counts as audio.
Classic MacGruber.
It's been a fun year. First year of Firescape Cast. Not a full year, but when did we start? April? May?
I think early April was the first episode. That sounds right.
Something around there. It's been fun. I don't know. You guys are fine.
Substantial run. Nothing horrible has happened to us yet. We're still here. We're still kicking.
No, these streams last year were kind of like the genesis, kind of like the pre-show of the actual podcast. We did the Games of 2020 so far stream, and then we did the Game of the Year last year, and now we're doing it for real. We got a real podcast, some real video game podcasters here.
I'm
quite an eventful 8 months.
For the Goaty Talk, we have several hours of content planned, and we have to really make sure that we're ready for it. So
somewhere between 2 and 17 hours is probably what we're.
I don't know. Do you have enough booze though, Mary? Because I'm worried.
I did bring my handle.
Mrs. No Visual Gags Mary, and then just lifts a handle of fucking Tito's to pour a drink.
Cartoon Naked Gun liquor thing. Yeah.
There's no reason to reference it. That's just for me.
I have been nursing the same bottle of Johnny Walker Blue since I moved to the house, and I only pull it out for special occasions. And I started out with some Johnny Walker Blue here, so I'm treating myself.
Is Blue the nicest one?
Blue's the nicest, and then I'm switching to Double Dare themed beer. So that's the next thing I'm doing.
Natural progression.
I think that's smart. A lot of people are always like, oh no, you start with like the low stuff, and as the night progresses, you get into the fancy stuff. You treat yourself, and at like 2 a.m. is when you just get out like whatever you have and just consume it because it's that point.
No, you don't do the fancy stuff late in the night because then you're not going to remember it or appreciate it. You do that to start, and then you go to garbage because you don't care.
I heard I looked up whether it was a myth, the liquor before beer thing.
Yeah.
Apparently it's largely a myth. Apparently there is some science to like why it would make you more hungover, but it's pretty much up to the gods whether you'll be hungover. You just got to drink a lot of water, eat. But like the liquor before beer thing, I think a lot of people have that experience because the beer before liquor makes you more hungover because your stomach, a lot of people, the carbonation can mess with your stomach lining more. So then the liquor will be absorbed in your stomach more quickly.
Really?
I think that's where it comes from. But again, by and large, I think it's largely a myth.
I have heard in other, like I took like a class, and I don't know why booze was so focused in it, but that if you have like a vodka soda, you'll get drunker than having a vodka because the bubbles help absorb the alcohol into your bloodstream faster. So anything carbonated increases your BAC a little faster.
I always assumed it was just because you're drunker later in the night, so your tolerance, you don't care, so you just drink more liquor later. But yeah, apparently there is something to the carbonation. But largely, the whole beer before liquor, never been sicker thing is just not an old wives' tale, but not as important as people make it out to be.
Well, I planned ahead. I wanted to have like a nice base because I didn't know how long we were going tonight. So I got some Malai kofta curry and some cheese naan, and I just went to town, and I am nice and full before I start throwing some liquor on there. Yeah, a whole big round thing of cheese naan. It's great.
I haven't eaten yet, so I do want to prep you because it's only like 6 o'clock here, that in a couple hours, a food fairy will come in and give me sustenance, and I will eat it during this live stream. Sorry, Mike.
You know, I've never eaten during a live stream, and I think that sounds terribly rude. So I don't know how you can, with a clear conscience,
I don't think it's as rude as me getting piss-ass drunk and...
That's true. Also, I eat
my shit on this live stream.
Also, this is the first Friday I haven't eaten on stream egregiously, so yes, it's totally fine.
I prefer you get drunk rather than me hear your gum noises.
You don't know that. You don't know what will come out of me. The gremlin comes out if I don't eat and drink.
I've seen that gremlin, and I would rather deal with her than
She's rough.
your mouth sound. That's fine. I'll be okay. I'll deal with it.
I don't know if I've ever seen Gremlin Mary. I've seen Drunk Mary, but I've never seen anything I'd call it Gremlin.
Oh, you don't want to see Gremlin Mary. That's
No?
a rough one. She fights. Yeah.
Too different from Gremlin Me.
I've just seen weird garbage can Mike. Garbage Mike. I've seen Garbage Mike a lot.
A lot? Yeah. I haven't been Garbage Mike in a long time.
Well, not literally. Like,
while.
there's the one literal Garbage Mike night, but then there are like several nights
Yeah.
I've seen you get Garbage Mike drunk.
Yeah. You made me
Yeah.
drink that. What'd you make me drink at the barbecue place? Was it barbecue sauce?
I just put a
In
bunch
water.
of barbecue sauce in ice water and made you drink it, and then your
Yeah.
stomach felt bad afterwards.
Yeah, my whole body felt bad.
Yeah, it was funny.
We got
It
a
was-
bunch of categories though tonight. Do we want to get
Oh!
into it?
How
Is
do
that
you
the
want to do?
pre-show?
Do you want to do a thing where let's go? So we'll read the category name, and then you want to take turns reading off the nominees, and we'll see if we can,
Sure.
we can get the turns right.
I got the page up now.
Okay, I got it
Apologies for
too.
my whited out face with this doc up. I'll make it smaller.
After we read all the nominees, I will
apologize
put
for
the
your
list
white-ass
up on the
face, Mike.
screen. All right.
I don't know if anybody noticed I'm white before, but this doc is really highlighting it.
Take it away, host, and then we'll take turns reading the thing. So we'll go. Do you want to go Mike, me, Mary for the nominees?
Sure. Yeah, Mary, you want to read the first one? Actually, I'll take it.
Say the category.
God,
All right, let's
that's
do
the
it.
worst running gag of this entire podcast.
Let's do it. All right. Okay, the out of nowhere of the year.
All right.
Valheim.
Well, you do the name.
Yeah, I said Valheim. Now you do the next one.
Okay, fine.
Oh, you want me to just do the title and you start? Okay.
Start
Out
over.
of nowhere of the year.
Valheim.
Well, he already said it.
Damn
you
it.
can't undo it. You can't.
Well, we gotta go.
undo
Third time's a
what
charm.
happened.
Third time's a
Stop.
charm. Okay, Mike,
Guys,
go.
we're gonna do this category called out of nowhere of the year.
Give it a little more pomp. You know, be like, okay, first category, and then give it a nice.
And let's get ready to do. Is that patented or trademarked?
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
Let's
Michael Buffer,
get
yeah.
ready to do out of nowhere of the year. Dan
concept
Ryckert,
of
take it away. What's the first
Out
game?
of nowhere of the year is something that came out of nowhere to us. It felt like it didn't really exist before. We were not prepared for such
Yes.
a thing, and it tended to like roll a lot harder than we thought it would.
Yeah,
if
it's
this
not-
thing did exist, we were like, wow, this is a big deal to the public and to people generally.
Yeah, it's not like a God of War 2 or something that we've known about for 3 years. It's something that like we didn't hear about
Yes.
really until this year, and all of a sudden it came out, and we were like, whoa, this was a contender for out of no. No, Mike, you say it.
Out of nowhere of the year 2021. Dan Ryckert, what's the first nominee?
Valheim.
Now we're gonna keep going, or are we going
Yes.
to discuss Valheim?
No, you keep going.
I feel good. Loop Hero,
Inscription.
Death's Door.
Fireworks Mania,
American Hero.
The Artful Escape. Those are our nominees. I will now
Good
put
nominees.
the list up
Okay.
here.
I
Now,
feel like this whole year was out of nowhere games in general. Wow.
There's a good
I
amount
think
of those.
that's valid.
There's a bunch.
Because we weren't there's like a lot of times where people go, what's your most anticipated game of the year? This is the opposite of that list, right? Nobody anticipated these types of games, but they were pretty good and they were interesting and people talked about them most of the time, except for Fireworks Mania, which I'm not sure
hey,
why
do you
that's
see that
on
shit?
here.
He's already going in on the nominees. I love it.
Besides the fact that like Dan, you had a personal interest in this game, which is valid.
our list.
But
That's
it's
what
not
we're
like
doing.
I didn't hear a lot of buzz about this bad
Which
boy.
reinforces-
This isn't about the buzz, and this isn't about a Google Trends number. This is about our fire escapes out of nowhere of the year. And that game
Yeah, this
was
is a vacuum here tonight.
But
Yes.
it's
We are
still
in a vacuum.
nowhere.
We
It
were a
has to
control group
come
of
out
3.
nowhere. It has to be. It has to leave nowhere in order for it to be on the list.
Are you saying my taste in
essentially.
games is a bridge to nowhere? No, we have 3 people here, and at least 1/3 of this group felt strongly about Fireworks Mania.
It took
It's not
I
even
think,
half.
2 hours to get to this level of energy last year, so we're off to a good start.
All right,
very
I don't
good
think it's
point.
going to win, but it's very much in the spirit of this category. I don't want to take it off yet, which, by the way, folks, we're going to pick a winner in every category, and we will have 2 runners-up in no order. So basically, we'll get a bolded one on the list here that wins, and then 2 other ones that are just 2 and 3. You pick. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So
These are all good nominees.
what do you think would be a top runner to go off?
To cut?
Yeah.
Oh, to remove?
Yeah. Let's
Because
do
I just
some
tried
whittling.
to do that and I got attacked.
Are you wait? So you're throwing in right now to get rid of Fireworks Mania?
Again, the concept of out of nowhere means that it has left nowhere and has gotten somewhere. I haven't really heard of this game outside of you.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's our list.
I don't think that it's been very interesting. However, I appreciate that it was important to you, Dan.
But just because it didn't light up the sales charts or anything, that doesn't matter. That's outside of our bubble.
No, to Mary's point, though, like, there's two criteria for this. We have to, A, not expect it, and then all of a sudden, B, it blows up.
No, it doesn't have to blow up. We have to like it a lot.
I think it's funny that the fireworks game didn't blow up. You know what I mean?
God damn it.
Like, didn't do the only thing that it's supposed to do.
Dan, I watched your streams, and the clips were hilarious, but, like, it felt like a Power Wash Simulator, which was also great.
No, it's more than that. Power Wash Simulator is an actual game. This is just a full-on toy box where it's like, here's infinite fireworks, go fuck stuff up. And like, that's one of the things I loved about it, was because it wasn't like, it didn't try to make it a game. It wasn't like, oh, unlock this and then you can like get this currency and buy a new firework or anything like that. It knew what it was and was like, hey, you want to blow some shit up? All right, all these fireworks unlocked from the start. Infinite, fucking break your computer, go for it, okay? Go nuts. That's what I appreciate.
I'm not doubting the game. I'm just saying, of the games on this list, I see 3 immediately that are going to be tough to argue, and that's I actually don't know what American Hero is. I don't think
so. That's the one that was a unreleased Atari Jaguar game from '95.
FMV.
I do know what that is. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
they restored, and it's amazing. And I just like really love the idea of like, let's take this obscure ass thing that is not going to like, look, that's not going to sell a ton. But I love just like the idea of game preservation and restoration and things like that. And for them to restore this thing that never saw the light of day and is hilarious, and looking at it in 2021 for the first time, that was 100% out of nowhere. I literally got an email with a code and I was like, I've never heard of this thing. I read like the 2-sentence, like, we brought back an FMV game that never released. And I was like, oh, that's the hell of an elevator pitch. And it was fucking hilarious. One of my favorite streams I did this year.
Yeah, I'm not doubting the quality of either Fireworks Mania or American Hero, but they both seem like easy access to me when we're dealing with Valheim, Loop Hero, Inscription, and Death's Door.
I literally last year played Fireworks Simulator, and it did everything that you described.
Did you get infinite fireworks in the beginning?
I had all the fireworks in the beginning, Dan.
Did you put in a cheat code?
No, it just gives you fireworks because it's a fireworks simulator.
Okay. Valheim came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Lit up I really, really liked Valheim when I played a little bit. How much Valheim did we play as a group?
Like 2 hours total.
Okay.
Which I admit I'm an outlier. I know people who, I don't know, Mary, I didn't play much.
I don't think I played enough. I think I played about 20, 25 hours. I got through 3 bosses. I built a ship. I really liked it. There are several really fascinating things about this game that I do think warrants it for out of nowhere. Again, really unheard of game. No one talked about it. It was not marketed. All of a sudden, streamerdom started playing it. It is perfect for playing in a streamer experience because it's meant to be played with other people. So the whole concept of this is kind of like I love doing these descriptions, but like a Dark Souls-y world, but you're supposed to play with another person, and you go and you have to like take on these giant boss fights, but it's so much more fun when you're playing it with another person in tandem. But you can have groups of people, and then you can work together to build buildings and ships, and you have to like meld metal to get everything done and to make food and make a society, and it's actually quite fun to do. Plus you get to like destroy boss fights in it. I think it's a really cool concept, and I think other games will be duplicating these mechanics in the future. I think it was innovative in that way, and I do think it should be valued as such.
All good points, and I agree. It very much fits the spirit of this category. I think my plan backfired because my plan was to be like, oh, I played like 6 hours of Fireworks Mania, and like Valheim technically was a bigger game, but how much did we really all play? And it turned out that we probably played more than I played Fireworks Mania, and we probably all like Valheim.
Valheim is very good. I would like to throw the hat in the ring for a very obvious contender, Inscription, which is absolutely out of nowhere and made massive waves this year. I think it really ticks the boxes of this category specifically. You're talking about no one hearing of it, no marketing, and then everyone being like, have you heard of this game? Not only did this like come out of nowhere, but I don't really like card-based games. It's not really my jam, and I kind of tend to avoid them. So the fact that like there was a card-based game that everyone was like, you have to play, and I was like, all right, whatever. And I played this game, and I was telling people, you have to play this card game, and they would be like, I don't really play card games, and I was like, me neither.
Doesn't matter,
You have to play this card game. It really did the thing where we all whispered to each other that this was the game that we should be paying attention to and talking about, and it went from 0 to 100 real quick. I think it's the perfect example of this category.
Yeah, as dumb as it sounds, this game was like when it released, it became this like moment that it's Polygon's game of the year, which I'm very happy about because I'll bring Inscription up again later in the night. Like
I have a feeling it's going to come up several times.
We're done talking about Inscription.
Yeah.
This is going to be the last time we discuss Inscription.
I'm trying to save like the good ammunition for later, but to Mary, I wholeheartedly agree with Mary. I think like this is the definition. Like even Death's Door still so Inscription, Death's Door, and Loop Hero all have that Devolver like push behind it, but still they were. Like, those are the three for me. Valheim, totally. Valheim I would consider because I didn't play much Valheim. I've just been soured on survival games, and I realized a lot of people said that and then played Valheim, and that turned them around, much like Inscription turned people around on like deck building games. But Inscription, Loop Hero, and Death's Door are the three for me that I would be fine with any of them. But Inscription is the one that just became this like, holy shit, hey, have you played this game? No, what is that game? Doesn't go play it. The less you know, the better. And then all of a sudden, like I'm messaging people, hey, how far did you get? Or did you hit that part yet? Or it became this like cultural fucking exciting thing, almost like a huge movie everybody wanted to see, but no one knew what it was.
May I posit that didn't the Inscription devs, weren't they known beforehand?
Daniel Mullins was he's done Pony Island and the Hex.
So not really that out of nowhere, right?
No, that's a good point. Yeah, he's done some. His games kind of always do this thing where it's like, what the fuck is this thing? It's a good point. I will agree.
Okay.
What about Death's Door then?
That's a front runner for me.
Were they known for anything previously?
They had Acid Nerve. It's the UK team. They had like it wasn't their first. I don't think it was their first game, but it was definitely they were not like on the circuit before Death's Door. I might be wrong about this. Oh right.
Titan Souls is dope.
Oh, they made a Titan Souls?
As well known as like Daniel Mullins games, but Daniel Mullins Games, the company, and he as director and writer and whatnot. Inscription is very much a Daniel Mullins game. Like it is a game that he designed with ARG stuff around it. It is very much like a genre blending. What the hell is this thing? Whereas Death's Door definitely felt, oh, cool. It's like a Zelda-like with super slick combat in a pretty kind of funny, like almost like it reminded me of, I don't know. Yeah.
No, I think you're right, and I think you're onto something here, Mike. What we're talking about is we're really getting into the specifics of what out of nowhere means. There's lots of different types of out of nowhere. There's out of nowhere for the developer, which Dan makes a valid point, but there's also out of nowhere for the game genre and type, right? If there was a brand new game genre born, that would be out of nowhere because it's never been done before. And Inscription did something that I haven't seen any games do before, which is what made it so out of nowhere in that sense. Whereas Death's Door, yes, that was a surprise out of that developer, but the game itself is not innovative. It's just fucking perfectly executed.
Yeah.
And remember, last year we had
back in June. Well, like, remember I told you I was a bit more down on Death's Door than you guys. It's still a phenomenal game, but that's what I was saying is like, for everything it does, it's cool. It's not really innovative. It's just really fucking good at these things that have been going on for years now. Whereas Inscription was like, what the fuck is this thing? It's actually making people care about deck building. It's making people like look up these ARG shit and go into the game files, go into the Easter eggs and the credits. Also, actually, that's a quick thing. Are we cool to like spoil stuff tonight, or should we avoid
I think
that?
here it's game of the year at this point. Everything's on the table. If we're talking about
If
a
it's
game,
in the nominees list, it's up for debate, all
Yes.
components. And
That
if you
said-
don't like that, then what I would suggest is go to the next thing when we're not talking about those nominees anymore. And we'll say the
This-
games
yeah.
of each category before we get into any spoilers.
Because
And here's the
Inscription's really
thing.
hard to.
It is
talk
very
about.
difficult to describe. I think it's integral to the discussion that we
Yeah.
can talk about what the fuck happens in Inscription, but I don't think I need to do that to make the arguments for it. I would like, if I may, to make an argument for the Artful Escape.
okay. This is
This
the
game-
Bob Dylan walk around painty game.
This is a Bob Dylan walk around.
Okay.
I also felt like this was out of nowhere. I think it's really good for this category, and I want to say that I don't think this will ever come up again. I don't know if this game will come up like as somebody fights for it in top 10. I don't want to like make that assumption, but it seems like it's less likely. This category is the perfect time to describe this game. This game is doing innovative things with audio where the entire thing is about playing music to get through the game, and you're actually making an original track while you do it. It feels really good to play. It's a bit zen, but there's also some action and some stress moments to it. And it's also got a lot of heart. It's a really well-written story about innovation and finding your spot in life when there's set expectations for you and finding your own path. I think it's quite well done. And I think there's value in putting it in a place where absolutely, when this game came out, I was like, this is very unexpected. This art style, this audio style, this gameplay, this narrative, very new, very shocking, and very good.
Now
Yeah,
I feel
so
like.
Artful Escape.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say Artful Escape is rad. I actually finally played it like a week ago. The only thing this I don't even know if this is worth mentioning, but the only thing that keeps it from being out of nowhere for me is I pay pretty close attention to everything Annapurna's got in the works because they so frequently publish rad shit. I was like waiting for Artful Escape, and then it came out, and I just unfortunately didn't get the chance to play it when it released. But Annapurna just so consistently puts out stuff I love it's not in that arena for me. Not saying it's a bad game at all. I love it. It's super cool. I also love like the fictional universe it creates. It's a what's the city they're in? It's like a fictional version of, is it St. Louis? But like a rock and roll music based. I forget what it is.
You're probably right. I have no concept of
No, yeah.
geographical culture. So if you
It's
were to
super cool.
show me a landscape, I would be like, I don't know. Is it Prague? I don't know.
It's super
would
cool.
have
But
said
my
it was
point
like-
being,
it
it's
reminded
just-
me of like France. It was like really beautifully cultured
Yeah.
and everything looked like a cafe.
It's a rad game.
Well, it would be
My
a
point being, it's
prog
rad
rock game instead of an indie rock game if that were the case.
Tom, where's Tom Mondo when we need him?
Oh, right.
Did you just play the rim shot? I couldn't hear it for some reason.
Oh, you couldn't? Oh, that's weird. I can.
No,
turn it
oh,
right here, is
yeah,
it?
it's-
all right. Is that, I can. turn
No,
it
I
up,
heard that
yeah.
one. That was good.
Okay, good.
heard all
I think
four
the
of
true
those.
spirit.
Stop playing that. Stop
I
it.
think the true spirit of this is like a game that we didn't hear about until like after it was out, and somebody's like, "You got to download X."
Word of mouth.
It doesn't have to. It's not. Yeah, it's not a requirement to win this thing.
Yeah.
But I think even like Mike, this being on your radar, a game like knowing a game was about to come out, I think brings it down a couple points on the out of nowhere-ness of it all.
That's that's the thing. Like I think all three of us pay pretty close attention to what's coming up. For us to not even really hear about something and then it blow up is probably the main criteria, and that's why for me it's Inscription or Death's Door. Loop Hero is another thing. Loop Hero is
Let's
I like
discuss
that
Loop
game.
Hero.
Yeah, I like that game. I have gone back to it, and it's not a game I like. I would much rather go back and play more Inscription, even though I've beaten Inscription already. But I'd rather go back and play more Inscription or more Death's Door than Loop Hero. Loop Hero just after a while felt stale to me, as cool as it is.
Dan, can
I don't
you
know.
raise Mike's camera in his view? His mouth is covered by his lower third. It shouldn't be a big deal, but it is.
Oh, that's no. He gets to lick his name now. That's no good.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, oh, that's gross. That's gross. No, that's way worse.
I wish I had.
He's licking your bald head.
I wish I had a
Here,
cat tongue.
over here. Get in there. I think we're 15 minutes after saying no visual jokes. Here we go.
I can't even see it. I don't have the
It's funny, trust me.
Am I still looking you?
No, you're up in your own little box
tongue?
now. It's just in your mouth. Just keep it there.
So, Loop Hero.
Yes. It is, okay, did any of us finish Loop Hero?
No.
See, okay, I think there is a sweet spot between a game that none of us knew before it was coming out and also loved so much that like we played a lot of it or beat it, you know? So I think the ideal hypothetical winner here is a game we discovered after it came out and we played the shit out of and we loved it. It's like a top 10 type game for us. That's the ideal hypothetical out of nowhere, I think. So does that...
So Inscription.
Yeah, Inscription.
Fuck.
To a T, Inscription. It went from never like not knowing what it was and then it released and all of a sudden it's pretty far up my game of the year.
I could, I'm really walking into, I'm not helping my own arguments. Well, here's the thing.
Mine's in front of you as you walk across the field.
Sounds throwing them locked in.
Yeah.
No, okay. So here's a quick thing I'll say about Inscription is I heard Mary talking about it and raving about it on the podcast. And it sounded very much like a Bonk game. And so I went and told Bonk, I was like, hey, this sounds extremely up your alley. You should check it out. She played it, fucking loved it. And, you know, I watched her play a lot of it, and I know what it does. It's very cool. I have not done the actual card game part of it, you know, but, you know, the things will probably spoil more once we get to, like, Game of the Year type stuff or you know, top 10 stuff. I've seen the interesting things this game does. It's very interesting, and I very much appreciate that type of thing. But just for context, I've not laid hands on Inscription myself, but I appreciate it from afar. I'll put it that way. So, but that said, I did kind of walk straight into you guys giving a real fucking humdinger of an argument in this category for this one.
Yeah, it's one of those three. It's Inscription to me is like the definition of this category and all other categories. Part of the reason I love it so much is because it's just this category incarnate. But Loop Hero, I could hear an argument for. I don't particularly love that game. Death's Door, I could super hear an argument for.
I can hear an argument for Death's Door, absolutely, and Inscription. I think Inscription is a clear.
Yeah, Inscription does so many fucking cool things that like other games have just not done. It is genuinely innovative, is putting it lightly. Death's Door is phenomenal at what it does. It's almost like the conversation we had last year about Will of the Wisps. It's like it's not doing anything crazy new, but everything it tries to do, it just fucking kills.
But it's not innovative of the year. This is the out of nowhere of the year. So we got to think of the category here, you know?
Right. I'm just saying the fact that it came out of nowhere and then also was just doing all these cool new things that just became this cultural, like, holy shit, cultural sounds like such a fucking stupid word. It's just like among my friend groups, we were just talking about it in Slack, like, oh shit, how far did you get in this game? It became this like event in a way that it's like a fucking amazing movie that came out of nowhere. I'm struggling to think of a movie right now that did this. It's like, have you seen this movie? I don't give a fuck. Don't look up trailers. Go look. There's probably a good example I'm just blanking on right now. But yeah, it felt like didn't hear anything about it. All of a sudden,
Dune.
Yeah. There was not any marketing behind Dune. Correct. And then all of a
Fast
sudden,
9, the Fast Saga.
Yeah, exactly. Vin Diesel wasn't on Instagram talking about fucking Inscription every day. That'd be funny, but like.
I think also when we talk about out of nowhere, we talk about going from 0 to 100, right?
Yes.
There's like this gap. So it's not so much that we've never have heard of it before in our entire lives. Cause I'm an avid follower of like games. So I knew Death's Door was coming out, right? I saw that trailer and stuff and I was looking forward to it, but I don't think that necessarily means that it's out. I think to me, it's what makes up that distance of going from something that I like casually observed to something that I was like, everyone has to know about this.
Well, if it's about the chasm, then I would say I didn't hear anyone talking about Fireworks Mania before it came out, but now you go to any junior high in the country,
it's gonna be a long night, Dan.
There's just bootleg shirts. There's bootleg shirts of Fireworks Mania being sold on the boardwalk. I've got a young nephew. He's 2. I think 2-year-olds go to kindergarten. He tells me that all of his kindergarten friends are wearing Fireworks Mania shirts.
What is this middle school on a boardwalk with 2-year-olds? What is this example?
No, I'm saying they're selling bootleg Fireworks Mania shirts on the board in tourist places. You can't walk anywhere without seeing Fireworks Mania shirts. Is
this actually true? Are you saying this?
You're just hanging out with a bunch of hobos under a bridge and thinking that they're younger than they are.
Okay, I'll take a different approach. Mike, top 3 holidays.
What'd you say?
Let's go a different direction. Top 3 holidays.
Okay, 4th of July.
Okay, so that's a great one. Great example. Now you say that and it brings up a point. Everyone loves fireworks, but they're dangerous and also costly. Very, very costly. The markup's insane. Great way to make some money in the summer if you want to sell some in a tent. But what if you just had infinite fireworks for free or for a small Steam purchase? I'll fucking take it off. It's not going to make it, I know.
You're actually still trying? I just figured this was a bit. I don't want
I guess it kind of is. It's gone.
It was funny.
Fuck you, dickhead.
I honestly...
You're funny. Good for you. Anyway, I think that we really want to stick with Inscription.
Inscription is just like the definition of this category.
But here's the thing. Here's one argument I'll say. If it's about the chasm... If you guys are
saying that.
You guys brought up the concept of the chasm. Here's the deal. Valheim, I believe, was a big mainstream success, was it not?
Yeah.
Okay. Inscription seems awesome. The only people I've heard bring up Inscription are like games media dorks, like us, like people that are like in the weeds. What's that?
It was nominated for Game of the Year and it won Game of the Year.
On the Game Award things?
Yeah.
It was?
No, It Takes Two was a nominee.
It didn't win.
It was nominated?
It wasn't a nominee for Game of the Year. It was a nominee for an award on Game of the Year for Goaties, which is a big deal because it's an indie. Valheim wasn't nominated for anything.
So on the big, at the Keeleys, it was nominated for game, not just like Polygon Game Dorks award, right?
I gotta circle back to your argument earlier. This is the Fire Escape Awards, not the
well,
Game
then
Awards.
Fireworks
Awards.
Mania. Well, no, that's just 1 out of 3. Shit.
Two of us are saying that.
Then what's the big? Okay, which one had the biggest chasm for us three, the Fire Escape folks?
Inscription.
I didn't. That's 2/3.
Yeah, and Fireworks Mania is 1/3.
Wait, and I took it off. I took off Fireworks Mania.
What's your
what did you just take off? Wait, Mary.
Play here.
Mary, what did you take off?
I didn't take off anything.
Oh, okay.
I moved it. Because it's the right thing to do.
It may well win. Mike, did you play a bunch of Valheim?
No, I played like 2 hours.
Did you like it?
Yeah.
Well, that's 3 out of 3 played and liked it. That's a chasm.
My appreciation for Valheim 2 hours I played is not even in the same country as the appreciation I have for Inscription.
Okay, if we had 10 points to give out that we had to divvy among our chasms for each of
these.
these.
You hate Inscription so much, and you didn't even
I don't hate Inscription. It seems really cool.
You should get a vote. You have to be able to play a game. Observing your partner play a game does not constitute an opinion here.
There are going to be a lot of games on here that not all 3 of us have played.
That's true. But when that happens, I will be like, that's something to consider when I talk shit about it because I didn't play it. Yeah. You won't acknowledge that.
We just need Bonk on Fire Escape more often.
Yeah, put her on instead of you now.
She would say, actually, let's see. She would say she liked Loop Hero. She would definitely say Inscription. Okay.
You're at a 9, and I need you at a 6.
Okay.
Your intensity to try and fight us on something that you have no.
I don't even know why I'm fighting. Why am I not saving this energy for something I give a shit about?
Dan, you're like you see something shiny and you sprint at it, and I'm trying to ask, what is this?
Okay,
why are you sprinting
it's probably gonna win. But let's take stuff. Let's whittle down before we crown a champion. All right. Loop. Okay, I'll take a, look at me. Look at selfless old me sacrificing my babies. I got rid of Fireworks Mania, and now, despite the fact that you can't go into an 8th grade classroom in America without kids talking about American Hero, the former Jaguar game.
Where are you getting this anecdotal evidence?
I drive by.
What schools are you hanging out around?
When you drive by, it's just nothing but American Hero shirts.
Why are you driving by middle schools?
It's on the way to the ShopRite.
All of your evidence has to do with children.
Yeah.
Aren't the kids? I'm saying because Fortnite.
Don't buy you tokens that you get to cash in to move things around. We talk about games independently. Whether or not you remove American Hero is of no consequence because it's A, not going to win, and B, not going to change how I feel about Inscription. But it can alter how I feel about maybe Valheim being technically more of a out of nowhere because it genuinely did go from like, when we talk about the chasm, I'm going to say chasm, it really did go from 0 to 100. Like it genuinely did. It
and that's why I think
went from nobody talking to it about it to everyone saying this is what you have to play. It was a fucking movement on Twitch. Like everybody was playing Valheim with their friends. It's true.
That's the argument for me. Is it Valheim or Inscription? Honestly,
I agree.
I would argue towards Valheim. I think, and here I am being selfless as always. I'm going to take off American Hero just for, I don't want strife amongst the three of us, so I will take off another of my babies. Let me cash in my selfless tokens later when it matters.
You do not get to cash in your selfless tokens. You can consume them.
Okay. We need to take 2 more off. So we know Inscription and Valheim are 2 front runners here for staying, right?
Those are the only 2 that I would consider.
Okay, so that means we need to talk about, we need to remove 2 between Loop Hero, Death's Door, and The Artful Escape. So I'm feeling like Loop Hero we all liked, but none of us liked it enough to beat it. And also it didn't like blow up. I mean, people were like, "This is a cool thing."
It did not create the chasm.
The chasm is
a solid game.
It's a shallow chasm.
Create a chasm. No chasm.
We got a shallow chasm. There's a chasm, but it's like you'll trip and hurt an ankle. You're not going to like plunge to your death.
It's crazy. You have no idea. I got to take a break for like 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Probably like 30 seconds in all honesty. That's all it takes.
He said he was going to get a drink. It was like, he didn't come back with one, but he was gone for such a short amount of time. It wasn't really a big deal.
Mike, why are you out of breath?
You get winded? Okay. So which one should go first? We got to cut 2. Oh, he's dying.
I don't think The Artful Escape also created a massive chasm. I don't think it made massive waves this year, and it also had decent marketing. So I don't think it qualifies, even though it's a cool game.
Okay, but you're giving it its credit. It's time in the sun.
We talked. You propped it up, which is all we can do.
I did the job. I did the thing I asked.
Are we okay with cutting it?
Yes.
Okay.
Stop.
Stop
doing?
What?
We don't need all 3 stamps of approval.
Well, we're a team.
Hi, sweet baby.
Oh, okay.
We're just not going to agree on everything.
It's a Game of the Year debate. Of course.
I feel like we already have argued for a winner in this, and Dan's just
hang on. Okay, well, let's.
We've got like
whittling first. Whittling first before we crown the king. All right. What do we? We need to knock one more off.
You already have a stack.
We have to whittle. Yes, we do have to whittle. We have to bring it down to 3, so we got to cut one more. So let's cut one first.
Inscription and Valheim is the argument I will give the light of day to.
Agreed.
Right. I'm saying which one do we cut? It's whittling time.
It doesn't matter. Cut the other ones that are not Valheim or Inscription.
No, we do 3. We do a winner and 2 runners up, you idiot.
I'm trying to
wait. We can't just do 2. No. Does Control Z work if someone else did it? No, just mine. Damn it. Fuck. No, we need to crown. There's 2 runners up. Should it be Loop Hero or Death's Door?
Those are just like benefits if they're really strong.
Death's Door over Loop Hero any day. Death's Door over Loop Hero.
Okay. Agreed.
I feel like we all could agree. Yeah.
So now we need a winner. I would, for the record, I would say Valheim.
I would say Inscription.
Think about the chasm.
With the caveat, I will agree. I think Valheim became much more of a co-op thing among friends. But absolutely. Inscription, for me personally, speaking anecdotally about me, Inscription was the bigger thing this year. And as someone who only played 2 hours of Valheim, that's all I can say about the comparison.
I just think it became a much bigger thing than Inscription ever did. I think Inscription is the indie media darling. I think Valheim is the phenomenon,
I agree with you.
Then I think that's why I think Valheim wins this.
Culturally, I think people will talk about Inscription for a lot longer than they will talk about.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And I agree that if we were ranking a top 25 games of the year or whatever, Inscription would rank higher than Valheim. I have no doubt that.
But if you were to say which game will you talk about for years, nobody would have expected Inscription to do that.
Sure, but that's not the category.
I would have predicted that a co-op game where you could fight bosses together would do well.
A survival, yeah.
But this isn't like which game are we going to talk about for years, the category. This is what came out of nowhere and blew up.
It's a part of it, like something that made, to your point, like it has to make a big impact, which Valheim undoubtedly did.
But then it like fizzled, and people are still talking about Inscription.
Well, Inscription also came out like not long ago,
September 30th, I believe. No, October 19th. It was a week and a half before Halloween.
And Valheim
came out of nowhere.
Valheim was April, March.
Rose to like infamy and then fell back down.
It got a big DLC thing, the Hearth and Stone DLC, and I didn't see many people talking about that. I don't think it was substantial. That was October. I don't think it was substantial.
Are
think it
people
did
talking
really
about Valheim
well.
still? Let me see. Let's see if we
don't
can pull up
think
like a
so.
concurrent.
Valheim was
Steam.
February.
Yeah, concurrent.
It was
Steam.
February. Dan, the only time I've ever been to your place in your previous apartment was
The Stanford
when
place,
Valheim
yeah.
was a thing.
Why didn't you guys play it? Did it not make
he did.
enough waves?
I didn't play it
I
much.
played a decent amount of Valheim.
I just don't play co-op games much anymore, which is
Let's see. I'm gonna look at the chart for the last year of Valheim. How do you do that?
I'm not doing this for every category.
No. Well, not every category
Mary,
is about.
I feel like
it did drop off quite a bit.
Yeah.
It was having
But
like 400,000 when it launched, and now it's down at like 25,000.
Do it for Inscription.
Okay.
I think well, I don't think that's not going to be
No.
I don't care. I want to see it.
Let's do it. It is. It's like 6,900. So
Dan, didn't you say we're not pulling up trends and shit?
Oh.
I don't think there's any evidence that I said that.
There's recorded evidence.
No, this is live. This is like a Snapchat thing where it just disappears, I think.
Oh, I wish. That'd be awesome.
I think that would be better for most. Anyway, I think that we've really narrowed this down and we've talked about it. I still feel fairly confident that Inscription is the most out of nowhere.
This is the Fire Escape Awards. I will go to bat for Inscription for most categories, especially Mike facts. But it's a little teaser for later. It's gonna be great. Inscription it just seized my fucking life for a bit.
But again, Mary just had me pull it up. Inscription, which came out like a couple months ago, is a fraction of what Valheim is pulling right now, and Valheim came out in February.
Valheim is a co-op, like long-form survival game in early access still, technically, from what I understand. Which does not discount it. But my point being, it's an evolving, ongoing live service game that just got a DLC in October. Inscription's not built like that. So, and also, like, I want to be careful. Like, it's very hard to predict what we're going to be talking about. Mary, I'm all for Inscription, but that argument can lead to Dan will use that argument against us in a bit, which I'm sure of.
What?
Yeah.
I just feel like for me, Inscription was not only this game that came out of nowhere and I enjoyed for a bit. It came out of nowhere and it is very high up my Game of the Year list. And I'm saving a lot.
That's where the
of
argument is there for Game of the Year. Like you got to save some of this ammo.
That's right.
I am.
But the fact that it's gone from nowhere to Game of the Year is a pretty big chasm, and it is that for me as well. So
here's the thing:
it's a big chasm. Yeah.
For Fire Escape, it's the biggest chasm. I'm saying this one is a lock for me. I'm like, that's it.
Yeah.
And I just realized
Inscription is.
It's done. Good
Inscription
job,
seems really cool, and I fell off Valheim hard, so I don't even know why I'm arguing this hard for it.
Neither do we. That's why
drop it. We have so many categories. It's over.
I don't know what is this Dan going to bat for Valheim thing?
I don't know. I don't give a shit about Valheim.
What do you do for things that you care about?
I sacrificed Fireworks Mania for this.
Yeah.
He's just bitter about
Fireworks Mania.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna bold it. We're officially gonna have it.
Winner.
Okay.
Biggest chasm award.
The biggest chasm of the year is Inscription. All right. Let's move on to the next one.
I do really quick. I want to point out I did not. What's the word? I abstained from putting Wildermyth on Out of Nowhere because I was excited for it.
Okay.
And also I know that I am fully aware that Wildermyth is going to be a losing argument tonight, and I'm prepared for that. But I'm going to bring it up as often as humanly possible.
Wonderful.
Because I love that game and they deserve all the recognition they can get. I'm happy for Inscription. Mary, nice job. It's not a competition, but nice job. Dan sucks.
We're not playing favorites here, but let's go, Mike.
Trust me. I've been sowing little side plots with both of you for the past couple days.
Is this to get Wildermyth higher?
No, just to sow distrust and discord. I'm excited.
You already distrusted him. There's no need to sow.
Oh, trust me. I got a few plots planned.
Oh, good. Well, let's see if you got anything for this. If you got a dog in this fight. Mike, do you want to announce the next category?
Yeah. Let me bring it
to
up.
The
second category, and it's fucking 48 minutes in.
Don't worry, there's only 16.
All right. Oh, this one's fun. Oh, I have one to add to this that I just remembered.
Good.
So I'm going to
add.
While you're...
Please.
Can I... I'll say the category. You guys start going back and forth on names. I'm going to add one more.
Okay.
Worst title of the year.
Ender Lilies, Quietus of the Nights.
Fist, forged in Shadow Torch. Oh my god, that's disgusting.
It's really not good. Mike!
Have you guys played
No,
Fist?
I said you guys name all of them. I'm looking up this other one.
He said go back and forth.
Yeah. Mike,
You
go!
go back and forth. No,
No,
you two go back and
you
forth
and
while I
me.
Google this.
Mike, you have
Okay,
to.
I found it.
Is he fucking with us?
I found it. Dan, are you not listening to me?
What? You gotta go. It's your turn.
Is he
All right,
sowing
Mary,
seeds
Mary,
of distrust
Mary,
with
it doesn't
us?
matter. Okay, I got it. I found it. Okay. Shing.
What? Oh, okay.
Shing is the name of the game.
Oh, Re:0, starting life in another world, the prophecy of the throne.
Wise 9 Monstrum Nox.
I got a bad case of the Monstrum Nox.
Well, I got a bad case of the Dueros.
Oh, Love Live, School Idol Festival, After School YY Home Meeting.
All right, Mary, can I say
After
this
school YY is pretty good. No, fuck you. You always take my spot.
All right. I just added this just now.
In
This is a real
giant
game.
font for some reason.
Record of Lodos War,
Yeah.
Deed Lit in Wonder Labyrinth is coming
wait,
to
no.
Switch this
Take
year.
out the is coming to Switch this year.
That was a headline.
PS5
I'm sorry.
exclusive somehow.
I copy and pasted from the Nintendo website. Sorry.
Damn it.
Imagine putting in your game title is coming to Switch this year.
I mean, you can do that legally, right?
That'd be bold.
You can be like,
yeah.
Chicory coming to Switch this year. 2.
Loop Hero coming to Switch this year.
Definitive
there's
edition.
some good contenders.
All right.
Shing. I kind of want to strike Shing. That actually kind of has a ring to it. Shing sounds cool.
I agree.
Didn't you put it on there, or did I put it
think
on
we
there?
should take
I
Shing
didn't put it on
off.
there.
I think it's possibly a good name.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll take
I
Shing
like
off.
that name.
Okay, let's take Shing off.
Dueros is also good.
Dueros is
Dueros?
gross.
Isn't it Dwaros?
Duaros. What is
I don't know, is it?
Duaros? Duaros. Oh, ew, this is not a.
Isn't it pronounced Dwaros?
I don't know. It's kind of an ugly game.
Well,
Hope
that's
there are
not,
no
that's not a
Dueros devs
category.
in the chat.
Sorry, I think it's pronounced Dwaros.
Duaros.
Duaros.
Okay, and that changes things. I like Dueros. I don't like Duaros.
I'd like to make this a quick gold for Fist for thinking that Fist is a good acronym.
Yeah, and then the acronym itself is stupid too. Forged in Shadow Torch.
Like they went out of their way to put those words together so that they could have the acronym Fist.
Yeah. Yeah, the
I'm
acronym's
upset.
bad and the thing it stands for is bad. And then together just is the dumbest name. Wait, so are we taking off Duaros?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of it's memorable at least.
Okay. And do we unironically like Love Live School Idol Festival After School YY Home Meeting?
Yeah,
I'm a
what
pretty
the
big
fuck
fan of
is
YY.
YY? I like it too, weirdly.
But it's
I'm going to
after
search
school.
for what
It's not before or
does
during.
YY
This is
mean.
after school YY. You know what I mean?
YY. Oh, it's
Specifically
water?
WAI-WAI, not the question why.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Chat is saying it's like a cheering sound, basically. So after school cheering. Oh, so this is like a porn game type thing, right? Is this like a porny cheerleader
like a-
game?
That's where I've heard of it.
This is like a who's on first type thing where it's just like, what is the worst game of the year? And you're like, after school YY. And you're like,
Did you guys get your
I
Pornhub
want to
wrapped?
know the worst name of the
they make 'em
year.
wrapped?
After school YY. I just want to know the awful game of the year's name.
Okay. So interestingly enough, YY is Japanese onomatopoeia for people being excited and chatty.
Okay. Are we taking that off?
I like it.
I like it. I like it
Makes
enough
me
that I don't
happy.
think it belongs.
Okay. I'm with you. It's fun to say. And I think
It's fun to say.
I think the winner of this should be even gross to say.
Yeah.
You know? So, okay, we took it off. All right.
Sorry, Fist is really good. But
I think Fist is going to
FIST.
win. Yeah, I think Fist is going to win, but we got to
Ender
whittle
Lily's
first.
Quietus of the Knights is a terrible name, but it's also kind of cool sounding.
I agree. Compared to the other ones on this list, now that you've added Record of Lodos War, Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth, which makes no sense.
Which, to
Ender
be clear,
Lilies-
apparently is a rad Metroidvania.
Really?
Yeah, apparently, we've got people at Polygon who are like itching to try it on Switch.
To be fair, I think
That's not a
Fist is supposed to be good too. In a
Quietus of the
Metroidvania.
Nights
No, yeah, so that's
sounds
not
like
the
a
category.
game
I just
that I
wanna-
would buy. Like if
And
someone
it's-
was like, you should try Quietus of the Nights, I would be like, ooh.
I
that's
said
memorable.
on the podcast that you should try Quiet as the Nights, and you looked it up, and you said it looked like a Hollow Knight wannabe.
I do think it's a
don't
Hollow
do
Knight
this. Don't do this.
wannabe.
Don't do
But
this. Guys,
he's just literally trying to buy time. This is
Buy
a good name, and I don't think it belongs on this list.
Ender
I think
Lilies?
it's not
Okay.
I don't think it's a great name.
It's cut.
But I don't think it's a bad name.
Ender
got-
Lilies is something I would say, like, I would say, hey, did you play Ender Lilies yet? It's easy. It's simple. Obviously,
means-
there's shit after the colon, but like, I don't know. There's a lot of games with,
Too early to talk about Hollow Knight.
So we need to cut
think-
one more.
One more.
So basically, what's the best title of these four? And then we'll cut it.
I really,
ReZero
really,
is at least known. Go ahead, Mike.
I just added it, and I fucking hate Record of Lodos War, Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth.
Deedlit.
Do we take off
sorry, to be
ReZero?
clear, I think we should keep Record of Lodos War because it's that bad of a name. There's
That's
no
what I said. Should we
punch
get-
to it. You don't get anything of the game from the name. It doesn't highlight anything. I don't know.
Can we talk about
again.
Monstrum Nox?
I think that's a terrible name. Use 9 Monstrum
9?
Nox. Like
That's
none of
very
that
bad.
feels good coming out of your mouth. Whereas
That's
like
gotta
ReZero, Starting Life in Another World, The Prophecy of the Throne, that sounds like sentences
That's
and
a
stuff.
sentence.
Yeah, so I think
Yeah.
we take it off. I think that's a functioning title for a game.
Done.
It's bad, but we take it off.
I like Fist more than Fist is an acronym, or is that an acronym? I might be mixing that up
Wait,
with another.
you like Fist? You
Hell
like
yeah! Hell yeah!
Hell
Fist,
yeah.
Forge and Shadow Torch. That's awesome.
You like it, like unironically as a name?
Not unironically, but I enjoy it. Like Fist. F-I-S-T as an acronym is very funny to me.
The
I
concept
think it
of
wins.
this, though, is that they're meant to be taken seriously, right?
No, that's a
Yeah.
good point. Is it? Is Fist, Forge and Shadow Torch supposed like? Is that unironic?
Can I look at it like if it is a
Yeah, that's
game
important
with
context,
a comedic
Yeah.
like
That's important context.
Okay,
Fist,
I'm looking it
then
up.
then it's a good name.
Like MacGruber's
Okay.
a bad name, and then you watch the movie, you're like, okay, this is great.
I
We gotta-
agree.
yeah, we got to talk about that, but on another, not tonight. It seems like you're a rabbit with a
Actually,
metal
it looks
arm
kinda
situation. It got
A
really
rabbit
good
with a metal
reviews.
arm.
Yeah,
That doesn't sound like a game that takes itself super seriously.
It's
so
got
I
like
think
a-
the title might work.
he's got like a metal arms glitch in the system arm, but he's a bunny, and he's the fister.
Okay, this all
Oh
sounds
my
up my
God.
alley.
But that's the thing, right? What
I
were
need to
they
play
doing
this?
with that type of title? Did they want to be like get fisted?
It's hard to say. This rabbit looks pretty like hardcore. It's not trying to be
actually
like
looks so
cartoony.
cool.
Yeah, he looks like kind of a badass.
Fuck. Do I want to play this game?
I think we should play Fist.
Oh my god. If that's the case,
sounds
it's a
great.
good name.
Maybe is Fist good?
Is Fist good?
Man.
Slight heads up. Yeast 9 Monstrum Nox released in 2019. It released on Switch this year, so it's a port.
That changes.
I looked it up out of
things.
curiosity. It is not a new game. On Switch, it is.
Well, then do we put back? What did we take off? Oh, shit.
I think we have to be fair
All right.
to the rules that it should be like a game that was launched this year.
I think
it
Fist
is
versus Deedlit.
I feel like Mary might be trying to plant seeds for later with that. That might not be innocent.
It's not. It's the way it's always been done, Dan.
No.
It's
Hold
the
on.
game of the year 2021.
Hold on. Was the Switch port of Yeast Monstrum, whatever the fuck it's called, of Nox, a substantial re-release?
Right. Was it like a director's cut that adds
Was
items?
it a
Shut the
director's
and
fuck up, Dan. I am not going to go down this path with you this early. There is no fucking way that a director's cut has any possibility of getting on a game of the year list unless we're talking about a category specifically for other downloadable crap. That's it. That's the only thing it can be a contender for. You should have made a category for it.
I mean, Rocky vs. Drago is a different movie than Rocky 4. That's a
Would you say
director's cut.
Blade Runner
Oh yeah, the final cut completely changed.
Apocalypse Now, Redux. Is that the same?
That made
as
it a worse one.
Now?
Yeah. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Not get to warrant a brand new.
We'll get to that
of the year category. We will not.
We'll get to that. So. Okay. So let's. I guess ReZero is back on. So does Fist win, or do we think Fist is cool now and it can't win the bad award?
Deed Lit should get something.
Okay, now we're getting into some weird territory. This is also a Switch port.
God damn it!
Is this year? Yeah, it came out apparently like last year, I think. And now the reason that people are excited about it is because it's coming to Switch and it's a Metrovania, and got it on the go. So that was my fault for adding it. It's just a really bad name.
You have politicized this argument so
what?
much.
Politicized?
So what did we have? So what can we put
Romney
on?
Plays Deed Lit.
Control Z.
Weird. Okay. What did we do? We took off. What was before this? What's a bad one? Ender Lilies?
Ender Lilies is still kind of a cool name, though.
Yeah.
At least it's punchy.
Yeah. As long as you don't say Quietus of the Nights.
Right.
Shit.
Did we just not have any bad games? Because that's also a thing we could do.
Was it a good year for titles?
It might have been a good year.
Fist is Fist the only
Listen, by default, Fist is the worst game name, but doesn't mean it's not a good game.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I still like it,
because it's like if we saw this on a pitch sheet and didn't know anything about the game, which one's the worst?
Name,
okay.
But I'm interested in it because it's so bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
I think Fist wins.
All right. Fist,
we have a winner, folks.
Shadow Torch.
Fist. Yes. Yeah. Fist. But I do want to play. Hey Siri, remind me to play Fist. Okay. All right.
Reminding you to get fisted.
All right, moving on. Look at us.
Necessary.
Okay, we got a big one coming up here. Yeah. All right. Here we go, Mike. Hit him with the next one.
Fisted so much.
What the Sam hell?
Where's the okay? All right. Next category is dumb thing of the year. Parentheses, and this is important.
Yes.
Bad.
This is the bad dumb thing of the year. There are good dumbs and bad dumbs. This is a bad dumb that we don't like.
Dumb. That's dumb. I fucking hate that kind of dumb. All right.
Yeah, why did that happen like this?
Dan, what's the first one? Nominee.
All right.
There's so many.
Nintendo just deciding to switch the Bluetooth on.
Mm-hmm. Switch OLED having 4K parts, but not being 4K.
Skyward Sword locking fast travel behind an amiibo.
Can you combine these, Dan?
Yeah, because the next one is Bowser's Fury locking.
Sorry, so Skyward Sword and Bowser's Fury both locking useful mechanics behind amiibo.
Okay, so I'm going to change it to Nintendo locking useful abilities behind amiibos.
Fine.
Okay. All right. And amiibo is plural, so okay. All right, so Nintendo locking useful abilities behind amiibo.
Cost of Switch Online expansion pass.
It Takes Two's length.
Tone of Riders Republic.
NFTs. Ugh.
Rockstar fucks up the GTA Trilogy remasters.
Mario movie casting.
Not being able to get a PS5.
In all caps.
I wonder who put that on there.
Sony hoards old PlayStation games until yelled at like a child.
What is that a reference to? That's a new addition.
Dude, Sony was in trouble this year because they weren't going to let you play old PlayStation games on PlayStation Plus until people yelled at them, and then they changed their mind.
Oh, okay. So that's the thing.
So on Game Pass, you can play a massive backlog of old Xbox
awesome.
games, and PlayStation was doing the opposite. But they didn't do it organically. They did it until they got smicked.
Got it. Okay.
I feel like this might.
I would say that one's probably not a big one.
This might potentially be an easy category, I think.
Right. I agree.
Can I go get a drink?
Yeah.
Can we settle on one?
Do we just want to take? Do we just want to take a break and then we can all go do our tinkles
I
and
don't have
drinks?
to take a break. I just feel like
I can start. I don't think this will be contentious. I genuinely
No, me neither.
don't.
Okay. We'll do some whittling. Go do your business, Mike.
Do we need whittling, or can we just say that's the dumb bad thing of the year?
Well, we have to whittle.
I do. Okay. I'll be right back then.
Okay. So
I think that we could whittle. I don't think It Takes Two's length is that bad. I think that it is not good. I don't think it belongs on this list.
Absolutely not. And I put it on there. I just wanted the spot to mention that like that game is one of the worst examples of wearing out its welcome that I've ever seen. Because I fucking loved that game for a while, and Bonk and I were just dreading every time. It's like, God, have we still not beat this fucking game yet? So I will take off.
I didn't feel that way, but I also was like, it is long. So I hear you.
It's a like 12-hour game that should be 4 or 5.
That's fine.
Okay, so I took that off. I think the Nintendo switching Bluetooth on thing is a big like what the fuck moment. But it's not actually like. It's actually a good thing, you know, like because now I can just listen to stuff on my AirPods. It's just dumb that they had the capability and just flipped a switch, but it's actually good news, which I mean, I think we can take it off this, right?
Okay.
Yes. Whittling.
You and your whittling. Tone of Riders Republic.
It's lame. Again, that's another one I added. I don't think it's going to win. It's just like, It's super lame. Like, come squaddle in their squatchiness, you know?
It's like they're unironically trying to do Tony Hawk 1 and 2, but in 2021.
It's very Steve Buscemi, hello, fellow kids. And it feels like a bunch of marketing people trying to be like, let's talk like hip snowboarders. And it's
that game's super fun, but I agree with you completely on this.
The tone is so bad, it makes me not like. I like the idea of that game. It feels like almost like an SSX3 type thing, but like the tone is so fucking obnoxious that I just can't handle it. So taking it off though.
Okay.
What else can we take off?
I think that not being able to get a PS5 is extraordinarily personal to me. I don't know if it's the same for you guys. In fact, I know it's not. But I would like to ask, like, chat in the general audience that I know getting a PS5 is still extraordinarily difficult. I know there's a lot of people who would like a PS5 and could not get one for this holiday season. And I think that is extraordinarily frustrating that they can't fucking make enough of them. I do think it's frustrating.
I don't know if that qualifies as dumb, because like you can point to like worldwide supply issues, which it sucks.
I agree.
But I think there's a very real reason for it.
I think that's the best reason, which is that it's not. I think that's the best reason I've heard. And
it's still not great.
Yeah,
I lucked out in numerous ways, but yeah, I don't know.
I agree. I don't think it's dumb. I think it's just awful. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunate situation, but it's not like somebody just like really fucked up, you know?
Yeah.
All right. I personally, I know a lot of people are complaining about the Switch Online Expansion Pass, and I agree. They don't add that much, but they do add a decent amount of money to the cost. I don't think it holds its own with some of the stuff on here.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I got it. I like playing 64 games on my Switch, so, you know. Okay. The 4K parts thing also, there's just like a lot of weird Nintendo ass stuff that I think is worth mentioning here. It's weird that it turns out that, you know, Switch had these 4K components.
It doesn't hold a candle to the other ones.
And it also
Sony hoarding old PlayStation games. I think like it's bad, but they corrected it, so it's no longer bad. Thus, it's not really a thing anymore.
Yeah, and the Nintendo 4K thing you can also kind of chalk up to maybe that's a supply chain thing or whatever. So like, you know, maybe it doesn't hang here.
No, about that.
Okay, so what else are we cutting here? We've got Nintendo locking shit behind Amiibo, NFT bullshit, Rockstar fucks up GTA remakes, and Mario movie casting.
I was just gonna say, I don't think the Mario moving casting is that bad, but I do think it was stupid bad. I don't want Chris Pratt near Mario. I think that you can't just basically chuck a bunch of executives in a room and say who's the most popular, famous actors and make a successful movie.
But of course that's what they did.
It did get us talking about the film. So it's not entirely bad.
All right, let's take it off.
Now, it's not bad funny. It's like, it's bad in a good way, maybe. Fuck, I don't know.
So that leaves us with Nintendo and Amiibo, NFT bullshit, and Rockstar fucking up GTA, which I feel like we all, correct me if I'm wrong, we're all going to say NFT stuff.
Probably.
Because, like, I don't even,
Absolutely.
I have on numerous occasions in the last year looked up NFT and blockchain and be like, okay, I just need to at least get some understanding of what this incredibly dumb sounding thing is. And every time I've read about it, I leave more confused and thinking it sounds dumber than I did before I read more about it.
Yeah,
and like the fact that I don't want this shit anywhere near my games, you know?
As it applies to games right now and the way that even this week people have, game developers and publishers have talked about them, it goes past like dumb and gets into like, what's the word?
Exploitative or?
Exploitative, yeah, like greedy kind of shit. It goes as they're being used right now. I'm not saying NFTs writ large could not have like someone couldn't find some positive impact for them as they're being used right now, and also just the way that developers are talking about them and the way that they're backpedaling immediately and deleting tweets,
which I love
pretty
that.
dumb.
Yeah, I love
dumb.
that. Like they're all like, "Check out our new cool thing," and everyone's like, "Fuck you," and they're like, "Never mind."
Yeah,
Like I love
developers like the way they're tackling them right now is real. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and what a perfect example of it, of the disconnect between executives making high-end decisions in games and the players who play them, is executives basically saying like, hey, everybody's talking about this in the executive sphere. I was having, a Manhattan the other day, and we were discussing the positive like ramifications of NFTs and how they can maybe be good for the environment. And like the overwhelming world is like, shut the fuck up. We know what you're doing. These are a money-making thing that you're trying to twist into every conceivable way to just make it sound like it's acceptable. We don't want them. We don't need them. Leave it alone. And I would just prefer that we call this the stupidest thing that I have seen everyone try and get into this year. It's not working.
And I don't have to fully understand what the fuck they are or how they work to know that like when I scroll through like a social media feed or LinkedIn and everyone that's talking positively about it is just the most like kind of tech bro jumping on the next buzzword thing, you know, it's like, okay, no one whose opinion I really value. It's like basically all the people whose opinion I value is like, hey, this shit is fucked. And so I tend to just kind of believe that. I don't understand them. They seem dumb as fuck. And it seems more sinister than something like, you know, everyone freaked out about horse armor and microtransactions when they first popped up. And microtransactions obviously got
that.
Yeah, microtransactions
Not
still
horse
to this
armor,
day.
but I remember microtransactions.
Well, horse armor
don't
was with
remember horse
Oblivion.
armor.
That was like the first example that like it was
Okay.
in Oblivion, and they put that up on Xbox, and it was like $1 or something for like armor for your horse in Oblivion, and it was a fucking thing. Everyone lost their mind. But like that was a relatively simple thing. That was just like, we want money for this armor we made. NFTs, like I don't even begin to understand how the environment is affected by some dumb fucking cartoon of a monkey, but I understand that is the thing. Like I know that's a real thing. I don't understand how or whatever. And so when that type of shit,
physical ramifications like servers and whatnot that actually have
that's what I'm saying. Like
impact.
Horse armor was not doing that. And so like I know that there are bigger ramifications for NFTs in the real world, and like that's very negative. So it all seems real bad and money grubbing to me, and I just don't want any part of it.
It is money grubby, and it's we haven't found a way to do it right, and everybody's scrambling, and it never comes across as trying to do it genuinely. It always comes across as trying to do it to acquire money, and I have yet to see it done properly. And until that day, NFTs are the dumb thing of the year, bad. And the fact that we can talk about it for this long says a lot. All
right. I think we have a winner for dumb thing of the year, bad. It is NFT bullshit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I have
seems
nothing
pretty
more.
unanimous. What's that?
No, nothing. Legitimate.
Oh, here comes NFT Mike coming in to talk about how it's the wave of the future.
That's not what I said at all. Don't do this.
Mike's got something to say?
Yeah. Well, actually, you know, in the metaverse, it's going to be ever more important that... We know, Mike. We've heard offline plenty. You've talked our ears off.
When Michelangelo came along and painted the Sistine Chapel, do you guys think everybody was on board right away?
We know, Mike. We've heard your arguments.
Mike's just texting us about NFTs all the time. Yeah.
I did have a guy that I haven't talked to since college DM me out of nowhere and just be like, "Hey Dan, it's me from the dorms. Don't know if you remember me, but I see you got a lot of followers, and I just want to give you a heads up about these JRR tokens that they're really going to blow up. So if you want to get in on it or maybe push them on your socials or whatever, that'd be great." And I was like, "I'm not responding to this at all."
Hold on, give me a second. I gotta unplug my TV.
Whew. Okay. Well, that's an easy one.
My TV's programmed to turn on when I say NFTs out loud.
You got to check your ticker or however the fuck NFTs are measured.
I just have it's like a Wall Street stock ticker. Is that what
going around your entire?
Is that the same bit that I was just? Did we just do the same?
I think
bit
we were doing the same thing that you had
Great minds.
Yeah.
All
right.
Yeah, great.
Well, now let's do the
very great minds, brilliant genius minds.
Couple fucking geniuses on this cast.
Couple
That's
of
what we always
Oppenheimers
say
over here. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's do the sister category now, Mike.
The sister category.
The next one.
Oh, fucking NFTV.
All right, here we go. Dumb thing of the year, good dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, what's the first nominee?
Ethan's hand in Resident Evil Village.
It's very funny.
Yeah.
The entire ending of Resident Evil Village.
Mario movie casting was in both categories.
Cruise and Blast theme song.
Tales of Arise. Just the entire game.
Okay. Should we touch on Mario movie casting again here? Because I think I would be the one that says good dumb. Because, like, as a big Mario fan, I still... Like, what is it that movie made good? You know, like, what is a good Mario movie? Like, video game movies are bad. So if we're gonna get a Mario movie, my argument is let's make it dumb as shit just so we can have these fun conversations about it. Like, I got so much joy out of that Nintendo Direct when they announced, like, just seeing Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong on my screen brought me some more joy than an actual, like, legit good Mario. Like, what a CGI thing of Mario jumping on stuff? Like, I'm fine. I don't need that.
Fred Armisen as Cranky Kong really got me.
Oh God. Yes.
I know people have hang-ups with Chris Pratt apparently as a person. So that's one thing, but like the cast is just so stupid and in a good way. Like I saw the cast and I was losing my mind laughing every time. I really enjoyed the memes that are like Kim Kardashian as Birdo. Like I enjoyed this.
I liked the fake casting ideas more than the real ones. I liked when they put like It's Always Sunny, like Danny DeVito as Mario, and like that was like more. That was like what became out of it, which was a cultural moment of just like taking ridiculous celebrities and making them Mario and Luigi was a good thing that they were able to do out of it. And so I do think that's good. Generally, I don't fully agree that it's like a great lineup. And I also think we do have examples of good, dumb game movies. I think Sonic is a good, dumb game movie.
Right, and I'm not saying that I'm not saying this is good, dumb, and that it's going to make for a good movie. I just think the news is so dumb and funny that it brought me joy. You know, like I don't think like the movie's going to be better for it. I just think it's a hilarious cast for a Mario movie. And like
I don't think we should remove it. I don't think it's whittleable. But I do think we should talk about the other things because I think there's other things on there that are more good dumb in my opinion.
Mike, putting you on the spot for Tales of Arise.
Oh, that whole game, I actually finally finished it the other day. 60-ish hours, which I don't do much often anymore. But that whole game is just really dumb fun. And from the get-go, it's very much...
Dan, can you put the list up so that the audience can see what we're debating?
Yes, there we go.
Tales of Arise is like, I'm not going to go to bat for it being super dumb because it does actually dabble more in some serious stuff than when I think back on it, I think it's just more this fun romp through different biomes and meeting different characters and getting these dumb abilities that are just like over the top fireworks displays. However, it actually does try to get into some serious stuff and stumbles pretty hard in several cases. So I'm fine axing it. I just want to point out that game is just amazing from front to back.
Okay.
And the entire time I was grinning, almost the entire time I was grinning much like I do during like a Metal Gear Solid game.
All right. Okay, well, we'll cut but good to give it its spot there. I would argue as a potential winner here, I believe the spirit of good, dumb thing is exemplified with the Cruise and Blast theme song. It is objectively dumb, but I've heard it a billion times now, and I genuinely love it and get it in my head for like the rest of the day.
I think it's absolutely one of the best examples of good dumb. It is so dumb, and I can't stop singing it. And I don't know if you guys saw my tweet, but I was like, the other day, I was like, man, I have a fucking 6-hour plane ride. And I just like in the recesses of my brain, I went, cruising.
Hit the bag.
I couldn't stop. I got addicted. That game is more fun because of that absolutely ridiculous, kind of obnoxious, but good, dumb intro. I think it might make the game better.
Yeah.
I think it's up there for me.
It's helped by the fact that like races are like a minute sometimes, and then you'll finish like a minute race and then go back and it's like, hey, here's that song again. So you are hearing it so many fucking times.
Rocket League has like a whole list of menu songs. They keep looping them so you don't hear the same goddamn song. This song is the only song you hear when you turn on this game.
It's like they just put all their points into making this one song the perfect menu song. Because like if it was actually obnoxious, that would make the game worse because you hear it so much. But I fucking love the song every time I hear it.
I think that's up there. I also think I'm gonna make a play that the entire ending of Resident Evil doesn't hold a candle to Ethan's hand.
Agreed.
And I think they're very similar, and I think Ethan's hand is the clear winner here. It is so funny how much they specifically were like, let's make his hand receive pain, be removed, be cut, be burned. It's funny. It became a meme that his hand could not survive such horrible atrocities.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but to be clear, we're not saying that they don't like explain it in the plot. They do.
Yeah.
That's not our point. Our point is it's a very weird thing to get that fixated on. It's like Tarantino and feet. Like they get that into his hand in a way that is like, why are you harping on this so much? Like, cut off his dick at some point if you want to have some variety.
Well, and the ending is very, very dumb, but I think the hand thing is a more singular thing. Like the thing at the end that absolutely killed me is when your like ghost daughter was like, you keep coming back to life because you're a mold man. And it's like, fucking what? I'm made of mold? It's like, oh yeah, back in Resident Evil 7, you died and turned into mold.
That? You forgot that you're made of mold?
You die in like the first hour of Resident Evil 7. Jack kills you.
And then you come back to life.
Mike coming out of the fucking woodwork with, why don't you just cut off his dick once in a while? Really, I
once
just
in a
wanna,
while.
float back to.
Like ostensibly that would work on your dick if your hand got cut off, or I don't know, any body part got cut off.
Imagine the controller and it just stops vibrating. Your dick is gone.
Is your dick normally vibrating, and then if it gets severed, it's like, oh, I don't feel something vibrating.
About the controller rumble. The controller rumbles when you get your hand cut, but when your dick gets cut, the controller just stops.
Trust
that
me,
makes sense.
My dick and the rumble in the controller have quite an intimate relationship. Since I was like 12, I learned that trick a long time ago.
You cheated on it with the jet at the pool.
Yeah. No, it was the other way around. It was, oh my God, the PlayStation 2 is my new girlfriend. Let's do this. Let's get into it. Have I told you the pool story? It's actually one of my like, most shameful memories.
We got all night for that. Go to town.
Oh God, oh shit, I shouldn't have brought this up. This is actually bad.
Let's hear it.
Okay, I'm gonna make a long story short. I forgot that it was an above ground pool.
Okay.
So I failed to realize that someone looking at me from the outside of the pool would see the hose going right up. And one of my parents like, Mike, what are you doing?
Did you shove a... wait, up?
No, it's in front of where the water was pushing the jet. I was in front of the jet.
Oh, a jet. Okay, you said a hose, which I picture an actual thing. I thought you were saying you shoved a hose up your ass.
No.
Okay.
An above ground pool, the jet that shoots into the pool is an actual hose that comes up out of the filter into the pool. I failed to consider that from the outside of the above ground pool, they would see the hose going right up to where my crotch was.
I'm picturing it now because like in a pool.
So my parents would come out and see me just like casually leaning up the
With a clear thing just going right up to where your wiener would be?
Yeah, it was like
Were you
12
fucking
years
the
old.
hole though, or were you
No,
just like
you don't fuck the
allowing
hole. No, we're not
motion of the
perverts.
water?
I wasn't fucking the hole. I was just
Was
horny.
there
at any-
insertion?
I was like 12. It was puberty. Just cut me a fucking break, you dicks.
I cut
Look,
you
man,
so
you're
many
getting nothing
breaks.
from
I
me,
just
Mike.
wanted to know if there was penetration.
No,
No, that's dangerous.
impossible. That's just that's immature. That's immature. That's
yeah,
gross.
come on. Look, it's a PG podcast we got here.
I like holes.
He's literally established himself as a whole guy. I don't think it's crazy that I asked if he fucked it.
But there's a
don't.
jet thing. There's
It
probably
is
whole
Making me
propellers in there.
feel
You,
bad.
There's a
You gotta be
propulsion.
careful
It's a
about-
jet.
yeah. There's no
If
risk.
there's a resistance,
That's fine.
The
That's
drain
just
on
pushing
the
up
bottom
against
of the
it.
pool sucks. The hose pushes.
Yeah.
It blows. It blows water into the pool.
I still think it was a valid question.
No, there was no penetration in the pool hose.
No, that's also
promise
those
you there was
jet holes are very, very
I can't
small.
promise you I didn't try, but I can promise you that it did not happen. I can promise the latter.
I think
Okay.
after some,
How the fuck did we get on that?
Remember it all.
I don't know.
Oh, the rumble with the wiener. Okay, yeah.
Cutting
yeah.
off
Oh, we were talking about NFTs
Ethan's
and
dick.
then
Fastest
naturally one
NFT to pool fucking conversation anyone's ever had.
Non-fuckable. True. I don't know. I got halfway there. 2/3.
I think that we all love Cruise and Blast, and I think it's a personal connection for us. So I wouldn't be opposed to that winning.
Yeah.
But I would like to make an argument that Ethan's Hand was a cultural
Yes.
thing that we all liked and joked about for a long time, and has a lot of value. Like it was just
very
a
much good
funny
done.
thing everyone made fun of. I didn't hear as many people making fun of Cruise and Blast outside of our smaller circles.
But that's the
despite
thing
fact that I
too.
love it.
Is this is our awards, and like we love Cruise and Blast theme song. But no, Ethan's Hand, like, look, that is absolutely in the spirit of Good Dumb. I think it's a very strong runner-up, but I think we go
The Cruise
with
and Blast song didn't strike me as. I mean, it's dumb, but it struck me as like a cool, like a fun, like bop when I'm getting ready to play the game. Whereas Ethan's Hand was like, oh my god, what is their obsession with this? And it's obviously you finish the game and you're like, oh, they were just hinting that he's a molded for the entire game. I get it. It's still very dumb.
Oh yeah.
And they harp on it a lot, and it's funny.
Are we good with giving it to Cruisin' though?
Yes.
Yeah,
Mike? Okay.
sure. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
All right. The winner of Dumb Thing of the Year Good is the Cruisin' Blast theme song. All right.
All right. Next
Excellent.
one.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
This could get bad. All right.
Oh, wait. Somebody added something.
I did.
Okay.
All right.
You go ahead.
Best game we played this year that did not come out this year, 2021. Dan, what's the first nominee?
Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater.
Super Mario Bros. 2.
Super Mario Bros. 3.
The Legend of Zelda, The Minish Cap.
Banjo-Kazooie.
Yakuza.
Well, it says Death Stranding here, but did anyone here play Death Stranding this year? I played the director's cut.
I played the director's cut.
Yeah, I didn't. Mary, were you playing the first one this year?
This is going to take
God.
forever.
I can't
I'm
believe
ready,
you're
though.
shoving it into various categories now.
I didn't put it in here. No,
I added
I don't
this.
even think it's eligible here. Mike, I don't
because
think
we're talking director's cut.
Yeah, we didn't. We played the Death Stranding that came out in 2021, Mike. so I think we
No,
got to
I
take this
think
off.
it is-
Fair.
I think it
Yeah.
is eligible because it didn't come out, the game itself, and we're talking about games that came out. You guys are playing a game that has already come out.
No, we played the director's cut.
But it's the same core game. It's
Well-
the same plot. It's the same cutscenes. It's the same gameplay mechanics. Is it not? Is
Oh,
it
look
not?
at Mike abandoning me. Mike's abandoning me. I don't know. I didn't play the first one more than like 7 hours. I played.
We
It's
know
a
it's
different
the same
purchase.
core game.
It's a different purchase. It's a different SKU, different box if you buy it physically. I played the PS5 Death Stranding. The PS4 one was the one that came out a couple years ago.
It's the same game.
No, I think it is ineligible for this category.
I actually brought a book to the arguments. It's called The Creative Gene by Hideo Kojima.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
You just want to read it in its entirety?
I'll periodically read from it.
Okay.
But I brought it out. I forgot I didn't have it out.
Okay.
Are we axing Death Stranding from that
I
category?
think so. Let's just do a vote here. Is it eligible? I say no.
Death Stranding is eligible. Death Stranding
If we had played Death Stranding, but nobody on
Director's
this
Cut is not eligible because that came out this year.
right, and
Yes,
that's
it did.
the one we played.
Correct.
So,
So
like,
it's
since we
not
didn't
eligible
play
for
it
this
this
category.
year. Yeah, okay. So
Okay.
So
delete
we'll
that.
have to find
Okay.
some other place to talk about it.
Yeah, somewhere. Okay. Did you guys do any I know this is very dominated by games I played this year, old ones. Were there any older backlog stuff you guys played?
Yeah, but nothing that I know that I could win an argument with you guys. Total War Warhammer 2 finally finished off its very long and lauded DLC run. They're getting ready for the third game in February, and it was just honestly one of the best examples of DLC cadence and roadmaps. I'm sure people I know diehard Total War fans might argue that, but that was my number one. That's my favorite game I played. One of my favorite games I've ever played now that I've sunk 800 hours into it, but I'm well aware that I don't know that I could say I liked it more than you like Metal Gear Solid 3 because I love Metal Gear Solid 3 as well. So,
Dan, are you
Total
just
War
going to
Warhammer 2
argue
is-
with yourself on this category?
I guess.
no, actually to make it
interesting,
interesting, I'll put Total War Warhammer 2 in there.
Sure. Yeah. Go
Just
ahead.
to make it interesting.
Which
I'm not going to draw it out. I'm well aware that I'm the only one that has played that game,
I guess
but I want to put it in there just to.
it's tough with this because then
then
are we?
also put Mass Effect Trilogy on there.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
that came
yeah.
out this year.
Yeah.
Oh right.
Mass Effect Legendary Edition.
But that came out this year, so it's not eligible.
Right.
But
I
I
see
played
what you're
Mass
saying.
Effect the first game.
It's a different
but
version. Yeah.
it doesn't count.
Okay. I'll put Total War Warhammer 2 on there. Yakuza, was that yours, Mary?
Yeah, Yakuza fucking rules. I had a really good time playing multiple Yakuza games this year. They're absolutely extraordinarily fun, and they have mass replayability. And because of Game Pass, I was able to play them, and I feel really strongly that they're amazing.
They're very cool.
I played, the only one I've ever touched was Like a Dragon, which I realize is ironic because that's the one that breaks the mold the most with the turn-based shit, and I had a blast with it.
So this is tough because it's this category is are we just saying which of these is the better game?
That's
or are we
why
saying which
it's a
one's
slippery slope.
held up the most?
This is a complicated category.
It
where
is.
We've just shoved games that we played this year in.
It is. And I guess I have to reckon with that.
You have to whittle your own shit.
Okay, well, look. I
How
enjoyed
about we
playing
do one per person? Would that be fair?
Yes.
The top
Yes.
three, one per. I will go to bat for Warhammer 2.
I will go to bat for Yakuza 0.
I will go to bat for Snake Eater with the caveat that I'm not saying it's a better game than Mario Brothers 3. I'm just saying I've played Mario 2 and 3 every year since I was 4 years old, so I knew exactly what to expect. Whereas Snake Eater, I haven't played in over a decade. So the experience of me playing Snake Eater this year was stronger than playing Mario 2 and 3 since I just know those games up and down,
Yeah. Snake Eater is one of my favorite games of all time, so
It's
I'm not really
fucking
gonna.
good
I'm not
still.
gonna tell you that it's not something we should have here.
It's fucking good.
But I didn't play it this year technically, so I guess I can't.
Well, let me put it this way, as far as this category goes. Banjo-Kazooie is on here. But I never played Banjo-Kazooie until this year. So the experience of playing Banjo-Kazooie for the first time for me was a stronger experience than playing Mario 2 or 3 for the 50th fucking time, So I, in terms of my own experience, would be willing to take off both Marios in favor of Banjo because my experience was fresher. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also think again, that's the point of the self-whittle. You can't argue for 4 things at once. You have to decide in your own mind what was your best game, because at the end of the day, we all have our own best, which we'll argue for, but you can't argue for 2 best. You have to argue for your best first.
All right. I'm
Against
also going to
yourself.
slightly change
So Metal Gear Solid or Banjo?
Well, hang on. Tell me if you're okay with this. What if I change the title to Best Experience Playing a Game This Year That Didn't Come Out This Year? Because if it says Best Game, that sounds like I'm saying Banjo-Kazooie is better than Mario 2 or 3, which I don't believe.
But
Does that make
it's
sense?
this
Sure,
year.
yeah,
So
I'm not-
You don't
I'm not-
have to do that. You don't have to do that because I mean it, because best game this year that didn't come out this year is about this year's experience.
Yeah.
Right, but
It's
if
not about the better game. It's about this
Yeah.
year's experience. It's
All
you
right.
don't have to say that.
As long as it's clear that I'm not saying that it's Banjo-Kazooie is a better game than those Mario games, because it's not. But since it was my first time.
All right, so this I'm torn here because if there was a game that fit this definition, it's Death Stranding Director's Cut, because
Well, but that came out this year. That came out this year.
What Death Stranding Director's Cut
Fuck
added,
you,
the reason
dickhead.
Why did you have that ready specifically?
talking about?
Fuck you, dickhead.
Oh my god. I'm gonna bring up Director's Cut later on tonight. I will.
Oh, yeah, I will too.
But this category
We
is like
will bring-
made. Yeah, this.
Sorry,
category
Mary,
is
you were
made for this
peeking. What did
game.
you say?
We know you're gonna fucking bring it up. We
Well,
know you're gonna fucking bring it up.
don't wanna
like
spoil
6
our own
times.
list.
You've shoved it in random things.
What?
I've seen you.
Random?
The thing is Mike had something to say.
Mike.
Can you repeat yourself louder?
The reasons Death Stranding Director's Cut came out in 2021, but the reasons I enjoyed it and fucking fell in love with it did not really have anything to do with the Director's Cut aspects, aside from the fact that it was on PS5.
Oh, so wait, let's dive into that a little bit more. You're telling me that a lot of like the same core mechanics, the story, the gameplay, in the director's cut are the same in the original game.
There are similarities.
There are similarities. It's not the same exact thing. They did add some things. They don't really change the overall loop. PS5 looks really good.
And honestly, the PS5, the smoothness of it
The
was
loop
part of the
is the
reason I wanted to
same.
play it again.
To Mary's point, and I don't want to see this because I want to bring up Director's Cut later on. The whole reason I really loved Death Stranding this year had nothing to do with the Director's Cut. I literally wrote a whole thing about it.
Oh, for me, it's just, the Roadster. I just thought that car was the best, and that's why
The
yeah.
shotgun you get right at the beginning
Oh,
changed everything.
yeah, man, the buddy
We should
bot.
really make a
Fuck yeah.
category called Best Roadster of the Year then, because this is
Yeah.
really the place where we are discussing games that came out this year. It sounds like in this experience, Director's Cut came out this year because it didn't come out this year because
No, the Director's Cut came out this year.
the game itself, the core game, did not come out this year.
That's correct, but I only played 7 hours of that one.
You know what updates a lot? League of Legends.
Yeah, but none of us
They
like
have
that.
totally different updates and it changes the way the game is played, but we do not discuss it in Game of the Year.
Let me just see. I'm checking the official Sony store here to see what the release date was.
I'll
Want me
be
to fucking check Wikipedia? I can do this all day with you, Dan.
Well, I don't think there's a separate Wikipedia for the Director's Cut, so
yeah, because then like we get in this category, you get into
There isn't a separate Wikipedia page for the game because it's one game?
I mean, it's
Interesting.
Wikipedia is run by
Google
users.
it.
You could have deleted it right before we did this, so we can't.
I
trust
wouldn't
that.
because I don't need to because it's not a different game.
I think we'll have other opportunities to talk about this. Definitely not in this category because nobody played the original Death Stranding this year. So I would say
the game I played the most this year and I loved the most and I fell in love with was Total War Warhammer 2. It is honestly just, and they just capped off their DLC release with the Beastmen update that came out in October, I believe. And it is just one of the like success stories of DLC and expansions, and they have just been updating the game. And the thing that's exciting is when Total War Warhammer 3 comes out in February, eventually there will be a mode that combines the maps and the factions from all 3 games, which in terms of scope are the biggest games I've ever played, not being hyperbolic, again, in terms of scope. And there will eventually be a version that has all 3 of these games kind of in one mode. It's called Mortal Empires. That's the game I personally played a lot. However, I realize I'm probably not going to win you guys over as a turn-based / RTS fantasy strategy game.
I was going to say, because we've all played different games, it's very difficult for us to justify what should win this category. I think it should be based on times that it's been brought up, and it's been like such a thing that we've discussed. I've actually heard you bring up Total War Warhammer 2 multiple times on our podcast. You really played this game a lot this year, despite the fact that it didn't come out. And I would gladly, although I love Yakuza, give you the winner for this.
And you know what?
You really played the shit out of this game.
And I don't want to like just dominate this whole category because I know I play a lot of older stuff. So I would take off Minish Cap as well. And I think Total War, I think you've got an argument.
Wow,
look at us. Look at us.
Selfless.
Keep that in mind later.
Total War.
All right. So Total War stays on. So you're giving up Yakuza?
Sucking up those selfless tokens.
Oh, I got a whole stock
he's
of them
trying to
here.
cash them
It's
later.
like John Wick's garage. All right.
It's the episode of The Office. It's the episode of The Office where Dwight brings in bagels, which he claims are from New York, that he brought to Scranton, but he really
we're going back
like,
to
you owe
it.
me one.
You can only champion one, Dan. So get rid of Metal Gear or Banjo-Kazooie right now.
Oh, well, then I'll get rid of Banjo. That's fine. Yeah.
Thank you.
Look, we're a team. Okay, so what wins?
No.
Because do we have enough? This is where it's tough because each one of us has one. So
Was Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater your favorite game that you played the year it came out?
2004.
Yep.
That was a hell of a year. Boy, I liked it more than Half-Life 2. I liked it more than Halo 2. What else came out in 2004? Yeah,
I met a real nice pool in 2004.
I can't imagine I had a higher game of the year than Metal Gear 3. I don't think. San Andreas came out that year. I love San Andreas, but definitely Snake Eater over that. Yeah, so I think that was definitely my game of the year, 2004. And it's fucking incredible still. Like, it holds up. It was so ahead of its time. Like, I know it's
debating the best game.
What's that?
If we're debating the best game of these three, Snake Eater is my pick.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then it comes down to Warhammer 2 was actually releasing stuff, and it felt like it was still a thing this year.
I respect
building up
that a
to
lot.
something.
I would also say that although Yakuza didn't release anything, it was out on Game Pass, which made it a hot topic. And it is no longer on Game Pass after this year. It will not be a contender for best game that we played this year that didn't come out this year next year because it's not on Game Pass. It's a moment in time.
What? No, it's any game. I mean, it could be a game that came out on Atari 2600 and it's eligible. It's just any game that didn't come out in the year of the awards. Like Snake Eater didn't have a release this year.
Well, I'm not talking about whether or not it's eligible. I'm saying that it's worth more than your game.
It's of the moment. It's of the moment this year.
That's not part of the category.
I'm not trying to say whether or not it should be there. I'm trying to say that it's worth more than your game because your game you can play anytime you want. But I played Yakuza because it's on Game Pass and it's a moment this year in the year of our Lord 2021.
That's not
You
part
could
of the
still
category.
you could play Yakuza next year on some other platform though.
I absolutely can, but the reason that it's on this list is because of Game Pass. I would also say that the fact that Total War Warhammer 2 releasing content, making it so valuable this year, makes it the best option. And again, is still my vote for the number one.
But I don't think anything about the present day plays into this category. I think it's just like this is the category for like an old game that we played this year. That we
that's
had
the
most
whole
fun
category.
With. We had the most fun
you played presently that either like the argument becomes did Metal Gear Solid 3 hold up versus is the release cadence of Total War Warhammer 2 leading up to the third game more valuable, and then also like is Yakuza's being of the moment on Game Pass more valuable? We're all just like arguing three different criteria.
I think so.
It's like what has the most impact?
I'd say this could be phrased more like old game that we had the most fun with this year. You know, I don't think anything about it's like release specifics or being of the moment or Game Pass. I don't think that really factors in.
Oh, Warhammer 2 became like my third favorite game of all time in the last 2 years because of it. Yeah.
Because of what you played this year?
This year and 2020, especially this year though, because they released a couple things that made a bunch of like dumb factions, like top tier factions that actually were viable. I think 2021 was my personal game of the year was Total War Warhammer 2, even considering new games. But
that's a strong argument.
That's a huge argument.
So you're saying you had more fun with Total War Warhammer 2 than any other game this year?
Yep.
Well, then I'd look.
That's a winner.
It's a very nerdy thing to say, but
that's a strong argument. I think
it's true.
Yep.
All right, sweet.
All right. Yep. I'll take
Glad
it.
we got to talk.
I love Snake Eater, but like, it was a nostalgia
I
play this year.
Love
so.
Snake Eater.
Oops.
All right. Nicely done. Good argument. All right. Moving on. Mike, you want to name the next category?
Yep. Let me. Okay. Here we go. Loop of the year, aka Loop Game of the Year. Dan, what's the first nominee?
Returnal.
Loop Hero.
Death Loop.
12 minutes. Ha!
Forgotten City.
Word. Oh,
All
this could get bad. I
Oh,
will
boy.
say right away, let's fucking get 12 minutes off there.
Yeah,
Like,
look, I
right
just put
away.
down every game I knew that had a loop
Sure.
in it,
No,
and
yeah,
12
yeah.
minutes
But,
had a loop,
like-
but
Also,
fuck,
let's
12
put it up
minutes.
for the audience so they can see it.
Cut
I
that.
think
cut.
there's so
I cut it
many
out.
that are
I
on
always
here.
cut it down when we're reading the nominees, and then I bring it back once we've read
We
it.
forgot
Oh,
Outer
shit.
Wilds DLC.
Echoes the Eye. We should put that on there.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to grab beer.
That's so fucking good.
Echoes the
Actually.
Eye. That was our number 11 game of the year at Polygon.
Fuck, it's so good.
That doesn't have any weight on it. I'm just ranting. Man. I know what one I would prop up here. There's two here that I would. It's between two for me. Should I go for it and tell you the two that I'm thinking about between,
think
or should we whittle
Sure.
it down a little bit more?
Well, should we whittle first?
I think we can whittle pretty easily. Overboard is good, but I don't think it's probably going to be debated in this list unless someone argues with me right now.
Overboard was my favorite time loop game of the year.
Well,
Damn!
Shit, okay.
I
Yeah.
didn't expect that. Over
Huh.
Returnal?
Yes. Okay. To be clear, Returnal is the other one I would mention.
Okay.
What shit? Okay, Loop Hero. Who's going to fight for that? I mean it.
It's probably my number 2 out of this list.
Of the year or this? Oh, this list. Gotcha.
It's not on my top 10.
Okay.
One of these is very high up on my top 10, and that would be Returnal. So
Yeah.
This is going to be contentious.
Returnal. It's between Returnal and Overboard for me, for very different reasons. And also, you could almost. It's weird because you could probably put Hitman 3 on this list, and I wouldn't really blink an eye. But that's a whole. That's game of the year talk for me. But yeah.
allow me to make let's lay some groundwork here, and I'm going to make a cut suggestion. Loop of the year, I feel like the category should be what had the best loop. What loop game had the best feel of like a loop and that process.
Like it
Sure, I
felt
agree.
like a consistent loop experience.
Yeah, the loop
justified its
the loop
loop
format
structure,
added
yeah.
to the enjoyment.
Oh,
of the game.
wait. Sorry. I just want to
Yeah.
make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're saying that the story or the gameplay or justifies that it should be a loop. It
I'm
makes
thinking
sense.
more the
It has to be a
gameplay.
loop.
I'm thinking like
Okay.
the loop is like a satisfying gameplay loop, and like
Yeah.
it justifies.
I'm seeing
that.
Inscription in chat. If you've played all of Inscription, you know for a fact that Inscription is not really a loop game at a certain point. So that's not
There
a
you
contender.
go. Yes,
Okay.
correct.
I'm going to say
Not
that
all a
despite
loop game.
despite this being a good game and better than some of the other games in the category, and having loop in the title, Death Loop in terms of being a loop, like it's not great. It's just like you die and then you.
Loop in the title.
It does have loop in the
Yeah.
title, but the actual loop, it's not that great. Like you
I
die,
agree.
and like Mike, I remember you making the argument on the podcast months back about how like I think a great loop game, when you die, you shouldn't be frustrated because you're excited to go back in, do another run, see what you get. When you die in Death Loop, it's like, all right, I'm back on the fucking beach. Like I guess let's do this again. Like it's not a satisfying loop.
It's irritating.
yeah.
Yes.
It's
Yep.
irritating to die in Death Loop.
Full,
I agree.
full agreement. Full
All
agreement.
right.
I've never agreed with
Rad
Dan so
game.
hard.
Yeah.
Cool game.
Get it out of here. Get it out of here. And that's not to say that Deathloop isn't a dope game. Just
No,
to be
that's the
clear.
thing.
We're
It's a
talking
good game.
specifically around the framework of Loop of the Year. That is
Agreed.
important.
Yes.
Like
for
I
sure.
had more fun with Death Loop. I beat Death Loop and I fell off Loop Hero, but I think the loop of Loop Hero is better than the loop of Death Loop. Does that make sense?
1000%. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yep. Agreed.
Listen, the loop in Forgotten City is extraordinarily important to how you play that game. At first, you're just like dying because you're figuring it out and you're learning that there's certain things you can't do. There's a really fantastic part of the game. It's kind of like the point of no return, which I'm going to bring up because we are allowed to talk about spoilers,
Yeah.
where you are told by someone, like somebody's running at you and they're hiding, and you get a choice of what to tell them. And I was like, I don't know, hide in this building, and they died. And later on, you find out that they shouldn't die. You need them. Because of the loop, I was able to tell them, don't go in, or it's either that or it's the opposite, but it doesn't matter. The point is I tell them, don't do that thing that kills you. And then I need them later to get an item that is like crucial to the game. And it's really fun to learn something in a loop and then use that. The entire concept of that game is really fascinating, that you're kind of like stuck in this cycle. And you're essentially utilizing the things that you learn to they did something so perfect with it. I'm trying to like make 3 arguments at once, but they did a couple things that were really neat, where the guy at the beginning, when you learn things and you solve puzzles at the beginning of the game, you can actually tell him, hey, quickly do this one thing. And he solves the puzzle on your behalf, thus making the puzzle loop mechanic really smooth and seamless and not annoying. One of the most annoying things about games like 12 minutes is that you actually literally have to do the exact same steps again and again and again, and then try something at the end to get a different experience, but not in this game. In Forgotten City, they solve that so that it's really easy to get a brand new, like, so you can get the perfect game ending once you've solved it. Once your brain has decided this is what I need to do, Forgotten City like allows you to have that, and I think that's a brilliant design in loop games.
So I think that's an extremely strong argument for that.
It's such a good quality of life that is also contextualized in the story in kind of a self-aware way. It's like, here's this dude named Galerius, and everybody loves him because he's literally there to do your chores once you've already done the busy work of figuring out how to do them. It was awesome. When I realized the game was doing that, I was like, I like Forgotten City. Here's a genuine question. I promise I'm not trying to lead anywhere. Did you guys have technical issues with Forgotten City? And I realize this is not part of this argument. I'm actually just more curious. Because I played
like
it on
12
PC.
Minutes.
Yeah, okay. Mary, again, I promise I'm not leading anywhere. I just want to know because I played on PC and I had a lot of hiccups, and I have a pretty beefy PC.
I'm not gonna fucking come in through I'm not gonna fight you. I think it was okay. I don't think I had any major issues with it. No.
And that's separate from the loop thing. It's just like it got to the point where that game, I loved it. It was like a front runner for me for Game of the Year for a while until we hit the fall. But it's so many things like it was such a specific thing. But the one where you have to go off the zip line and jump down to get the flower on that little hill, does that ring a bell? That just became so clunky for me that it pissed me off. I'm not going to debate anything you just said about Forgotten City. I love that game. It's genuinely brilliant. I have no arguments against it. It's just the only thing that game, it's just like there were times I was like, oh, right, this is a Skyrim mod at the end of the day. And it shows technically. That's why it's impressive, but it's also kind of a flaw at the end of the day because it's not built on the sturdiest foundation.
Right. So respectfully, what I was going to say is like the thing that we both agree we really like about the Forgotten City is that it solves that issue where you don't have to do the same steps once you've solved that's what you need to do, is not what they do in Overboard. And sometimes I would get frustrated that I would be like, cool, so I know I need the master key. So I'm going to go to the deck guy and I'm going to like jack him off and I'm going to get the key and that's going to help me get to the next section. I'm paraphrasing, but that is essentially what you do. I'm parajacking, but like he does, like that's what you do to get the item.
Oh.
And then I had to do that like 8 times because I knew that was something I needed to do. It was kind of irritating that I couldn't just have they do a speed though, which I like.
Mm-hmm.
Loop Hero does that too. I like anything where it's like you can just speed it up and be like, okay, let's get past this bullshit.
Yeah, which is so nice. Like, give me that like quality of life.
Which that's the thing. Like sorry, real quick, Mike, you go ahead. I don't want to derail.
No. I Forgotten City found such an elegant way to like quality of life to like stop you from repeating the menial parts of the loop, which is great, and it also contextualize it with like a pretty fun character. Overboard. 1000%, you had to repeat some stuff. Overboard, I didn't get to the point where I was repeating a ton of things until later in the game, and I was having so much fun being this woman who had just fucking murdered her husband, and it's a comedy. The funniest game this year, bar none for me, was Hitman 3. Overboard was right behind Hitman 3 in how its mechanics made it a comedy, and it felt like oh my God, I'm having so much fun, like fucking with these people. Like I'm going to go pray to this altar for like tips on how to manipulate different people. And then also I'm going to go try to toss this person overboard, or I'm going to go try to poison this person. And then this person's going to catch me. And like Overboard just felt like an actual, it made such good use of the loop in terms of being a comedy. Whereas so many other loop games this year, the loop itself felt more like a gameplay mechanic that the narrative was layered on top of. Where the loop itself in Overboard and admittedly in Forgotten City was part of the story rather than two separate layers. That makes any sense at all. I don't know if I explained that well, but the reason I loved Overboard more than any of the other games was I just had genuine fun being this villain who was trying to get away with murder and also cover it up with like 12 more murders. It was like Hitman, but as an indie game and more story-driven kind of visual novel.
It was really well done. I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's great.
I think I
didn't like that quality of life. Go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say the thing that you guys are saying about Overboard and Forgotten City, about how it does smart things with the loops and like, you know, helps out. Like the thing you said, Mary, about like, oh, this guy will do this stuff for you and you don't have to worry about it anymore. Like that sounds like they're using the loop in ways that are critical to the gameplay experience versus like, now, Mary, did you beat the Outer Wilds DLC?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I fell off very quickly. I don't think I did anything of substance in Outer Wilds. I played like several hours of it, but like I felt like it was completely
DLC, not the.
Yes, I love Outer Wilds was my game of the year a couple.
Because the DLC is pretty much like a sequel hidden in the game.
That's what I kept hearing, but like the complaints people had about the first one are how I felt about this one. I felt like I had no idea what the fuck to do, and I didn't even want to keep just poking around. I didn't want to read spoilers, but also like. Again, I can't stress enough. Game of the year for me was Outer Wilds, and this one I spent hours and I like literally couldn't figure out thing one to do. And it frustrated me that like every time I died or the universe exploded, it's like, all right, let's do the fucking thing where we get into space. We got to go out there and then wait for the eclipse and fly in the thing.
Back at home.
That's
like,
the thing.
You
so
should have been able to spawn on the new location.
So that's why I'm saying that, like, having not played it all, and that you can confirm this or not, it sounds like Forgotten City and Overboard were doing things that kind of like cut down on things you had to do over and over again. Versus my experience with Outer Wilds is like I have to do the same shit from Timberhearth every time, and it was just like
I think that's
laborious.
A really fair criticism, Dan. And I would like to say that since playing it, I think it is a phenomenal way to combine looping mechanics with story, because the concept of like why you're waking up is integral to Outer Wilds. Like, why are you consistently waking up is baked into telling the tale.
Right.
But even more so in the DLC, because quite often the story is about processing and dealing with death. And if you loop, you are not processing death. You are able to basically like live forever in that world. So you don't have to come to terms with the finite realities of your existence. The purpose of the DLC is often dealing with death and the permanency of it. And I find that really fascinating that it dabbles in that space. So in that way, I think it's a fucking incredible game.
Okay.
However, it is unfortunate that in this year, it is a DLC and extra content of a game that came out in 2019, and it's so similar. It is like cool extra content, but I just don't think that it warrants being in this category because it's a game that came out 2 years ago.
Mike, thoughts?
It's kind of a tangent, but Mary just talking about how the one game on this list that I think handles the loop itself narratively according to how the character would actually react better than any other game is Returnal. Returnal delves so much into the horror.
Yes.
She fucking, spoilers, she gets back to like Earth basically, and then one day, 40 years
she
after,
lives a full life to old age and dies.
Wakes up back on this alien planet. And the horror of that, her thinking she had left it behind. She lived a whole life. She met people, she like loved people. She woke back up in this loop that you're playing the game. No other game on this list has like even tried that.
And
like,
finding like audio logs
perfectly.
Well, finding audio logs of yourself and you don't know, like, is this from the future? I sound fucked up. Like, how long am I here?
Some of them she sounds like fucking mentally defeated.
Well, she would be.
She's clearly been experiencing it for such a long time.
And that's not why I love Returnal. Returnal is just fucking fun and the best feeling game I played in a long time.
Yes. It also does good quality of life. It has a place where it's like, cool, you've already done these 2 components. We're gonna let you go halfway through if you want to, or
Here's a
not.
skip.
You can
Like,
still
you
actually
can-
play through all of it if you
Yeah,
want.
do
to
the
be
whole
boss
second
bitch about it.
biome if you want to, but if not, go to the skip or whatever because you've proven you've beaten the boss before.
I saw arguments when Returnal first came out that because the loops were so long, could be so long, that dampened the impact. But I was like, no, this character, the fact that the loops can be super long and you're building up these powers and you're actually trying to think through, it's like Hades, but exploded out a bit longer. Like the fact that these loops could be 2 hours added to the fact when she woke back up, she's like, fuck,
I have to
this
do all
sucks.
that again.
Yeah, it felt, you actually kind of feel the despair of someone like Andy Samberg waking up in Palm Springs every day. It's like it got to that, the horror of the time loops. Like, so Overboard was about the pure, again, I just used Palm Springs as an example because I fucking love that movie. It's one of my Desert Island movies. There's those periods in Groundhog Day. There's the period in Palm Springs where at first it's horrifying, like what the fuck is going on, and then there's that period when they realize how much power they have and how fun it can be. Overboard is that period. Returnal is the period where it's like this sucks, but like extrapolated to an entire lifetime. Imagine if you thought you were gone from this past, like this horror as a younger woman who was like this explorer on this planet that fucks with your sense of time and how it progresses, and then all of a sudden you're an elderly woman who dies, and then you're lowered into the grave and you wake up and you have to do it all over again. That's terrifying. No other game tries tackling that. Returnal, I'm not saying it does it perfectly, but Returnal is the only game that actually tries to do that. And in a year of time loop games, Returnal on so many levels, and I'm not even digging into how great it feels to play and
We'll
how
touch
fucking
on that later
good
for sure.
Housemarque is at just making games feel fucking phenomenal.
Dewey-ass
Returnal
games.
just nails all of it.
So I think Returnal sounds like a surefire thing for the top 3. Forgotten City and Overboard getting some love here. Do you think are Outer Wilds and Loop Hero the 2 that we cut?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So.
Again, great. They're great. But in terms of like the loop, I feel like these 3 are probably the ones that we would agree on as the best.
Yeah. And I think that even though these are all really good games, I think that Returnal does such a phenomenal job with making the loop a part of it, making good quality of life improvements that you don't feel like it's redundant. It's a core part of the story as well. It actually makes sense within the gameplay, but it's also playing into the story. I think it's just brilliantly done, and I think it's the winner in my opinion.
It's also just so fucking fun. Like that game is just fucking exciting throughout.
We are not done talking about Returnal by any means.
No, not at all.
All right.
Returnal's mine.
All right.
Winner!
We got a winner. It's Returnal. All the ones with loop in the title got knocked off.
Yeah, fuck them.
Deathloop,
No,
Loop
just
Hero.
kidding.
Yeah. All right.
I have to pee.
All right. Should we do an official pee break?
Sure.
All right.
Pee
All
of
right,
the year.
Jake.
we're gonna
Hey,
take
Jake.
a
Let's
pee.
all clap a bunch so Jake can know that this is pee time.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, pee.
Pee. We're peeing. We're peeing. Okay. We're going to take a little break. We're going to be right back.
You're
We're going to
peeing.
pee.
I'm American.
Come on now. All right. We'll see y'all soon.
All right, next category.
Yeah.
Did we? No, okay. I feel like
Thing
there's
that-
a couple of easy ones. Well, there's one. Never mind. Well, can we axe the first one? Is that even worth mentioning?
We'll
Because we
read
talked
them and
about it
then
a lot.
let's talk about it. We can take stuff off or add stuff. Just let's read it first.
All right, fair enough. Well,
Okay.
not really fair. Okay. Things we forgot came out this year. Dan, what's the first nominee?
Valheim.
Far Cry 6.
Call of Duty Vanguard.
Battlefield 20 whatever.
Oddworld Soulstorm.
Knockout City.
Mario Golf Super Rush.
The Ascent.
Eastward. If
All
you'll
right.
recall, if you were here last year before Firescape was like an actual official entity, this category caused a rift between us.
What? I don't recall. What happened?
Really? This is
No.
the one where we argued about what it means to like forget. I literally brought up 2 games that you guys did not even remember came out, and you still
Some
argued
Amazon
against it.
game, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
The Crucible or something. Yeah, but
Okay.
I digress. We won't get into that.
I don't remember. Let's have it again this year. It's a new year. Let's do it. All right.
Can we cut Valheim because we just talked a bit
We
about it as a
literally-
big moment? Yeah.
I would have possibly raised it. It just isn't a top 10, but it did not. I did not forget about this game. This is
It's
a cool
true. And it was really cool. I just feel like it went from like this big phenomenon to like all of a sudden I forgot about it and I didn't hear anybody talking about it. So like I figured it was worth putting on here.
I think that it went from everyone to no one, but I didn't forget it came out this year. If you asked me if Battlefield came out this year, I would have been like, did it? I forgot.
It was fucking crazy to me that, like, not that long ago, Call of Duty and Battlefield were like the two big releases and they would jockey for the same November Tuesday and everything. And like the fact that like somebody in the chat told me like, oh yeah, have you played Vanguard yet? Have you played Battlefield bullshit yet? And I was like, wait, are those out? They came out and I didn't even know it. Like, that's fucking crazy. It's Call of Duty and Battlefield, and I did not hear a soul say anything about either of them.
So the
chasm.
Like,
so this is the reverse chasm.
Yeah. Yeah. So the ones I'm looking at, I would say I did not forget Far Cry 6 came out this year. I remember it came out this year specifically because I did not like it at all.
Right, we didn't literally forget
I didn't
that
forget
it came out.
In fact, I remember very clearly that Far Cry 6 came out this year because I did not like it. Same with Call of Duty Vanguard, personally Battlefield. The
So
one
you
on
didn't
here,
forget you don't like them.
correct. I remember all too real, all too.
So don't take it too literally. It's not that we actually like forgot it came out. It's more that like it just fell off the face of the earth and like our consciousness, and it's like, oh right, Far Cry 6. Jesus.
Far Cry 6, I will actually still say I still remember it came out this year. Maybe because it was like such a flashpoint, like a topic among a lot of the stuff we were writing, which I realized that I'm bringing like full-time work Polygon into this, but still, personally, I did not forget it came out this year. Like, I remember very viscerally when that game came out, not for good reasons, but I remember it very clearly. And I know I'm not taking it literally, but like, it's not something I would go back and play, to your point.
Right,
but,
more like
I will remember it as a 2021 game.
But if it weren't for
bring it
professionals,
up though, like in the sense that like, if we were just gamers,
I
would have absolutely forgotten that game.
I like Far Cry games more than the average person.
Me too.
I would say. Like I still think I would remember it if it wasn't for the fact that
you're conflating this with disappointing games.
Fair enough. That's possible.
This is a game that came out and like made no fucking impact on us whatsoever. It's just going to be like
the person who did the perfect dive. And there was
made
no sploosh.
It made an impact on me. Like I still, it's a Far Cry game, and I look forward to when Far Cry games are coming out because I usually have fun with them, and I didn't have fun with this one.
I want to remove the Ascent. I liked that game. It had a huge drop off. I liked it and I remember it, and I think it's good.
Fair enough. And also with that being like an indie game, I feel like the reverse chasm isn't as severe, because I think like if something is on the level of like a Call of Duty or a Far Cry or Battlefield and it just like we instantly kind of forgot it, that is a more dramatic thing than like an indie game that we talked about for a bit and then we didn't, but actually like some of us liked it, and like I don't think that's as severe.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't love that game, but I liked it, and I remember it like it was like, oh, that was a fun game. It was Game Pass. That was another big Game Pass thing over the summer.
Mm-hmm.
I have a similar argument for Eastward. I really liked Eastward. I thought that game was doing some cool stuff. It's long. It's too long. I'm not saying it's the best game.
Right.
That game is very fresh in my memory, having played it when it came out over the summer. August, I believe.
I think it should not be on this list.
I can take it off. I remember being very excited about it and people telling me like, oh, it's this gorgeous Zelda-like that's on Switch, like it's gonna be great. And then just like playing a couple hours and being like,
it's more
fucking when
Zelda.
do we? That's the thing. Like everyone sold it to me as a Zelda, and I played it. And I was like, this is more of an RPG than Zelda, and like it was so fucking wordy and slow that I was just like, I'm not coming back to this, and I kind of forgot about it completely. Yeah. But that said, I think I agree that it should be coming off this list.
Yeah, I agree.
Oddworld, like I remember hearing that like there was a new Oddworld coming out, and then like I don't think I heard anyone say it even came out. I don't even know what it is. Is it a
saw
remake?
fucking like collector's edition today, and I was like, that shit released again. I'm leaving my professional shit aside when I should know this. I have to know this stuff. I was like, I saw the collector's edition and said to myself, oh shit, that's right. That game came out this year, and I like Oddworld games. I had a lot of fun with Stranger's Wrath back in the day, and then the re-release. But
and the original ones,
that's a top contender for me. Soulstorm, jeez. Unfortunately, I like that franchise a lot, that series, but
Yeah, I think that's a contender there. Knockout City. What do we think about that? Like, it's.
I did not touch a single second of Knockout City.
I touched it and it was just like, okay, this seems fine for what it is, but like this is not something. Oh, the food fairy arrived. Yes.
Sandwich.
Is that
What'd you get? Is that
hoagie?
on me?
It is Devil's Dill.
The hell?
What was that?
It's just a really good sandwich place in Portland, and they deliver for free.
Nice.
The best one is a number 4 braised beef. They kind of like marinate it in wine for a really long time, and it's like super tender and delicious, and it's just on fresh baked bread, and it's my favorite sandwich there.
Can we, Dan? I don't know if
will
I
take
told
you
you
there.
this. We're considering going to Portland in the spring.
Oh, are we?
You can come too. I meant me and Amanda. You should come.
I thought you were making a
Mary,
joke that
Dan's
like that
inviting
sandwich
himself
sounded
to
so
our
good that
fucking
we have to.
party.
I thought you were saying,
Oh, no,
the
this is a
sandwich
real
was
thing.
so good we have to make a trip. I was trying to play along, but I misread the
This is a-
situation.
this is
But if you guys
uncomfortable.
want me there, I don't know. Look,
This is uncomfortable, Dan. We'll talk. Mary, we want to sidebar about this later on.
He meant the royal we.
Oh, okay,
sometimes when
gotcha.
we say we just mean, me
Yeah,
and not
sure,
anyone
you
else.
can come. I know Mary's got limited space, and
I
yeah, no, I get it's cool. Like, no, I got
I would love for you to
Connecticut's
both
nice
come
that
to
time of
my
year.
house.
No, Connecticut's fine,
Genuinely,
yeah.
I would make room. It would be really
had,
fun.
I had this idea that I'm gonna show up at Mary's house unannounced, but I'm not just gonna ring the doorbell. I'm gonna find her in the house and just stare at her through a window until she notices me.
That'll be
like,
fun as someone
quietly.
who's repeatedly
Yeah,
threatened to murder her.
Yeah, that'd be really fun. That'd be fun. Or just like rappel through a window. No, but we're thinking about going in the spring, and I want to go to that Devil's Dill place.
Nice.
Devil's Dick,
Sounds
was
good.
it?
My God.
Yeah, Devil's Dick, Mike.
Jeez Louise. All right.
Yeah, I
Knockout
guess you can
City.
come. I barely touched that game.
It's like.
feel
So does
like
that
a
make
flash
it
in the
more of
pan.
a. The thing is, I don't think there was a lot of hype for it, really. Like. Is that a contender, though? Because, like, are people playing that?
No, I don't think so. Even the people I know who really had fun with it that first week. Again, I think it was. Is that the phrase? Flash in the pan. Yeah, it was like,
yeah.
super fun for a week, and then.
It's like that Destruction
even
All
know if it was
Stars,
fun. I didn't touch
where
it.
it's just like, oh, it's this arcadey thing that comes out, and it's on, like, PS Plus or Xbox Live or Game Pass, and it's just like.
Or what's it
people pick it up
called
for
last
2
year?
seconds.
Hyperscape.
Yeah, it's like every once in a while you'll get like a Rocket League or something where it's like, oh, here's this like multiplayer fun arcadey thing and it's on PS Plus and it takes over the world, for a few years. And then you get stuff like Knockout
Are you guys
City
talking about
or
Knockout City?
yeah. Or like Destruction All
My
Stars.
coworkers played the absolute living shit out of Knockout
Really?
City, and they talked about it for a really long time. People would not shut up about this game, so I don't agree, even though I didn't get into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I had a lot of people who were like, we gotta play Knockout City, it's really fun. I just personally didn't get into. I don't typically get into like that type of game, so it wasn't like my jam. But a lot of people, it's kind of like with the Squid Game, not the one on Netflix, the Nintendo one.
Fall Guys?
Oh,
Or no, that
Splatoon.
wasn't Nintendo. Oh, Splatoon.
Fall Guys.
You can't call something. No, I get where both you can't call something the Squid Game anymore when you're not talking about the
There's
most
lots of
successful
Squid Games, yeah.
Mario
I
Party.
understand, but it's still funny when I say Squid, like Nintendo game, that you say
Oh, yeah.
Fall Guys.
I guess
But,
it is literally squids, yeah.
Splatoon had that, like, where people got like really addicted to it, and I feel like people did get addicted to Knockout City too.
Huh. Okay. I feel
Yeah,
like
I remember Knockout City being big for a bit.
like half of me wants to argue that it's like, well, it's the thing that we forgot came out this year. But then again, if that's the argument, I think there are way bigger arguments for like Call of Duties and Battlefields. Like I feel like Knockout City we can take off this list.
Fine by me.
All right. So Oddworld's strong. I guess let's talk about Mario Golf real quick. I think it'll probably get cut compared to these other ones. But I don't know. I really had a massive affinity for Mario sports games for a long time, like starting with the 64. I don't know if you count kart in those, and so Super Nintendo with that. But like, tennis and golf, and the GameCube was a real heyday with Mario Power Tennis, and there was just so much great stuff there, and I was so excited to have a return to Mario Golf because that is something I feel like I didn't play as much of as I wanted to, and I was like, oh man, if we get a good Switch Mario Golf, like I could get super into that. And I played a bit of it, that story mode and everything. I had fun with it, but it didn't grab me in any way. And like I didn't forget it came out. I just think I fell off it, So I don't think it really. It just didn't blow me away, but I didn't forget it came out. So I think we take that off.
Sure.
Okay. So we need to cut one more. We've got Far Cry 6. We've got Call of Duty Vanguard, Battlefield 20 whatever, and Oddworld Soulstorm. This is tough. I feel like I put Call of Duty and Battlefield in the exact same boat because they're both giant names that fucking landed like a fart and like no one talked about.
Well, so that's the thing. Call of Duty, like, it's a year, which means a Call of Duty came out. So I'm going to remember a Call of Duty came out, and then I'm going to say, oh, right, Vanguard was the one this year. I'm not saying it was the most memorable Call of... Yeah, I wouldn't say it was the most memorable Call of Duty, but like, oh, yeah, sure. A Call of Duty came out. Sledgehammer made it. Battlefield...
Can I just say that just because they come out every year shouldn't save it from if we forgot that it came out this year? Because if you couldn't differentiate that which mechanics were new this year...
Yeah.
It's
well,
like
and that's the thing with Far Cry 6 is like when I started Far Cry 6, like my first few hours, I was really into it. And I was like, oh man, this is so much fun. Just like, open world, just doing dumb shit. And then it's just like really quickly, it just came over me like, oh, right, this is the same type of fun, dumb shit I've done a bunch of times before. And as soon as that thought came into my head, it extinguished any desire to keep playing it. So like, whereas with Call of Duty and Battlefield, I never even considered playing it. Far Cry, I at least like played and had fun with for a bit before I dropped off. So that's why I feel like Call of Duty and Battlefield are stronger contenders than Far Cry for me.
Yeah, I agree. Again, Far Cry does not seem like a good contender for this specifically because of how bad it was. Like, even leaving my full-time job aside, I, as a Far Cry, like, apologist, borderline, I played this game and it was the most boring Far Cry I played. It wasn't just, like, I'm not saying it's forgettable, but it was so boring and bad that I cannot forget it came out this year, personally.
So do you think we take, because it is notable for how bad it was?
It's notable,
Fair.
it's notable.
So that means, what is the winner here? I will argue here that, like, aren't people still playing Warzone?
Oh, yeah. Call of Duty Warzone?
Yeah. Is that still popular? Okay.
A lot of people play that still.
So then I feel like Call of Duty is still pretty relevant and talked about, whereas, like, because I've heard people talk about playing Warzone. I swear to God, I haven't heard a single fucking thing about Battlefield this year. And then Oddworld, like, you could have told me it didn't come out yet, and I would have believed you. So I feel like it's got to be one of the
Oddworld is the winner for me because I genuinely, going by the definition of the category, as someone who enjoys those games and wants the best for that series, I forgot
Not
it came
a splash.
out.
I had to look up when I put it on this list. I had to look up to see if it did come out.
Like, yeah.
I mean, there you go.
Battlefield, same thing. Battlefield had a rough launch. Like, I remember that launch. It had a questionable launch. They're still updating it. They're working so. I'm seeing so many PR, like, press releases combating the rough launch and trying to make up for it, that it's like, of course it came out this year. It was bad launch. It wasn't like hardline bad, but it was bad enough to remember it.
All I saw was the Donkey video, and he showed a bunch of like glitches. And was it mainly just like glitchy tech problems for the launch?
It was like systemic stuff, like servers and whatnot as well.
Okay.
So to me, it's Oddworld Soulstorm, which sucks because I want the best for that series, but man,
I think we got it.
Winner.
It's Oddworld Soulstorm as the thing we forgot came out this year. Some would argue did not even know it did come out this year. So, all right. That's a fart of a game, seems. Is it supposed to be good, at least? Did anyone like it?
About as good as the rest of the series, I'd say. Like, you like it, you're into it.
Yeah, I like Oddworld.
Check it out. It might be a, like, hidden gem.
All righty. Let's move on to the next category, then.
Oh, yep, sorry. All right. Okay. Comeback of the year.
Xbox Series X.
2D Metroid.
Halo.
Left 4 Dead.
Arcade Racing.
And WarioWare.
WarioWare.
Oh, right. Okay.
Can we strike WarioWare?
Can we? Yeah, I think so. Because I was going to say two things, and one of them was WarioWare. I think we cut. I am a WarioWare obsessive, and I really enjoyed playing this for like a couple weeks. I fell off pretty quick. I don't know if it's just because of the playing, having to pick these characters with special abilities and stuff. Like I thought the minigames were fun. I really enjoyed my first playthrough, but I didn't stick with it the way I did a lot of other WarioWares. So
Definitely
not to come back to
this list.
I did, just because it was like, it is a series that I feel came back, in that, like, not necessarily a value judgment that it was a good comeback, but it was that, like, I'd been waiting a long time for WarioWare to come back.
I feel like you couldn't say WarioWare any other time in this podcast, and so you put it on there so you could say, I mean, I like it, but it's not good for this category.
I think you're correct. Yes, I think.
If anything,
yes.
I imagine it could have come up last category, like forgettable.
Hey.
I don't want to be that negative on it, but it's a good game.
No,
yeah.
I'm not trying to be a dick.
The other argument I wanted to make was that I feel very strongly about last year. I want to say what won the thing we forgot came out this year was the Xbox Series X. And this, I don't know if it won, but it was
on there. No, the thing that won was it was one of the 4 games that we literally forgot came out. But yes.
I actually have it in this doc. Let me just take a look real quick.
Oh yeah, it is. I agree. Xbox Series X has had a really good year. My thing is, do we want to rename this Game Pass? Because I feel like this 2021 was like Game Pass City.
It was, and that is, completely tied in with the Xbox Series X and why it's had such a good year. But it's like, when last year we were joking about how we forgot it fucking came out because everyone was talking about PS5 and like Xbox Series X launched with nothing. It is now the system where it's like, we all work in this space, and we're used to like PR people being like, hey, what's your system preference? I say Series X now, because it's just like, it's just snappier. I like the UI better. I like the the Elite controller a lot. It's just like, it is completely flipped from this time last year where I was like, this is doing fucking nothing for me. It's a different box on the same system. And now it is my console of choice for multi-platform stuff.
It is a good console. And I would also say if we replaced it with Game Pass, it wouldn't work for comeback, because Game Pass has actually always been dope. It's just that this was an exceptional year for Game Pass.
This was
Game Pass has always been awesome. And
this was less a
very
comeback.
Positively.
For sure.
Whereas like the console came back.
This was less a comeback, and this year was more of like Game Pass finally like started fucking flourishing. It was always super cool, but now this was the year. It's like if you are into games and you don't have Game Pass, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, and they launched shit like there's like the cloud stuff now where it's like, I tried that. I haven't done a ton of it yet because I download everything, but it has that cloud button next to it. And I just tried it once. There was like some indie game on Game Pass, and it said like, oh, install or play on the cloud, and I clicked it, and it was just like, it just went straight to the title screen, the way it's advertised. And that was just such a cool fucking idea, like in conjunction with Game Pass, where it's like you're trying to decide what to download from this giant library. You can just hop in and play it without downloading it, and then if you like it, you can download it. Like, just all this functionality works, and it's natural. Whereas like fucking PlayStation 5, that UI sucked ass at the beginning, and they've done updates that have only kind of made it muddier. Like, they haven't fixed any of the like obvious problems that they should fix. Like, Series X has only gotten more user friendly, easy to find stuff, easy to organize stuff, and PS5 is a jumbled mess.
Yeah. My question would be, are these things are these criteria things that did not exist in 2020? Like, as a comeback specifically? Or are these things that you're just appreciating it more for now?
No, I'm thinking more comeback that like seriously, with Series X being a thing we forgot last year, and now it's like, it's turned into my console of choice. And I think we all have glowing things to say about Game Pass. And I think that's a huge comeback, because at launch, everyone was like, man, PS5, that's the one. It's been kicking Xbox's ass. Xbox has nothing. I think they've really had an extremely strong 2021 where they turned things around, whereas perception in 2020 was they don't have much.
The thing with Game Pass and the thing with Xbox this year, to me, felt less like a comeback and more like the manifestation of years of planning on Microsoft's part and studio acquisitions and planning out what Game Pass could be. It felt less like they had a bad year last year and then all of a sudden they turned things around. It felt more like they were just gradually building up to, oh, this is what Game Pass can be. This is rad. Forza Horizon 5 is day one. Halo Infinite is day one. Free fucking multiplayer. Something like The Ascent you can just discover randomly if you're not into games. So it felt less like a comeback and more like this inevitability almost of what they were planning.
But this is the year where it happened. And if we're talking about this is the awards of the year, like 2021 is the year that this all kind of came together for Xbox.
Right, but a comeback kind of implies that they had a rough 2020. Or at least they had a bad patch and then came back. Game Pass never really had anything. Game Pass or Xbox Series X didn't necessarily have any bad aspects. It just took me a while to realize that the Series X kind of ruled.
But it didn't give you the reasons to realize that last year. It just didn't have anything on the PS5 at this point last year. And at this point, it's I think clearly ahead of it.
Right. No, I'm not disagreeing that I enjoyed my Series X way more this year than I did last year. But there are factors there that are less, oh, right, I hated this thing last year and now I love it. And it was more, oh, right, this all kind of rules. It's just, I just didn't, there were certain aspects that weren't coming to fruition yet. Whereas a comeback is almost more 2020, it had a rough patch or it sucked. And then all of a sudden it's here. Death Stranding was a pretty big comeback for me this year.
Oh?
I've talked extensively about it on this show.
Oh, I'd love to talk more about it. Maybe later. I don't know if this is the category necessarily.
You might as well do it now because it's not going to come up.
Oh, I think it's going to come up. Yeah, I think there's plenty of categories that make a lot of sense.
Can I want to? Okay, so let me just reiterate categories. So we got Xbox Series X, which again, I'm not saying I did not fucking love my Series X this year. Dan, I'm with you. It has become my go-to, even more than my PC, which the last 3 years has been my go-to thing to play games on. Series X has almost usurped it, which is saying something. It still doesn't feel like a comeback to me. It feels like, oh right, this was cool last year, and also the Series X wasn't even out that long last year, was it?
No, I mean they both came out in November, right?
Yeah, so it feels less like a comeback for the Series X, and again, more like this kind of manifestation of things that I could have liked it for last year, even though Game Pass this year was rad. 2D Metroid. Not saying Metroid Dread doesn't fucking rule. Samus Returns was awesome. It was the same developer, and that was kind of a hint at what they were about to do.
This is a huge step up, though.
Samus Returns was still a really good game.
It was.
And it felt
great.
like it didn't feel like. I realize we're not talking about out of nowhere. Left 4 Dead, Back 4 Blood, same thing. I was kind of like,
right. That's what I mean.
I
like
love
the
Back 4
spirit
Blood.
of Left 4 Dead, and also I do.
To me,
yeah.
Honestly, on this list of 5, Xbox Series X, 2D Metroid, Halo, Left 4 Dead, Arcade Racing, the thing to me that felt like a genuine, full-fledged comeback after years of public opinion being down on it, and also just a developer not necessarily sticking the landing, is Halo.
Yep.
Halo Infinite. Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to make a cut here real quick because I'm with you on Halo being a very strong contender here. Arcade racing is a personal thing. I've talked about it before, about how it's a genre I loved, went away, and having Hot Wheels and cruising and shit this year. Very cool for me, but it's not. I mean, compared to these heavy hitters here, I don't think it hangs, so take that off. So yeah, I think Halo, for the reasons you said, it's a very strong contender. People are fucking into Halo again,
I'm the biggest Halo fan I know. You guys heard me go off about fucking dumb lore shit.
Yep.
I did not like 4 that much. I thought 5 was a good game.
I
realize
they're all
it's not
good
public
games,
sentiment. They're all good games,
Yeah.
but Halo Infinite is genuinely a great game.
Mm-hmm.
You can, I know a lot of people don't like the open world, semi-open world aspects. I get
one of my
that.
favorite parts.
I shouldn't say a lot of people. I realize that some Halo purists I know don't love that. Their favorite part of Halo is jumping into a linear mission and kind of just running through it, almost like a very finesse speed run kind of thing. The fact that they took this series it genuinely feels like a real comeback, because 343 has clearly just struggled with what makes Halo good since 2012. Halo 4 came out in 2012. For 9 years now, they just cannot seem to really nail it down. And all of a sudden, they come out with this thing that is just a fucking like landmark release in December of this year. It felt like a genuine comeback. It felt like 343 finally gets it. Not only do they get it, but they reminded us what we loved about Halo.
Yeah.
Like, I all of a sudden am excited about Halo again, which has not happened for a while. Even as someone who liked 5, it just feels like 343 came along and said, like, guys, we've thought a lot about this. We've put the work into making Halo this big cultural tentpole again. And here it is. And it's fucking rad. Like, yes, they had problems with the progression in the Battle Pass. They had a fairly rocky launch with the multiplayer.
But
it's
they
still
moved
free.
quick. They moved quick on everything. Like the Battle Pass
Immediately.
thing.
Like,
that's fast, that turnaround.
It is the epitome of a comeback. It's just Halo is all of a sudden this fucking cultural touchstone again.
Halo
because
is
it's
cool
fun as
again
shit.
because
It feels
they did
great.
it. Yeah, they did it right on this. And you're right, they had some rockiness, but they've solved it. If you look back on this year, you would say this was a year for a good Halo and that they nailed it generally overall when you look back on it. And I also agree with you in the sense that like the series got a little stale. Doing a semi-open world, I love that we have to like be so cautious with that because it's like, is it? But it did freshen it up enough where it was a fun new take on an old favorite. A lot of the things that you like are still there. And I think that this is probably the best example on this list of a comeback.
And to be honest, I don't really understand why people say semi-open world. I feel like people are always really careful about that. Like, just because there are areas that are blocked off, but like fucking GTA 3 is open world and there are islands you can't go to from the beginning. It's open world, you know?
It's so fucking linear.
Halo? The mission, I guess if we're talking like mission order, yes. It's not a Breath of the Wild thing where you can just go do whatever.
The point
and do
of
whatever
open
tempo.
world is that you can do things out of order.
When I think of open world, I think like the map is there and you can like explore the map and do things. Like, you know, Halo, you can do different fobs and stuff like that.
In a linear game, you can have a world where you can like look at stuff on a map and run around.
That's true. That's true.
It's an open world Halo for sure, but when you're comparing it to something like Skyrim or Breath of the Wild, it's not as open, which is where Mary, I would assume that's why you're caveating it, which I do too, because people are like, oh, it's not technically open. Also, have you heard about NFTs? No.
It's a fun new character Mike's bringing to the podcast.
Yeah.
Subscribe to the Fire Escape Cast, folks.
Mike is my favorite character.
Just because, let's be honest, Mary, we feel like you just, meet 2 or 3 friends away from getting really into him.
But yeah, it's Halo Infinite. I would consider an open world game. The thing stopping me from saying it's an open world game is that, like, okay, sometimes you have to get in a Pelican and it'll bring you to the next chapter, which was inaccessible before this. That's all pedantic. The fact that they not only brought Halo back and made it fun and cool again, and like this, like Halo's fucking cool again, like Mary said.
It's cool.
They kind of delivered on the. Ever since I played that second mission in Halo Combat Evolved, the mission called Halo, I was like, man. Every time I replayed, I'm like, this would be a rad open world game, and they finally did that fucking 20 years later.
And it feels the way you would want it to feel, Which, like,
Halo is the comeback story of not just 2021, but the literal decade.
How about
genuinely? I think we have a winner.
I think we do too. Here's what I would offer: we get rid of Left 4 Dead because, like, oh, that's cute and fun that like Back 4 Blood's here, and it's like, oh, people are remembering Left 4 Dead. That's great, but it's not making a splash the way that, like, to varying degrees. Xbox had a much stronger 2021 than it has the last couple of years. 2D Metroid, even though they had Samus Returns before, this is the first time that like you can play like a 2D Metroid on your screen since fucking, you could say Super Metroid or Game Boy Player, Fusion. And
I'll agree with you if we take off Series X.
Okay, so just Xbox is the comeback of the year.
I think Xbox had a fucking good year.
Fuck yeah, like a killer
And
year.
I think they had a better year than they did last year. Yes.
I played more Xbox than any other console this year. And it's just like, it's so user-friendly and stuff that, like, I've got a good PC and everything, and I've got PC Game Pass. I know I could probably push some polygons better on the PC for Halo, but it's like just the ease of use of just booting up a console and everything, and Xbox is so snappy with, like, quick resume and all that stuff. Like, I like playing on the console when I can, and I've probably played more Xbox than I did even PC this year, I think.
The Xbox is great. My thing is just, like, Halo feels like a comeback of the decade. It just happened to come out in 2021.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the clear winner.
We got it. Halo, comeback of the year. congrats to Halo. It's very, very fun.
All right.
All right, moving on.
All right, this one should be fun. Games that are probably not I'm sorry. Games that are probably good. However, they're not really for me at all.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Dan.
We'll start with Shin Megami Tensei 5. Tensei.
Yeah, let me respell that. Yeah, there you go.
Pokemon Unite.
Guardians of the Galaxy. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy.
Animal Crossing update.
Forza. The new one.
Wow.
5? Question mark.
Bold
I couldn't remember
words.
which one it is.
Oh, okay.
Horizon 5, yeah.
Yeah, this one's gonna be tough because like we literally are admitting that we
Yeah.
have not played these games, or
Yes.
yeah,
And
or
this might not
potentially.
have a
Well,
winner.
then maybe
to
the
be
winner
fair. They
is the
don't
one
have
that
to.
none of us give a shit about.
Okay.
Yeah, this is...
Is it Guardians of the Galaxy?
It would be Guardians of the Galaxy.
That's
I don't-
mine.
It sounds. I've heard. I just want to say that I have heard from multiple people. My coworker Dylan, 8-Bit Dylan, he also streams. He has just raved about this game. He told me it's phenomenal, and he said it's shocking. It's like one of those.
Yeah.
Things
I've heard that.
It would have been on our holy shit surprises of 2021 if we fucking played it. But because I don't give a shit about Marvel, I
Same.
did not play this game, and I don't really have an intention to. He said the story, the writing is actually extraordinarily good, and that we're missing out. And I think that it's truly a good example of this because I will not play it, even though I bet it's good.
Yeah,
It's
I've heard nothing but
honestly-
good
it's-
things. It's probably very good. Mike, did you play it?
Yeah, I did. And honestly, it's a really good contender for this category because I played a decent amount of it. I played about 6 hours. It's surprisingly like it had no right being this good.
But is it
No, it's-
Marvel-y, like the humor and stuff? Is it very snarky,
Nah.
Marvel-y shit?
No, so what they do with the characters is very different than what they do with Chris Pratt in those movies. It's
Chris
very
Pratt
much
is in
more.
Oh, yeah, Guardians. Okay.
He's Star-Lord, yeah. It is very much its own thing. It is very much Eidos Montreal kind of flexing their the dialogue is I'm getting into the weeds because I know people, like Mary said, I know a lot of people who just fucking adore this game, even like non-Marvel fans.
Yeah.
And having played it myself, I totally get it. The combat has problems, but in general, structurally, it's cool because for all of its flaws, you're still Star-Lord kind of directing Groot and Drax and Rocket and Gamora. It's more you kind of commanding them to do stuff, which works for the story. But
It
then
won
a
a
lot of
Killy,
this
didn't it?
game, yeah, a lot of this game is
It won what?
exploration. It was nominated for some stuff at TGA.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A lot of the game is exploration and just having these side. Dan, I don't think you would like the game. It's pretty talky.
And well, the thing is, I'm fine with talkie, but I'm not fine with Marvel talkie because every tone of every Marvel thing just rubs me the complete. It's might as well ever be a Writers Republic, movie.
I don't think you need to be a Marvel diehard to like this game. I think it helps. I will say I personally found them what's the term? What's the term for when a character is just shouting things in
Annoying.
context? No,
Dane
there's like
Cook?
a game development term. No, when someone's like a bark, the barks. That's like the game development term.
Sure.
They don't ever fucking shut up.
Is it like the Spider-Man? Like
Sounds like annoying.
I love the Spider-Man games, despite not liking Marvel. But like, I wish there was like that verbosity slider where I could just be like, shut the fuck up, Peter Parker. Like this sucks.
Oh, this is a whole cast of characters doing it constantly. But I really, as far as the category goes, I cannot recall a game this year that people were not more surprised by and more like adamant about loving. Again, I played 6 hours of it and I liked it. I was pleasantly surprised. I have no intention of going back. It's not my kind of game. And as someone who's more into Marvel than you guys are, but still not very into Marvel, I had conversations with people where they're like, this was my surprise. Like our headline, people have said it's like the most surprising game of 2021. Which
Okay,
this
so
is all
that's-
anecdotal, obviously, so it's tough to make the argument. But
Well, so that's probably a good contender for this because I think the winner of this
Yes.
is one that is actually like really
it's a
good,
contender.
even if
it's
we don't.
absolutely top 3.
It's a
for
contender.
sure.
So okay, so who put the Animal Crossing update?
I did. I just heard a lot of people being like, Animal Crossing, there's like new stuff, and I don't care.
how that's the thing. I love Animal Crossing, but like I feel like anytime they add something, it's just like, oh, there's a pipe, and now you can get to the hat shop faster. It's like, great.
There's
I'm
a
not going to
new
go back
holiday.
and get into a daily thing again because they put a hat shop in there. You know?
Yeah, I've played it. I'm over it. I don't know if this even counts, but like, I heard that the updates were fun, but I'm not going to play them.
I'm in the same boat.
Did you guys play Forza? I played a Forza ages ago and I loved it, but I haven't picked up this new one yet, and
It
that's
kicks
why
ass.
I put it on here because
It's
I
really
love
good.
that game.
It's
That
really
game's
good.
That game's
probably
like.
buy it.
Did you see IGN gave it number 1?
I did.
Oh wow,
That's a big deal.
of the year.
That's not like shocking. It's a bit surprising, but it's
Number
I'm not.
one.
I'm gonna
I
take
get
it off because I think I'm
It's
gonna
rad.
buy it.
That's the thing. It's
No. It's
it
Game
is
Pass,
good,
baby.
and we are into it.
Oh,
That's Game
why is
Pass.
it on there?
Yeah, it's Game Pass.
Game Pass rules. It's Game Pass.
Yeah.
buddy.
Oh man, Xbox.
Mary,
All right,
go
cool.
play that. You don't need to like
I'm gonna
racing
play it.
games. That game's fucking awesome.
I'm not a car guy,
Take it
but that
off.
game is just
I'm
fun.
gonna download it.
Awesome.
For sure. Do it.
We got our
Game
3
Bar.
then. I'll say here, Shin Megami Tensei 5. I feel like this is extremely what this
Try.
category is because I am not a turn-based RPG guy at all. But like Bonk has been playing it, and like I've watched her play a good amount of it, and like it's just got a cool vibe to it. And she was showing me all the different like monster creation stuff and everything. Like it just seems like a really really cool RPG. I will never play it, but like I've been hearing her talk about it for weeks now, and like it sounds like it's fucking cool.
I talked to her about it, and she's like, "Why the fuck haven't you finished it?" Because I told her I loved it, and I love that game. It is a post-apocalyptic, more mature, like sometimes a bit like they're trying too hard to be kind of edgy, but oftentimes pretty dark Pokemon game where you're trying to just build up this demon army to go fight this god, or to go fight this demon who had killed God in a like desert post-apocalyptic Tokyo. And the only reason, and I realize this is like will sound a bit privileged, the only reason I stopped playing it is because I had to play other games.
Sure.
I would continue playing it. I had to choose between finishing that and Tales of Arise as like long form JRPGs. Shin Megami Tensei 5 is real good game from the first 10 hours, which is a pretty big chunk of a game to base it on.
Well, it was cool too to see like, you know, Bonk went from playing like she loved Pokemon, like legit old Pokemon and everything, and there was some new Soul Gold Deluxe bullshit blue version of it was just some Pokemon remake came out this year, and she was excited about
Diamond
it.
Shining Pearl.
Sure, that sounds
I
right.
fell asleep playing that.
Yeah, that's the thing. She was playing it. She's like, you can literally just hit A through every battle. This is just mindless nostalgia. Like it's like she was so kind of bummed out by Pokemon. And then Shin Megami Tensei came out, and she was like, holy shit, it's got elements of Pokemon, but it feels fresh and new and good. And like, so it was kind of the perfect thing coming right off of being disappointed by Pokemon.
Megami Tensei 5 is it's really good. I can't speak. The only other one I played is Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne, which is a remake of 3 that came out in April, which was good, but a lot of the aspects of it were pretty dated. I appreciate that they weren't holding my hand, but to a certain extent, I was like, I got lost. Shin Megami Tensei 5 I will say this, Shin Megami Tensei 5 is the number one game when I'm like thinking about my backlog that I need to go back to first.
Well, then
like
that's why
it's top of my list.
That's why it's a problem for this category then, because you played it, you liked it, and you're looking forward to going back to it. So it could very much be for you.
Yeah,
I think the winner of this category has to be the one that like we will never play and we have no interest in. For me, I mean, I have no interest.
I'm more arguing for it being your choice because I think it is a great game that's not for you. I get what you're saying. I'm not arguing the logic of it. I'm just saying what I'm trying to do is reinforce your pick as SMT5.
If it was my personal list, yes. But for the Fire Escape list, I'm thinking
Guardians.
I'm thinking Guardians because we've all heard it's good. And the thing is, I haven't
played
even
like
really
6 hours of it and liked it.
Yeah, but it's not for you.
Yeah, I guess if I'm picking between those two, SMT I stopped playing because I had to. Guardians I stopped playing because I wanted to stop playing.
Well,
There
we
you
haven't
go.
even mentioned Pokemon
No,
Unite.
but that-
So like, have
Pokemon
any of us
Unite's
played
pretty
Pokemon
good.
Unite? Fuck.
Yeah.
How do you have
pretty
time for
good.
it? You're just
I
reading
like
Russian
Pokemon.
literature all day and fucking playing every game?
I'm not playing all these games. What? You don't. I sleep like double the time you do every night. I have time. I play these for. Don't. let's not get into this.
I'm saying I'm impressed at your ability to read every book and play every game and see every movie and see the sights of the world, sail around every canal.
Mike, you're so cultured.
Yeah. What a man of mystery.
I think this is an H2O.
I don't even really get that joke.
Uh,
Pokemon Unite!
Pokemon Unite, I don't...
What the fuck is it? It's a MOBA thing?
Yeah, but they do a pretty good job of knowing that the audience coming in is going to be way more into Pokemon than MOBAs. And then they kind of introduce that crowd to MOBAs through Pokemon, which is cool. Because I don't really play MOBAs. I respect the hell out of MOBAs. I'm not like anti-Dota or League. I
am.
I know you are. That's why I'm giving that caveat.
Sure.
I'm not. But Pokemon Unite's fun. It's a very casual... No, here's the really impressive thing about it. It's a super casual MOBA, but it doesn't have to be. There is a pretty high skill ceiling to it. It does that really fine... It walks that fine line between easy to learn, tough to master.
So I think the tricky thing with this category is, Mike, it seems like you've kind of played and liked all these games. So is it just a matter of like... I think Mary and I don't give a fuck about Marvel. So I feel like no amount of like, oh, this is a good one. Like, I just don't give a fuck. I've had enough years of people saying this Marvel movie's good, even if you don't like Marvel, and it's always wrong.
To play this game.
No.
I'll never.
That's what I'm fine with. But again, the fact that you two think that's the front runner, I'm telling you, it is indeed good, which reinforces your argument. Like, it's a good game that's not for you. Yeah.
Is it Guardians of the Galaxy?
Okay, sure.
All right.
That's a good pick. It's a surprising game. Nice.
Right. Guardians of the Galaxy is the winner for the game that's probably good, but not for Fire Escape at all. Except for Mike, who's played every game and likes them all. All right.
No, there's a lot of games I play this year. All right.
Next one. Oh, boy. Let's go to town. Woo-hoo! Mary, pack a lunch. Let's go to town. Read it, Mike.
Death Stranding moment of the year.
Woo! Here we go. Cutting a ghost umbilical cord with magic cufflinks. Mary?
Building a road.
Ooh,
how is that even on here?
Just rock hard. Yeah. All right, Mike, go ahead.
Baby peas on Guillermo del Toro.
Getting a truck unstuck.
This one's good.
Taking a shit to get more grenades.
It's really weird when spelled out, but yeah. Sitting on your buddy bot.
Keeping a pizza flat.
Building a zipline network.
Troy Baker takes off a mask to reveal another mask.
Princess Beach.
Incinerating President Mom.
Boy.
There's so many.
How do you pick? There's so many goddamn moments.
Tossing a briefcase nuke into a lake
I
of tar.
forgot about the briefcase nuke.
Yeah, into a lake of tar because Troy Baker dressed up as a secret blue-collar worker to deliver a package
to Fragile, who's not that fragile.
To Fragile, who's not at all fragile.
No.
To Leah Seydoux' character.
Ooh. Okay.
Incinerating your president mom so she doesn't become a ghost nuke who creates other ghosts is probably it.
Your mom, who's also the president, who's also your...
President of jack shit.
President of jack shit, also your mother, but then also seems like you're the same age as her and possibly in love on the Afterlife beach. Amelie and look, there's a lot of story stuff that I don't quite understand here, but okay. Incinerating President Mom, being one of the first objectives of the game, is taking the corpse of your mother, who is the president of the United States, to an incinerator for reasons Mike specified. That's a good one. That's a real good one.
If she were to decompose, she would explode and it would be a mini nuke, and it would basically make that like square 100 miles a haunted house of ghosts that would then proceed to try to kill you.
It's a void out.
And then make you into a void out, yeah.
It's a void out.
Not to mention the rain that falls and ages everything rapidly that it touches.
Don't want that time fall. That's a front runner.
Fragile herself. Troy Baker did a torture thing to her and made her run through it naked.
Yeah, that's right. Except for her face, so her face didn't age.
Yeah.
Yeah, but everything else got old. Okay.
It's like talking about the best moments from Citizen Kane.
Yeah, Irma Gruber.
Yeah, it's so boring.
Okay, I find it very fun when Troy Baker takes off a mask to reveal another mask. That's very stupid.
Yeah.
But That would be more a good dumb thing of the year than the Death Stranding moment of the year. Because look, Death Stranding is just packed with classic moments. So I'm gonna take that one off. Princess Beach, as much as I enjoy Death Stranding, that's a dumb line, but again, that's a good dumb line. It's not gonna be top 3 in this.
No.
Okay.
Because all my favorite moments in this game involve gameplay of some sort.
Yeah.
Which is why the moment where you have to bring a briefcase full with a mini nuke that Troy Baker as this little cackling dude delivered to Fragile. And you have to bring it and just whip it into the lake of tar.
Yeah, with like
really
it's
good.
unnecessarily convoluted. Like hold it with your
You're
right
supposed
hand
to be
using
whittling.
R2, throw it with square, and let go of R2 halfway through this. It's just very convoluted.
Whittle.
We're whittling. We're whittling. I did just add
Building
one.
a road.
Building a road is a top contender. Seriously, Mike, you know the feeling.
I know the feeling. It's a good feeling, but in what way is it a top moment? Like
When it cuts to the wide
satisfying?
shot and you see it going, and you see the road and you realize how far it goes. Oh my God, it's going up over those mountains. And then for the whole rest of the game, it's like, I'm just going to fucking drive over this instead of hiking up this whole bullshit.
Oh yeah, it makes the game like a cakewalk. Especially I happened to build a road before the nuke scene, so I just drove my motorcycle along the road and then got to the lake and just
nice.
whipped it. And it was like,
Very nice.
in my head, I was like, that was easy because I prepped for it on
I had
accident.
to hike with that nuke.
Oh.
Baby peeing on Guillermo del Toro is funny. I don't think it's top 3.
I think the moment you realize that you actually are building out your arsenal by pooping and peeing in the shower is pretty good. That's got to
really
be top
good.
3 for me.
Yeah, it's really good. So as far as the poop and pee stuff, the pee
don't even
grenades are
use
better
those
than peeing
grenades.
on Guillermo, right?
I don't use the poop grenades. I use the
I've
blood
never
grenades.
used one. I use the hematic ones every
The
time.
hematic grenades are
Oh.
way better.
You
But
use the
poop grenades are
blood
cool. They
grenades,
stun
not
him.
the poop grenades, and certainly not the pee grenades. They're not going to do anything.
Correct.
It's a BT. What are you talking about?
The poop grenades. What is it? The poop grenades stun them. The pee grenades stun them, but to a lesser effect.
Right, it's EX grenade number 1 and number 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
The hematic grenades are
That's your blood.
the way to go.
Yeah.
As long as you're comfortable giving up some health.
Of course.
But then you have blood bags on you. Then
Oh,
you prep for it.
get those pockets. Like sew some blood bags into your little suit there. I had four pockets of blood bags at all times.
The vest customization, many of those options are director's cut specific.
Exactly. It added a lot. It almost made it a totally different game that came out this year.
might be
Okay,
a
so the
contender for-
baby peeing on Guillermo del Toro, we can take off?
Yeah,
All right.
that was not a highlight for me. I kind of forgot about that.
Okay. Keeping a pizza flat, nice challenge. Not top. Oh, I mean, all these are
No.
great. All these are great
Yeah.
moments. Yeah. Ooh, we're getting some real good ones. Getting the truck unstuck, always satisfying, but not top moment.
No, not top.
Now we're getting to the real contenders here.
I'm trying to think if there's any one big thing I'm missing.
Incinerating President Mom's up there. I'm going to take off Sitting on Your Buddy Bot. That was another of the many additions to Director's Cut, which makes it a totally different game, is the Buddy Bot, which, so if you're in like your shoes are worn down, you're in the middle of this mountain range with nowhere, you're not in the chiral network, you can't build anything, and you can call that Buddy Bot and just sit on him, and he'll just walk you to a distribution center. That's a great time, but again, not top 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay.
It's not a top moment. I just really love the first time I used the Bola rifle and you see how it trips them up. They're such dumbasses.
I mean,
when
we
they
can
get
add
tripped
stuff.
up.
There's a lot of really good stuff here. Bola rifle's great, but yeah, probably not top 3.
The building a road is less. I guess what's the criteria? Are we saying dumb things that are funny or
No, just the moment
best
of the year.
moments?
Like when you think about Death Stranding and the thing, like this is almost like best Death Stranding moment. Yeah.
Building a zipline network. When you realize
Yep.
when you're going across the Rockies, or what that game equates to the Rockies, and you realize how crucial the zip lines are in the snow.
Mm-hmm.
When you have to do the whole. How far have you finished the game?
Oh, I beat it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Oh,
when
yeah.
you have to come back and you realize,
Yeah.
oh my God, without these zip lines, this would be torture.
And when you're building them, you realize like, oh, I'm trying to get like 300 meters from this one, but then when you go to build it, you realize it actually even connects to another, and so it's like a node between several. It's like, oh my god, that's so useful.
Some of them you didn't even put there. A friend might have put there.
It's like, oh, thanks, Goku 420.
Honestly, the zip lines might be my top one because specifically how it brings in the prep you did and also can incorporate the multiplayer and how much of a godsend it can be when you're in a tight spot.
Yep.
That would be
That's a real contender there. What can we take off?
The poop grenades in the shower is taking a shit to get more grenades is good, but like it became so second nature after a while.
And it's just if they were more useful, the poop grenades, I think that would be something, but they're really not useful at all.
Also, incinerating President Mom was super early on.
It is.
Nah, it's still, you're incinerating your mom who's the president so she doesn't become a nuke and make ghosts.
Yeah, it's just good storytelling.
Briefcase mini nuke into the crater lake is cool, but it was a relatively small moment in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? I'm going to take off the ghost umbilical cord with magic cufflinks, even though it's funny that it's right around the same time. Well, you learn this from what Margaret Qualley, who tells you about her conjoined twin and how she had a ghost baby, or she was going to have a normal baby, but then a building fell on her and she could only drink rain. And then the ghost baby lived on as a ghost connected by a ghost umbilical cord. And, that's when she gives you the magic cufflinks that are capable of cutting ghost umbilical cords. So you do that to her ghost baby, which then disappears and goes to its own beach. Good moment.
I love the moment when Sam first his like alarm the alarm is going off telling him that there's a BT nearby. He's like, "What the fuck is this?" She's like, "Oh, that's my daughter."
Right. And he's like crawling on the ceiling and all that. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
No, she's fine. She's cool.
Chad does say that Conan O'Brien giving you a beaver hat is a great moment. Man, it's just like it's hard to whittle it down, but
I feel like I've been polite long enough. Can we pick our favorite?
What's your favorite?
It's gotta be incinerating President Mom.
I mean,
good.
I kind of think building a zipline network might be it.
I also
in terms of the game, when the game really when you realize what the game's been doing.
I'm gonna try to care, but I don't care.
It's the zip lines for me.
Me too. And you know what?
Let's make it sound grander when you're coming back across the Rockies.
Sure.
And you see all these zip lines. Yeah.
Okay. So that's our winner. Let's take off building a road, because building a road is a great feeling, but it's just kind of a less good feeling than the zipline network. They're similar feelings. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So let's take that off. And the winner for best Death Stranding moment of the year, building a zipline network. We're all in agreement, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
All right. Good times. All right, I could have kept going on that one. All right.
Moving on. Let's go, Mike. Next cat.
Remake / revival / remaster of the year. Dan.
Castlevania Advance Collection.
New Pokemon Snap.
Super Mario 3D World.
Mario Party Superstars.
Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. Oh my God, Dan.
American Hero.
The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD. All right. As you can tell from Mary's reaction. Why
is Death Stranding not here?
That's a new game. Okay, so Monkey Ball
it's not.
is
Let's put it on.
no.
I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. We're having the fucking conversation right now.
It's happening
now. It's not
now?
up for Game of the Year. It's not up for Game of the Year.
Oh, it has to
I'm
be.
having the conversation. We're actually gonna have it right now.
Okay, we're doing it.
We're gonna do it.
Okay.
You have to determine that there is enough new game content that warrants it to be a completely standard game. The fact that it's called, it actually has the same name in it, and they just added Director's Cut, does not warrant it to be a brand new game. It is an extension. It is a DLC. They have added extra content. Even if it is the definitive edition, it is still the same game with extra content. It is not Game of the Year. It cannot be considered for the top 10. You might as well put it in here, Dan, and let's give it the fucking gold.
Why?
No.
Hold on. What if the game has such renewed cultural impact
Yeah.
that it has
That's what I
become
was
more
thinking.
a game of 2021 than when it originally released?
If it has more cultural impact, then that warrants it to be the best comeback of the year, and we should have put it in comeback of the year category. There is nothing that warrants it to have more of a cultural stance that changes the day that it was released. It was not released in this year.
But isn't there something to be said that so many people who didn't get into or outright, in my case, hated the original release, came around on this one so hard? Me, Mahardy, I know Donkey kind of came around on it. Like, I've talked to several people.
No, he didn't. I watched that fucking video. Don't
By
you
the end,
fucking put words in his mouth.
he had
said it
complaints.
was still stupid.
Oh, it's stupid. But it's good stupid. It's good dumb.
He wouldn't have fucking said it was game of the year. He wouldn't have even considered it for
no,
game of the
but
year.
I'm saying people
it
that-
came out in 2019, Dan.
It made people's tone on the game change. And
I'm really proud of them for doing that. Like, good for you for making the original shitty game in 2019 better. It doesn't make it a new game.
You played?
Dan.
When's the last time you played Death Stranding?
2019.
Oof. Same here until I played it again this year. And
Same
then
here.
That's not the
Turn me
point.
around.
I'm not saying it's not a better game. I'm saying it's not a new game. It is the same game. They just made a better version of the same game. It is not a new release. It doesn't work.
What if
I'm not
we've
telling you it's
changed?
not a fantastic game. Like, you can argue to me that they made it a better game. I would love for you to put it in many categories, like, like comeback of the year, or like the best new content pack for a game, or like a cultural phenomenon. Dan, if you made this like a new category about being a cultural phenomenon, I think that that's fair. But it's not a new game. And chat and everyone in God's green earth agrees with me.
No, we're not
I've
taking
seen
chat
people in
into
chat
account.
saying-
It's us three.
I do.
Hey. We're not taking chat into account.
That's true. It is just
We're not
us.
taking chat into account.
He
It is just
fucking
us.
This is us three.
looked up a third-party website to show us numbers of who was playing Valheim.
At request.
No, I called him out on that, Mary. I called him out on that. I told him, hey, this is Firescape, not
Right.
Steam charts.
This is Firescaped.
History will show that this game came out in 2019. No one will be like, oh, remember when that game came out in 2021? I think it was called Death Stranding Director's Cut. They don't fucking say that. It came out in 2019, and then they added additional content and made the original game better.
I
Come
feel like
on,
we
Mike.
played like an early access version in 2019,
I know.
like with the official
It's
release.
not early
was,
access. He released the fucking game, and you didn't like it, and you have to admit that.
Oh, we have.
Oh,
That's the
I
whole point of
fucking
why
hate it.
like
I
it,
went
'cause I've admitted
Game of the Year 2019 Giant Bomb. I said I hated
But
it more
he
than pretty much
released
anything I ever
it.
played.
It's not early access. He released it. Death Stranding
At
came
this-
out in 2019.
But this is our list, and I feel like 2/3 of this
It
podcast.
is our list. You're right. It's ours. And it can't have a game from 2019 because you like it
it can't
now.
do anything, but it can be anything
You
we
can
want it to be.
justify that it's better, but you can't change the date it came out.
No.
You can't. You cannot go back in time and do it. You can't.
I'm not saying we're going to change when it came out. I'm saying it's our list and we can do whatever we want with it. And I'm saying this game in 2021 had a massive effect on 2/3 of the members of this podcast in 2021. Like, this is going to be high
Yes,
up on
it
my
did.
games of the year.
Can I
It-
quote from The Creative Gene by
Please.
Hideo Kojima?
Please, yes.
I am not human yet. The most tragic part is that these whom I should be able to call my brother are the very monsters that I am destined to fight. I am
point.
all alone in this world. But even if I am alone, No, it's because I am alone that I must fight. I must continue to fight. I am the only one who can stop Shocker from taking over the world. And I think that says it all.
It's pretty crystal clear there.
I think that Mike is essentially explaining that I am alone in not liking Death Stranding, and I have accepted that. It is okay that you guys love this game. What we are debating is what is a 2021 release and whether a director's cut warrants it to be its own game.
We're
And
gonna
I am
s-
telling you it does not.
But that's so letter of the law when we live in our own little, thing here. Again, our list, our rules, and I think whatever we as a podcast choose, when I think of my year in 2021 of gaming, I don't think of like this in the same category I think of when I played Snake Eater or Minish Cap or Mario or these old games. I think of this as like, this was like a transformative experience for me to play this game in 2021 to completely turn me around on how much I hated it in 2019. Not to say that I love it or that it's perfect now. It's got major problems. You know, there are major things I didn't like about it. But when I think about my year in games, my 2021 year in games, this is near the absolute top of the list of my experiences. And it sounds like Mike had a similar kind of turnaround. So, like, I absolutely think it is eligible for our game of the year, considering that it made a big impact on a big part of this podcast. Mike?
I've talked about how that game has just become quite a touchstone in my understanding of video games.
And life.
Yeah, it's impacted my life pretty heavily. I don't really talk to people the same way anymore.
Right.
I don't see the world the same way anymore.
It's a new mic.
You know, I think all these things are valid, but it doesn't change the definition of what a game release date is. And this game came out not this year, even though they have updated it. It does not count for a game of the year game.
My argument, though, is with this being the fire escape thing, we could put Scrabble on here and nobody can stop us.
And I would fucking fight you.
Yeah,
Scrabble's
why not
pretty
break
good. Should we put
tradition?
Scrabble?
Let's be on the cutting edge rather
Yeah.
than following the norm.
We're trailblazers here.
This isn't about like just hardcore like dictionary terms either, though. I'm just saying we are setting a precedent because you guys like this game enough that we can just do it, but not giving credence to games that came out this year, which is the entire purpose of doing Game of the Year each year. I love all sorts of games. And I played Yakuza a lot this year. I played Mass Effect. I do not put those up for Game of the Year because this entire concept, the reason we do this, is to give credibility to the games that came out this year that we really should talk about. We literally have categories. We literally made categories for extenuating circumstances so that we could talk about games that we played a lot this year that we love. Dan made an entire category for this game because he loves it so much. We've given it a lot of like time and attention. But this year's releases are for this year's releases.
What if I told you that the way you're looking at Game of the Year is myopic? And maybe we should think about it less of when did this game come out and more.
Where's your
I have
fart
to
noises,
appreciate that
man?
response. Just farting.
Let's just how about we give it best remaster?
No.
We'll trade.
No. It's too much of a...
Okay, we're arguing Game of the Year now before we've even got there.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it was too much of an impact. If it was just me, I would not be going so hard on this because I'd be like, all right, I know I came late to the party or whatever. But the fact that, Mike wrote a whole thing about this and we've talked about it. Like we both came
But I think
around-
they're both valid. I think the fact that you love it this much is still valid for it to be like the best additional content of a game of
But
the
it
year.
just feels like
I
it's
think you should be
undermining.
really proud
like,
of that.
If it's just like putting it up next to like they put the Game Boy Advance Castlevanias on Switch, like that just seems like that's such a lower. That's below Death Stranding.
It's just the way it is, though, when you update a game that when it came out originally, it wasn't very good. That's the punishment, is that you don't get all the accolades. And then when you update it and make it the game it should have been, now it's good.
Wait,
But
are
it
you talking about
doesn't
Death Stranding? Because
alter
that's not the
time.
case with Death Stranding. They didn't really update it too much.
No, it's still pretty much Death Stranding.
Yeah, it's the same game. I just like it for reasons I couldn't articulate in 2019.
We do like agree it's the same game.
Yeah, but that taps into like how do we perceive things
Yeah, what is reality?
and I'm not the same person I was in 2019.
That's fine. But you can't change your birthday. You grow as a
Whoa.
human being.
But we're still are we talking about the death
We're talking about remake, revival, remaster of the year because this is adding
Death Stranding,
content to a game.
Death Stranding.
Well, no.
Well, remake revival. That's not just adding content. That's a whole thing. Remaster.
I'm not okay with that if it
content.
means it's not eligible for game. It has to be eligible for Game of the Year top 10 for me. Like, I'm not willing to, like, look, if we want to give it extra awards, that's fine. But, like, it still has to be eligible for top 10 of the year.
It's not eligible because it didn't come out this year.
Death Stranding Director's Cut came out this year. That is when that game was available to purchase for the first time.
It's just extra words on the name.
Still a different box, still a different product.
It's not two. It didn't say, like, this is a new experience. It's literally just the same game.
Well, that gets dicey because they did do a lot of stuff up front that actually made it like easier to get into and tutorialized it well. But then you're just talking about updates. It's more of an update.
But there's gameplay stuff like the gravity gloves and the Roadster and the different like map things you can do. The Buddy Bot is actually a pretty substantial thing I used a bunch. Like, there's
lots of versions of this. Fucking Ghost of Tsushima had a director's cut, but we didn't bring it up. And
right.
Nobody even considered that it was like a new version.
Well, because I don't think that would have been in contention for our top 10 of the year, you know? Like, and I didn't even think to put it in remake, revival, remaster because I considered like a game that came out this year.
How about we've got arguments out now? Can we at least safely say that it's at least the remake, revival, remaster?
I mean, it just feels like it's such a different conversation than the other stuff we have on this list, you know?
Why, you can't compare it to Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania?
I mean, look, I love me some Monkey Ball. And it taught me things about life, too. I just think
how about this? I think we've gotten into the criteria for Game of the Year in a good way. We've put our opinions out there. How about we figure out this one and then we move on and then we can revisit this when we get before we dive into Game of the Year.
If we do that, then we just screwed Death Stranding out of a bunch of awards that would have won.
No.
I left it off of this category and I think others because to me that was just like that's a new game.
It won't save you. It's an update. It doesn't change what it is. It's an update. He updated the game. If it was a sequel, I would shut the fuck up, Dan. No. I don't like it, and it's obvious. But if it was a sequel, that's like the way it is.
It's definitely
but it's
not
a sequel.
It absolutely is an update to a game. Like, there's no question about that.
It's an update.
I think if we want to go the traditional route and literally go by the release date.
You know how I feel. I want to see it in the top 10.
I think we have an opportunity to not be traditional and to say maybe the release date can be secondary. However, to Mary's point, we've already done categories that are very much like games that didn't come out this year that we loved, remasters, remakes, revivals. We could stick to those, and it would be simpler. And the arguments might be more about the substance of the individual games rather than the criteria, which I think is more interesting. So in that spirit, I suggest we put Death Stranding here on this category, and then we could maybe circle back to criteria for Game of the Year later on.
You will regret not putting it on this list, Dan, because it is fitting in this list.
So we put it on here and it wins.
The future.
We put it on here and it wins?
It's very obviously the best like revisionist of a game that came out this year. Like, clearly.
Mario Party is they do some pretty solid stuff with that Mario Party.
No.
How can you do this?
Let's do Death
Stranding.
I'm not saying it's
gonna. No.
You're telling me
Death Stranding will win. Death Stranding will beat Mario Party.
Better added content than Mario, then you're completely undoing your previous
No.
argument.
Death Stranding beats Mario Party. I just want to say Mario Party's a real strong revival. Too.
Yeah. Let's put Death Stranding in this category.
I watched my soul leave my body, and I had to cram it back in.
He's hamming it up with the Mario Party. Let's do Death Stranding.
Okay.
Yes, Death Stranding is the best remake, remaster, revival of the year. It is. Let's moving on. All right.
Wait, we got to whittle.
No, we don't. We decided it's.
We're going to have 8 runners-ups?
Yes.
What?
Okay. Oh my God. You guys decide. No, Mary just fought a battle. I don't want to leave you hanging.
I'm tired.
Cut that. How do we feel
how
about that?
let me
Castlevania
suggest
Advanced
something.
Collection, Mario Party Superstars, and Death Stranding Director's Cut wins.
Yes, perfect. Nice. Those are good.
All right.
I like all three of them. All right,
can't
next
believe
category is most unnecessary remake / revival / remaster.
This'll be a quick
Dan,
one.
what's the first nominee?
Stubbs the Zombie in Rebel Without a Pulse.
Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. The name Resurrection.
That's the Matrix name, too.
They were like, that's the word we're gonna go with.
There's zombies in it.
Resurrection.
Speaking of erections,
My God.
Blood Rain and Blood Rain 2 revamped.
Revamped.
And Shadow Man Remastered. Man, nobody needs any of these.
I didn't even know like half of these released. I knew
Yeah.
Oh God.
Ghosts and Goblins happened.
Resurrection.
Okay, if it's most
I
unnecessary.
have a returnal erection.
Come on. Jeez Louise. God. No one's asking for any of these. Which one are they asking for the least? Stubbs the Zombie? Shadow Man? I don't want any. Like, here's the thing: Ghosts and Goblins is bad, and I almost think Resurrection was a useful one because it maybe reminded some people that like hadn't played it and just were nostalgic for Ghosts and Goblins that like, oh wait, this game always sucked, you know? And you're just thinking about nostalgia and the music and things like that. It's actually a bad game. So like in that way, maybe Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection was useful, which means maybe we take it off this, you know?
I agree. Yeah.
It's
go
a
with that.
silly name, but I get it.
All right. So what is the least desirable, most unnecessary remake or revival here? No one talked about
Jesus.
Shadow Man in
They're all pretty
1999 or
strong
whatever.
contenders.
they're all deserving.
We have
They're all
three-way
just-
tie.
Just dry farts. Yeah. Do we just want to give it a three-way tie?
Yay! 3-way tie.
Yes.
All right, there's your winners.
Nice.
Stubbs the Zombie, Blood Rain 2 revamped, and Shadow Man remastered. No one's asking for that. All right, 3.
Who did? All right. You guys ready for the next one?
You want to take a quick like pee break and stuff, or how are we feeling?
I need to go to the bathroom.
Let's do that. We'll come back in a few. We're back. Jake?
What if we came back from break and like you two just were like had black eyes and you were bloody? Like
Connecticut's pretty far from Oregon.
all right, everything's fine. We went pee and drank and
We're good. We're good.
got blood infusions. We're fine.
Or
Yes,
Jake?
I'm feeling good. Morale is still high.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're good.
Speak for yourself. I'm having a terrible time.
Thank goodness.
No, just joking.
I'm excited about this next category. So
right.
Yes.
Let's
I
do
added
it.
this category.
All right.
Coziest game. Okay.
I
Wait,
stepped on
clap
it.
in real quick.
Clap in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're not
Jake,
officially back
Jakob.
yet. Jake.
Jacob. 1, 2, 3, clap. 1, 2, 3.
All right, we're back.
Thanks, Jacob. I was just texting Jake actually on my bathroom break.
Oh,
Jake, you were just texting me while I was on the bidet, talking about him visiting New York
Oh, fun.
to see Portugal the Man, one of our shared favorite bands. All right, next category. Coziest game of the year. Dan.
Sable.
Unpacking.
Home.
Garden Story.
Chicory.
Cruisin' Blast.
And Death
Why is
Stranding
this-
Director's Cut.
Oh my god.
I did not. put
For
that
the
on there.
record, it was originally titled Most Relaxing Game of the Year. I did offer that. I liked the
You
phrasing of.
suggested the
I did.
change
I'm explaining what I did here. When it was Most Relaxing Game of the Year, I was like, ooh, I was very relaxed playing Death Stranding Director's Cut. And so I put it on there. But then I thought, ooh, I like the phrasing of Coziest Game of the Year better than Most Relaxing. So because of the change in phrasing that I brought on, I don't know if Death Stranding is cozy. And
Yes,
so
I agree. Let's cut it.
I will cash in another, or I will earn another
not.
selfless token by
Yes.
taking
Tokens
off.
up your ass. Remove that game. Put the list up on the stream and let us discuss legitimate
Yes.
contenders. Of
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah,
category.
Yeah, let's get Death Stranding on.
All right.
This is one of those categories where I already have like a one that I want to win and I think should win, but there are some good contenders here.
Yeah, definitely.
Many good games here.
Can I just say, I do think Cruise and Blast is fun, but I wouldn't call it cozy either.
That's the thing. I put that on there too because like that was my turn my brain off game this year when I just wanted like something to play while I was watching something in the background, or I had like a commute or something like that, and it was like I just want something to play and not have to think about too much. Like cruising, like I found a certain joy in that didn't require a lot of brain power or anything. You know, it's just mindless, relaxing, but I understand the spirit of something like Cozy's Game of the Year, like it evokes a certain like indie twee type thing going on, you know, and Cruising is not that. Cruising is racing a Triceratops through Tokyo, you know.
It can be made by AAA. I don't, although I do think it is more connected to indie, but I think its true fibers are more in the vein of it doesn't require, there's no stress related. There is no expectation, and there is a freedom in the way that you choose to play it. So, you know, like a racing game, you are meant to win. Like your instinct is to try to get number one.
Fast paced. It's like photo finishes and stuff. It's not cozy. Like the gameplay is not.
Right.
Yeah,
whereas like Toem, that game is about taking photographs, and you can take them however you like. Yes, there are certain ways to do it that you get achievements or you can like solve puzzles. But genuinely, at the end of the day, if I just wanted to walk around and take photos my way of butterflies, I could do that. And that's what makes that a very comfortable, calming, enjoyable experience. There's technically no wrong way to play Toem, and I really like that. I think that's fairly true of most of these, but not all. But yeah, that's like it's a good North Star for these.
Can I suggest a cut?
Sure.
Yeah.
To be clear, I fucking love this game. In fact, it's top 5 for me, 2021. I don't think Chicory should be on this list.
Really?
Really?
I didn't find it to be cozy.
Well,
it was cozy sometimes, but that game gets fucking intense. The boss fights, Zelda-like puzzle solving, we're in like these dark dungeons, and then you're actually like, I didn't find it relaxing, or it can be relaxing or cozy, but that game gets heavy.
But here's an argument I would say for that is like the aesthetic of that game. By the way, I had not played that game, but Mary, you were very high on it, and so when I saw it was on Switch, I got it
through the entire game since we talked about it. Chicory is top 5 for me this year.
I've been playing it.
That's awesome.
I'm really a few hours in, and I really do like it a lot, so I'm glad I checked it out. I will say that, like, you know, the aesthetic, the music, the look of it, the painting and all that, you know, it's like very much is that cozy, you know, feel. But Mike, to you talking about like the difficulty in boss fights and things like that, I'm always someone who plays everything on like total default, you know, like, you know, I just don't change any difficulty options. And I've also hated it when people are like super up in arms about like Nintendo added this easy mode and now it's fucking us real gamers. Like, I just think that's such a dumb thing when people are mad about easy mode. So I see something like Chicory where if you go into the options, you can really get to a like minute level of like how many hits do you want it to take until you die? How many, like, there's a lot of like accessibility type stuff there, like tons and tons of options that I haven't really seen in other games. So I think if somebody was struggling with the gameplay and they wanted to just experience just kind of the painting and the aesthetic and everything, they put in a lot of, they even had stuff where it's like, are you okay with hearing wet sounds? You know, and it's like, holy shit, to that level of like, you know, if somebody just wanted to experience the coziness, they could kind of crank everything to the easiest and experience that.
Which is cool, but like I feel like that at a certain point, I don't want to do a blanket statement, but I feel like at a certain point, every game should have that. Or
but
accessibility options are great.
To do it so that you could play it calmly and comfortably. And they also added a co-op feature. So someone can paint while you play. So if you have someone in your life that maybe gets really easily stressed out, or they're not like a super gamer, but they want to be able to experience the story, they can actually passively enjoy this story by painting the world and assist you by painting the world, which I think is super awesome.
But okay, so here's I guess a bigger thing I would have, a problem I would have with that. There are some characters in that game, and like the actual nothing to do with difficulty, you'll come across a character who's sitting next to a pond who just lost their best friend. They died. Did you guys get to that? Did you guys meet that character?
I don't think so.
Yes.
It's a character who just like their best friend died. So you basically, whether you choose to or not, you can kind of paint in their surroundings to kind of pay respect to their dead friend, regardless of difficulty. I don't find that cozy. I find that ridiculously like touching, yes, but I still don't find it like calming. I find it like this person's in intense pain. I'm going to try to make their life a bit easier by coloring in their surroundings and like doing this little side quest for them, regardless of the difficulty of the boss that I just fought.
I think a game can still be cozy and touch on more difficult topics. I don't think that's mutually exclusive. Like there's a soft way to kind of approach that and a realistic way to approach that, and I have not gotten to that part, but I can't imagine suddenly being this like deep thing on grief and struggle, and it's. Maybe I'm wrong.
Chicory gets into very heavy shit. The whole game is about like, I haven't gotten the whole game is about like emotional burnout, and I mean Chicory, the titular character, is literally doesn't want to paint anymore because they are just like destroyed from the weight of it. Like it gets into some tough territory.
But does that disqualify from cozy? I mean, maybe
I would say so. I would say so. It gets into like Chicory touches on some stuff that like it's a very timely game. It touches on like I think I don't know. I risk getting a bit sentimental about it, but Chicory touches on aspects of just burnout and emotional like combating self-doubt that is really kind of 2020, 21 to me in a way that maybe I personally have been grappling with in like trying not to work too much and trying to separate that stuff. But Chicory really just touches on the burden of this character's talent in a way that I don't think a lot of games do, which is why Chicory is one of my favorite games of the year. It's like this, you pick up this brush and you're just kind of this very novice painter at first, and you're in awe at this character named Chicory. And I named my character, they're like, what's your favorite food? I said, my character's name was Cacciatore. So I was like, oh, Cacciatore has got the brush now. But like,
real quick to touch on that real quick. I tried to type in macaroni and cheese, but it was too long. And so they're like, what's your favorite food? And it doesn't say this is going to be your fucking name. So I typed in KC Joe's, which is my favorite barbecue place in Kansas City, but it's got an apostrophe in it. And I'm a big nerd about spelling and grammar. So like whenever a character addresses me, they're like, hey, do you want to go over there? KC Joe's, an apostrophe. It's like, God damn it. I didn't know it was going to be my name. KC Joe's forever. And you can't change it. For all the accessibility options, I can't change my fucking name afterwards. If I want to paint a dong on my shirt, I can do that. But.
No,
but I went like with cheese because macaroni and cheese was too long.
Cheese is a good name. So you tried macaroni and cheese?
The entire game is cheese, which I thought was funny and made me laugh.
I like that.
I think, Mike, I think that something that I'm learning from you talking about this is that the experience that you have with a game really is dependent on how you receive the material and like how you interpret it. I look at that game as cozy because I like fact that it does challenge me to talk about what it is to experience burnout or stress or depression or have a problem in a relationship in a comforting space of like my home in like pajamas and be like, ooh, yeah, like I could be a better friend in that regard, or like, ooh, I should really think about my own sense of burnout. But if you're not in a healthy place, and I don't want to speak for anyone, but I could imagine that if someone wasn't, this game could trigger or could stress you out by putting you in positions that you don't really want to think about while you're escaping into a game. And in that sense, it probably wouldn't be cozy. And I've never genuinely thought about that before. And I think that's probably a good warning for people who want to play Chicory, is that it does deal with some pretty tense topics and some heavy, realistic things that you might not want to fucking talk about. And that's okay.
Yeah, that's a good point, because like certain, like the escapism aspect, because it's like, let's say someone I was close to suddenly died shockingly, and I was trying to deal with it, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to play Kirby's Epic Yarn and just get away from everything. And then like in the second chapter, Kirby hangs himself. I'd be like, well, fuck, that's not what I was going for.
Are you serious?
You didn't know that doesn't happen. I'm saying if it did, that would
my God, sorry.
That's what the Epic Yarn is, God. Mike. You didn't know?
That's what I genuinely. Sorry, continue. Holy shit.
I'm saying if I thought Kirby's Epic Yarn, that's probably a cozy thing I can go and get my mind off this awful thing that happened.
Nintendo is not the company I remember from when I was a kid. Sorry.
Right, Jesus. I would be kind of shocked. Like, whoa, I thought I was getting something different here, you know? I see what you're saying.
Strong point, and I don't think I'm a gullible person, but for some reason when you said that, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Is that I've never played Epic Yarn. Sorry.
You got to do the Wiimote and the nunchuck. You got to do. It's a really
Right.
Oh my God.
It's not funny. All right.
Stop laughing.
No, to your point, Yeah, I get that. But I'm kind of digging myself a hole here because the game that I would say is coziest in this list, and also is in my top 10 personally, is Unpacking. That gets into
little
and
heavy, too.
so that game gets the thing that elevates that game above just mere like Zen-like kind of flow state game for me is the fact that they tell such an impactful story through this super simple mechanic. Like, oh fuck, they just broke up with this person. They're back in their parents' house, and now you're unloading shit. So again, same thing goes there. Where does the cozy stop, and all of a sudden this unexpected narrative impact kick you in the face? The thing that separates Chicory and Unpacking for me is the fact that Chicory, even outside of its narrative, would actually, regardless of the
Mr. Writer Man here.
yeah, it's not
Here we go.
regardless
Writ
of
large.
the combat, and that's a real phrase.
No.
Unpacking actually in its mechanics does not stress me out. The mechanics are the feel of the game, the gameplay itself is very Zen-like to me, whereas Chicory itself gets into these boss fights and gets into this puzzle solving where I'm like, I'm less Zen and I'm more, shit, how do I solve this? How do I interact with the environment? That's why Unpacking to me is the cozy game,
So
even though it gets into some really heavy stuff.
Would any of us fight for Chicory to stay on, considering the points that have been brought up here? Because I think they're really good points about like it's got
Mary,
the
if this
cozy
helps, I
aesthetic,
will bring
but-
Chicory up later.
No, Chicory's really cool, but for cozy, considering what
I genuinely associate it with cozy, but in light of what Mike said, I think it's I understand. I still personally find it cozy, but I acknowledge that it's maybe not cozy for everyone, and I am okay with removing it.
Okay.
I am like reluctant about it as you did that. I like felt it in my
If you want to
body.
keep it, then let's keep it. Like, what else do we have?
I think
I feel
there's
like these are
also
four
one
very
here
merry
that I
games
also
here.
strongly about. I think I don't know if everybody liked Sable. I really liked it. It's super cool. You're this is fun. You're also a delivery person. You are delivering items to people. It's extremely comforting to deliver items to people and make them happy by giving them the item they asked for.
Are they holograms?
And you also are uncovering things that make your delivery process easier. Like you are making your ship different. You are
You can get like a skeleton that'll help you like carry more stuff.
yeah, totally like a skeleton that will let you carry
Okay.
more stuff. And it is cathartic to successfully make a delivery. And you also open towers. This is kind of like a Zelda thing, right? Where you like get a tower, unlock it, and unlocks a large portion of the map. So then you can see different areas. It's a very Zen experience, and the music really matches the experience. Just a very calm, chill. I'm going to deliver this package. It's going to take 45 minutes. And I liked it. I really did. I think there were some people who had technical hiccups with it. I had a technical hiccup while I streamed it. And I can't like deny that. This was my version of Death Stranding, and I did like it.
Sable's good.
It's good. It's good. I think some people found it like, I know there are technical hiccups depending on what you played it on. I didn't have severe technical hiccups, but yeah, so that is a caveat to it. And then Garden Story, very simple gardening game, but it has like some mild like RPG elements to it. It's cute, it's relaxing. There's absolutely zero like stress to playing it. You do have to think while you play it. I think that's like the only alternative. What I love about Unpacking, and probably why Unpacking is the ultimate of this list, is that you can actually turn your brain off and play it. You can think about it as much as you choose to. At the end of the day, you can just decide where your shampoo goes, and that is cathartic and fun. Not for everybody. I think some people would probably look at Unpacking and be like, how is this a fucking game? But
I also found some joy in just like being the opposite way. Like, yeah, you could put your shampoo on your bed if you want to, but like I loved opening stuff up and being like, okay, there's 3 rooms. Here's the bathroom. This shit's going in the bathroom. This shit's going in the kitchen.
Yes.
This shit's going in the bedroom. Like I kind of like had a bit of a like organizational like coziness to it. Where it's like, oh yes, I like this. You know.
And yeah, like Merritt, to your point, you can actually, I'd say it's much easier in Unpacking to kind of turn off and enjoy it as a cozy Zen thing. like a meditative game than Chicory was to me. Chicory is so much an adventure Zelda-like to me that it was harder. And I don't mean to keep harping on those two, because if we're comparing those, I would say Chicory is a much more powerful game. But Unpacking to me, fucking love that game. It was very much a Sunday morning. Amanda and I started it. We're like, this is like the most relaxing thing ever. And then the fact that they find a narrative in that is cool, but it still didn't take away from the fact it's like, I would like to get high right now and just continue and beat this game.
Yep.
It was cozy as hell.
That's a good one.
Well, I think we probably have a winner. Did you want to have like another cut as well?
I think we got to do one whittle.
Sure. Does anyone have any strong feelings about anything?
I put full faith in you, Mary. This is very, I know you've played all these, so I will not argue anything you say here.
Aw. Mike, what do you think?
I did not play Garden Story. I only played a little bit of Toem. By virtue of that, I would just say cut Garden Story, but I have not played it.
Yep, I think that's fair. It's a totally fun game. You should give it a whirl, especially if you like gardening style games. But because you have to think more while you're playing it, I would say these other ones are better for this category.
We have a winner. The coziest game of the year is Unpacking.
Winner!
Excellent.
All right, next category. Best. Okay, let's pay attention to how we phrase this, because we phrase it a little differently than most people would. Best game to look at.
Can we talk about that before we say?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Before we say the games within it, what does that mean?
And this could be okay.
Dan,
So here's the thing. This was something we ran into a Giant Bomb a lot, because there's I think a Giant Bomb we even had two different categories where it was like best fidelity, graphical fidelity. Like this is like the Uncharted or the one that looks the most realistic or whatever. And then there was like best style, which was like the one that had like an artsy style that's not realistic, but it's the coolest visual style. So this I just want to shove everything into one, and it's just the best one to look at, the best one the one that our eyes like the most while we look at it. So that could be anything. That could mean Uncharted. That could mean Okami. If this was fucking 2005. But yeah, you get it. All right.
Yeah.
So best game to look at. First nominee: Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart.
Forza Horizon 5.
Returnal.
Kenna Bridge of Spirits.
It Takes Two.
Psychonauts 2.
Deathloop.
Guilty Gear Strive.
That's Stranding Director's Cut.
I don't think this is a game, but Lady Dimitrescu is on here. Should we say Resident Evil?
That's a joke. Yeah, let's do Resident Evil Village, because that game should be
it's
on
a good looking game. Yeah.
Yeah.
But specifically,
Resident Evil Village / Lady D.
Okay.
Lady D's thick buns Resident Evil Village is really good to look at.
All right, we got
her
her on here.
That soundboard. All right, any immediate cuts?
Can
I bring up one, and I'm very open to both of you, because I didn't play much of it. Kena, Bridge of Spirits struck me as such a DreamWorks fucking game.
It is.
So
it animates very well.
Is
it is like it looks fucking. It is definitely the best thing going in that game is the visuals. The animation on the little blob guys.
Studio.
Yeah, it's incredibly well done. It is you hear it all the time where it's it's like playing a CG Pixar movie or whatever. And this is
it is.
This is that.
We could keep it if you want to. I genuinely
There's stuff I would cut
the gamer brain in me is I didn't.
I'll tell you this.
Seeing it in action was not impressive to me.
I think I'd cut Deathloop first. I think Deathloop looks very good, but it doesn't. It kind of wants to lean into this kind of 70s kind of Austin Powers-y type thing. No One Lives Forever type deal. It never goes all the way hard. Some of the architecture and everything is pretty cool and out there, but it never goes all the way in. And I don't know, the character models and everything didn't quite. They just weren't notable, to me. It looks fine. It looks good.
I added it specifically for its art direction and the idea, but to your point, they do not always go super hard on it. After a while, the game just becomes cliffs and rocks and snow.
Yeah. And
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I would bring up It Takes Two. I don't think that game is stunningly gorgeous. I think that the character design is like fine, but it's not super exciting. They have a lot of environments, but none of them are like mind-blowingly beautiful.
It does a great job of that tiny person, big world thing. Like, I mean, there's a lot of detail in that. Like, oh, you walk up to this like cassette tape thing, and like,
It's
there's
creative.
the things I talk about how long that game is a lot, but it's like all those different areas are very, they're themed very differently. So it's like there are so many bespoke items and stuff. Like, here's this cassette tape thing, or here's this like mobile or whatever. Like, here's all these different things, and they're all just so like lovingly animated.
What would you cut then? Because we can't have all of these.
Okay,
They're
I'll
all
cut this.
Good.
Guilty Gear Strive looks fucking awesome. It is a killer art style. That said, I know Guilty Gear. I'm not an expert on Guilty Gear, but I know like we gave it like best visuals at Giant Bomb years ago, and as far as I understand, it was doing that same kind of like 2D fighter that like does the kind of rotations, and that's what's so striking about it is like it goes from like this like 2D fighter, and then it rotates, and it suddenly looks like you can get camera angles. It's fucking striking. But I think they've done it in the past. That said, it still looks fucking sweet.
I don't know. It's
So
not
hard to
new.
cut from this.
It's not new, but Guilty Gear Strive is fucking stunning. Yeah. I've never played a Guilty Gear game before Strive. I played it this year, and I think people who listen to Firescape will know I'm not someone who puts all my eggs in the visual basket. Guilty Gear Strive is just a work of art in every frame. The fact that like all this shit is unfolding from these just super powered characters and it still looks flawless and
all the character design is so different.
just
Like there've been
genius.
a billion fighting games, and like I feel like all these different characters are like, oh, I've never seen a character quite like this before, and animated all cool. Yeah, I'm not ready to cut that. Okay, you know what? How about this?
Guilty Gear, let's hold on to it.
Psychonauts.
So Psychonauts I put on there. Pure like fidelity wise, pure fidelity wise, I would not say it's high. However, and maybe this is more a result of me loving the level design and the creativity in the actual game. It just strikes me as one of the more creative games in a long time, and I love what they did with it. But I can't really, if I had to pick, if we had to strike one, I would say Psychonauts 2 is fine.
Mary?
As the person who edited it.
I'm okay with that too. I just want to check with Mary.
Yeah, I think. I don't think it. All the games that are on here are stunning. This is a very difficult one. I would agree that like in many ways, Psychonauts, just the game, both 1 and 2, have incredible art direction. They are iconic, right? There are games on here that if you took a screenshot, you wouldn't know exactly which game it's from, like in the series or whatever. Like Psychonauts has this extraordinarily distinct visual style. And they do it really good. But that doesn't always mean it's amazing to look at. Sometimes the characters all look sick or made of mushrooms.
Yes, the characters. That's the thing. I love the environments here. I love the levels. I love how creative they are. I think this game will come up again in a few minutes. Maybe. The characters themselves always strike me as these like weird claymation misfit rejects. I'm fine.
They're stressful to look at sometimes. I agree. I think it warrants just to say it's like incredibly creative. I can't believe they like made some of the character designs that they did. Like there is a speculum character in Psychonauts, right? And like pee in a cup is a character. Like I think it absolutely deserves a nod.
Yeah. And again, all of these are stunning looking games. So
if it's on here, it's extremely difficult to cut. Yes. I feel like I'll be gutted for doing this. I don't even like I feel like I'll be ripped apart for saying any of these should be cut.
Fuck it. It's us three. We're doing it. We make the decisions.
I'll say this. Forza Horizon 5. Just objectively incredible to look at.
It actually just can't be cut because
the top two on the list are the ones.
I think it's gonna win.
Forza?
So Forza's untouchable. Yeah, it's up there. It's gonna be in the top 3. Good. Forza can't be touched.
I agree.
I'm trying to. That's the thing is, I'm trying to like think of arguments against any of these, and the only argument I can think of with Forza is that like there have been a lot of really good looking car games from Gran Turismo's and other Forzas and everything, and like this is the top of the line right now.
It's just the better one. Yeah, it's the best.
But
I would.
You playing devil's ad?
No, Death Stranding looks great, but compared to some other games on here, Death Stranding can be pretty monotonous. To its like it is kind of supposed to be at a certain point because it's this wilderness of like post-apocalypse where there's just these like craters and nukes and shit that have gone off and fucked up the landscape. I don't when I think Death Stranding, I don't think, oh, I love looking at that game.
I'll say this, and I'm in favor of cutting it. I think some of the like facial capture stuff and the way like it just looks like Mads Mikkelsen and Norman Reedus and like the animation's incredible and like Kojima's direction with that stuff is so good. But 90% of the time in that long ass game, you were just walking over rocks and stuff like that. And like at a certain point, sometimes those rocks have snow on them, and sometimes it's more deserty or whatever. But like it's a lot of fucking rocks and grass and water, and like great looking rocks and grass and water, but like.
And this all fits the game. I'm not saying it doesn't work, but it's not. That's the first one I cut off here.
Mary, are you okay with that?
I am totally cool with that. Thank
Okay,
you. Yeah.
it's cut.
Sorry. Actually, I didn't say anything because I actually think it's a stunning game.
It is.
I think its landscapes are why I didn't bring it up. Like, it's actually really cool what it's able to accomplish. But
especially on PS5. Looks great.
Compared to some of the other shit on here,
These are really tough. I would still say, like, I'm looking at this list. It's very difficult to do. I'd still bring up It Takes Two again. I just don't like looking at it as much as I do these other games.
That's right. And like the character designs, like you see those two main characters a lot, the parents, and it's just like they just look like dumb wooden toys, Like the fidelity is great on everything. And I really do think the star is the environments, but I do think compared to everything else here, I'd be fine with cutting that.
Works for me.
It's very difficult to do, but I think that's the right call.
Before we go into a couple new ones, do you still want to keep Kana on there? Just I'm not arguing that it's not the biggest redeeming quality. I think you guys like that game a decent amount, right? Like it was a fine game.
Looking at that game.
It's fine.
Right. So like aside from the fact that it is the front running quality for that game, is it better than Forza, Ratchet, Returnal, Guilty Gear?
No. And I would also cut it because for the same thing as like Death Stranding, where it's like it's kind of samey. It's a lot of forests and stuff like that, and like the individual little mites or whatever animate really well. But once you've seen it for a while, you kind of get it. It's the other ones here are more striking, I think.
I agree.
Cut.
I think that there's like certain ones on here I have to save like my feelings for, and I think that Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is fucking stunning. It is such a visual feast for the eyes. It does everything. It has like really beautiful explosions, environments, detail in the characters. It is just wild what they did with all the color, and it's not overwhelming or gross or too saturated. I don't know how they did it. Plus all the particle effects with each gun. It's possible that Ratchet and Clank should win. I might be getting ahead of myself, but like this game is one of the most gorgeous games I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Oh, I would hear an argument for that being the best looking game.
I think so too, and like I don't even love the game. It's kind of by the numbers Ratchet and Clank for the most part. But there are parts where it's just like all these environments and planets look so cool, but then like you'll be racing on one of those bugs or whatever, and everything's running at like a blistering frame rate. Looks incredible. Particle effects everywhere while some giant centipede spaceship is flying over you and you're ramping off something on top of it, and it's just like it's fucking unreal how good it all looks while so much stuff is happening on screen. The animation, the cutscenes is great on the characters. It is like Kenna. It is the best thing going for it is the visuals, but it is also a better game than Kenna. Even if it didn't blow me away. But visually, like that parade at the beginning, Jesus Christ, are you kidding?
Wild. Yeah. 100%.
Oh yeah, they knew what they were doing with putting those confetti cannons the first 10 seconds of the game. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we can't cut that.
As much as I think Resident Evil Village will come up again later. Like
Probably doesn't.
I like how that game.
Yeah.
I like how that game looks. I like how that game looks narratively. Does that make any sense? That sounds stupid. I like how that game looks from like a concept art kind of stylistic. Like I love the gothic appeal and everything, but that game actually didn't strike me as like the most. It actually kind of got muddy at certain points and messy, and I don't know. I adore that game with all my heart, and I will bring it up again later. But
can I bring up
these
something
games,
controversial as a counterpoint?
Yes.
Did anyone else find Returnal a little samey because a lot of the environments aren't?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, the biomes are distinct, but like at the end of the day.
Yeah. You know what?
Yep.
Yeah. We will be talking about Returnal again.
Yeah.
But and it is
even
a visually
the different
stunning
biomes
game.
looked. You get one biome and like the first 10 minutes is super cool and spectacular, but then it's just more of this for not to say it's not fucking fun as shit for a long time, but it still looks samey.
We're not talking about how fun or how dope it is. Like we've all agreed like Returnal is phenomenal. I think I'm like literally trying to think of like character design or like there's a couple bosses that are actually really really, really stunning.
And the human, the animation on your character looks amazing. Remember the first time you get to like that second biome with like that red desert and like those different characters, the way that those enemies animate and the fucking particle effects on everything. Ooh.
Yeah. I think it's the second area. There's this like very distinct, it looks like a desert squid, but it's got a massive cube for its head.
Yeah.
Like a big ass cube. And I remember like the first time I saw him, he was like kind of behind a wall and I saw these little tentacle things and you just see the size, the scale. But the fact that they combine organic matter with like clear shapes to do this thing, it's really jarring and awesome. But I think you could have put that character, that enemy, in like area 1, and I would have also just been like, damn, squid boss. It's not varied that much where it's like shockingly distinct. But this is extraordinarily difficult, and I don't even know if I'm knowledgeable enough about these to say anything else besides it's fucking good looking.
I would honestly, would we be opposed to cutting Resident Evil and Returnal for this category?
That's
and just
what I was
figuring out
thinking.
these three?
That's what I was
Because the other
thinking.
three are just like all-time best-looking games, not just 2021.
It's hard to argue. I agree. I think yes.
Yeah, I'm with you. Let's do that.
At a certain point where we gotta like parse through art direction and just good to look at. I mean, we it was a pretty intentional label, like best games to look at, and like Resident Evil Village art direction is phenomenal, and I love the gothic approach they took after 7's kind of Texas Chainsaw Massacre vibe.
Yeah,
but sometimes that game is not great to look at.
Yeah,
yep.
I think that's fair. I think
so Resident Evil,
gone. All right, so, but yeah, what's
Returnal
the? This is tough.
Man,
it's Ratchet for me. It really is.
It's hard to fight it, but also I mean,
I don't really have a solid.
I'll say this: that I don't. Forza's incredible, but I would say it's between the other two, and I think
Guilty Gear Strive is
does look fucking incredible.
It is just a fucking like. Trying to figure out how to even describe the difference between those two. Like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is a very technical, gorgeous, like marvel. Guilty Gear Strive is actually artistically stunning in its movement.
I'm not going to talk about technical because I don't have the experience. I'm going to tell you what I like looking at. And I love looking at Ratchet and Clank.
Mm-hmm.
Every frame of that game is so cool. And I can still understand what's going on. I can still see all the enemies. They didn't make it too busy, but it's fucking gorgeous. I don't think there's a clear definitive. It's subjective as hell. Ratchet is my favorite.
I think I would probably lean that way too. I think Ratchet's my pick.
All right, let's do that then. I'm no problem with that.
All right, the best game to look at is Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart for the PlayStation 5. What?
All right, we're on our top 10 games of the year category.
No. Hang on. We got one more before that. I'll read it. It's the Mike Fact of the year.
this
Let's
is
see
a good one.
our favorite Mike fact of the year. All
Okay,
right.
what are they?
Mike, do you want to read these, or should Mary and I take these back and forth?
No, you know what? I'll read some.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and kick it off.
He began his career as a Jedi.
Sightings of Mike have been reported from Hyrule to Yavin 4.
I forget how to pronounce this. He dealt with Khajiit traders.
That was good. He encountered a particularly grumpy chocobo.
And also, Gandalf the Grey claimed to have seen Mike near the haunted Barrow Downs. Or it could have been near
Did
the
I get
ruins of
these?
Fornost. He can't remember.
This is such a tough one.
It is. It's a lot of I can't believe we work with a guy
I
that's
will say that the one that's been most parodied since news hit was the Jedi.
Yeah. That's
I like-
probably because it's the first line.
I like the person that remade the Star Wars title crawl with
Yeah,
all
that
of
was
your
really
about
good.
the author. That was quite good. Oh, that's good.
I really like sightings have been reported.
Mhm.
Dan, did you
Of this
Dan,
lone wanderer. What?
Dan,
Mike?
did you tell Streamlabs to post this bio every once in a while?
Oh, I think the mods made that a chat command. So people,
I know we
I
said
see
no
it pop up a
visual
lot.
I'm your mods.
Yeah,
your
I think-
precious mods. Your hardworking, beloved mods.
No,
Throw
I legit
them
think it
under
was
the
them, and I think
bus.
it's awesome. No, I fully endorse it. I think I'm giving them credit for a good idea.
I know we said no visual gags, but for those listening, if you're listening on Monday for our next episode, Streamlabs, Dan's chat, the software, just every once in a while, like starting 2 hours ago, I noticed and I laughed, but I realized it would not play well for the audio. It's just been posting the bio verbatim.
I think
in
if
the
people do
chat.
exclamation point Mike or exclamation point Mahardy, I'm not sure. It just posts
It's
the entire
it's
about the
exclamation
author.
point Mahardy, I can tell.
Excellent.
Because yeah, can I add a few more facts to this?
Please.
Because I got. Wait, no, that's.
He's typing. He says he likes holes. He's doing another one. Says Jays it in above ground pools.
He
Okay.
does do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a trademark. He's got he's thinking. He's at carves ass.
He
Okay.
pooped in a urinal.
Pooped in a urinal. of
I just want
course.
to add a few more to
Classic.
maybe sound cool.
Oh yeah, okay.
Do I sound cool? Do I seem cool?
Yeah, with carves ass. That's something only a cool guy could say, I'm sure.
Knows a bardo.
Oh my God, we can keep going.
Tree fucker.
Sure. Knows his way around Australian Reds. I think that's a one thing.
All right, I'm
I
done.
feel like that can be
Okay.
misinterpreted.
So I'm going to take out the bottom four here. Okay.
Sick. Perfect.
So,
glad
all
I
right.
took the effort
Moving on.
I do think that we have to go with what Mike said. There was a meme or like a cultural
Oh wait.
shape
It was a moment.
that happened. There was a moment when he began his career as a Jedi. And I think that might be my number one. Unless Dan, you want to like start cutting first.
I think the Grumpy
Leading
Chocobo, we don't know enough details about it. He just encountered it. There's not enough information that
Here
we
was
have
I
on that.
mean.
Yeah, Mike keeps trying to put over this whole fucking trees thing.
It's
No. Get
I
rid
like
of the
idea
traders.
that Gandalf the Grey claimed to have seen him. Like
It's
we
not
don't
confirmed.
know.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, I'll still put that. That's rumor and innuendo. I would take that over dealt with Khajiit traders, which is just kind of dry, even if true.
Yeah. Like,
So-
who hasn't?
So we got began his career as a Jedi. Sightings have been reported from Hyrule to Yavin 4 of this lone wanderer. And Gandalf the Grey claimed to have seen him near the haunted Barrow Downs or near the
They're all
ruins of
good.
Forest. They're really good. And Mike's still trying to type other stuff. No, we're just
Oh
no.
my
We're
God.
good. We got 3 here. Began his career as a Jedi. Like that's just such a strong start to what we know about Mike. He just typed has a nice
Family
pee.
show?
Delete that. Okay. And he's typing nice bod.
We can keep nice bod. I think that's fair.
Hmm.
I
Has
think
slept
Dan, what's your
with
winner?
More than one person. Wow.
Good for you.
Good job, Mike.
This is so fun. I'm actually enjoying it.
Oh, he's still going. Look at him.
He just
he
likes
can't
the
get enough.
attention.
I love attention.
Classic MacGruber.
Loves
Fuck you,
attention. Okay.
dickhead.
All right. I think
Dan,
I think
what's your
began his career as a Jedi is my favorite. It's the classic.
Winner.
Mike Mahardy began his career as a Jedi is the winner of the Mike Fact of the Year. Congrats, Mike.
Sick. Now it's the category of the night.
I just love how this went from Mike to being like, no, don't read that, to, well, we can't make it the social clip, to, well, now I've got a chat command and a category in Game of the Year for it.
Have we talked about that? Like how apprehensive I was? Yeah, we
think
talked
so.
last episode. We talked about it.
To be
yeah.
fair, I checked with you. I was like, Mike, it's just too funny.
No. Let me be clear. Like Dan and Mary were both extremely supportive of me not letting that go to air, but it did because I was like, yeah, I guess I might
You
as well
just know
own my
how funny it
embarrassment.
is. You know
I might
it's
as well
too funny.
own how much of a dick I was when I was 19 years old.
I think
not dick.
comfort always
Ass.
comes first, but I think Dan made good points that it's done in like good faith and
Oh, yeah.
love of you, not to like
Yeah.
get you. But it is funny because we all come from silly pasts, like all of us.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have like an old Vimeo account that's like embarrassing. Like we all have like old videos and in descriptions. Yours is just really, really deliciously embarrassing.
And we happen
I
to
know.
discover it like live on the air. So,
Yeah. You guys both know it takes a lot to embarrass me.
oh, yes. Definitely know
Well,
that.
we got you.
I know.
Dan got you. Dan found that.
This qualifies as a lot, but no, it's fine. All right.
We're there.
Do we need a break before this category, or
I could pee.
Do a break.
Yeah.
Well, it's up to you. I think we should just because this
this
is
is
a big
the
one.
top 10?
Yes.
and
I'd rather
we're
break
gonna do
now.
Top 10 next. We're gonna rank them.
Yes. That sounds good to me. All right. We will go on a little break here, folks. Come back for our top 10 of the year discussion. We'll be back soon.
All right. Category everybody's been waiting for.
It's the big one.
Top
Ah,
10
It's
ranked.
lasagna. All right.
So, like, let's talk about this. There's a couple things we need to discuss first. One is the idea of this that we put a bunch of games in a list and then we rank them. So we like determine like these are top 10.
Yeah.
Or do we make a top 20 and then reduce it to top 10? Like, how do you want to start?
I think we start with a big list of all the games that came out this year that we can think of being potentially even remotely talked about for top 10. And then should we start cutting from the bottom or locking in from the top? Like if we know for sure that Metroid Dread's going to be on our top 10.
We should lock in.
So
first.
lock in from the top and
I
not
would
cut
say
from the
that.
bottom?
Yeah, because like we could cut a shit ton. I don't think we would, and then get to like, well, fuck.
Previously, we also had a rule where we were all allowed to like champion. So because we can't probably guarantee that we've all played each other's games, we could basically say like, listen, I know I'm not going to get everything, but I'm going to
Sure.
fight tooth and nail for Ratchet and Clank. And you can kind of but you can't champion 4 games because then it will be, this is a list of 3 people, right? And so we can't have someone championing 6 games while other people are championing 2 games. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, and so let's start by, these aren't nominees. It's a different type of category. Let's just, the short list that we put together, I'll just run it through real quick. Returnal, Village, Death's Door, Deathloop, Inscription, It Takes Two, Death Stranding, Metroid Dread, Halo Infinite, Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, Mario Party Superstars, Psychonauts 2, Hitman 3, Cruise and Blast, Back for Blood, Ratchet and Clank, Wildermyth, and Chicory.
So actually, like now that I see it again, can I add a couple more?
That's what I'm saying.
Not a lot. I'm not.
I
gonna
wanted to
make it
say, like,
super-
now is the time to add stuff.
Literally now is the time that if you're like, we have to have this
Yes.
game on here, you
Yes.
have to put it on here. 'Cause
At
it's
least
done
for the
in
discussion. They don't have to
I
make
mean,
it the
yeah.
top 10, but yeah.
I suppose if you bring it up later, I'm not going to be like, you can't because you didn't bring it up now. But it's like,
Yeah.
this is the time for us to be like, well, if we have to talk about this game.
Right.
I think I got the 2 that I was unpacking and unsighted. top 10 we're talking, I might as well go for it.
Top 10.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay.
I think that's it.
All right. So we've added Unpacking, Unsighted, and Tales of Arise.
But like, before we start, what a weird year, but in a great way.
Yeah.
Like, this was the year when delays and supply chain shit hit hard, but I feel like a lot of I feel like people were more willing to try out some off the beaten path stuff more than usual. Obviously on Firescape, Mary, you especially, you're very good at that always, but I feel like this year was kind of people's like, oh, I can go try something weird like Inscription, or I could go check out this Returnal game if I have a PS5, or I could, what's this Wildermyth thing? I don't know. It was a weird year, but I really enjoyed playing some random shit this year.
And I'm not saying this to be a troll, but like legit, in most other years, I don't know if I would have taken the time to go back to Death Stranding.
Yeah,
You know?
it's been fun.
I think that's fair. I might throw this on there. I don't think it's gonna make it.
Oh yeah.
I also think we have to lay the ground rules at some point and have these like tough discussions.
All right. So okay.
Let's knock the one out.
Let me
Let's figure it
mediate.
out.
Let me try to be a mediator because I feel like you guys were going at it earlier and I wasn't really helping.
You were not.
Dan, if I had to pick a game that meant more to me this year than any other, it would probably be Death Stranding. However, I acknowledge that is an extremely slippery slope because at what point do we like call it quits? Like,
Well, yeah. And to be honest, part of why I like it is I enjoy the chaos and I enjoy the idea of like, look, we don't have to answer to anyone. We can do whatever we want. And I was like, fuck it, why can't we put Death Stranding on top 10?
And I think it's interesting to like maybe look at it a bit differently than just by release date as the main criteria, but it does create it does add some helpful boundaries to it to say it needs to be this year. Like people figured this out a while ago, and I enjoyed kind of saying maybe Death Stranding should have been high up our list this year. I do want to say that as much as I enjoyed you two arguing about it, and as much as I fucking love that game, you can go read what I said about it if you want to. I think we should take it off.
Well, let me just, I want to state, I put together my top 10. I kind of finalized it earlier today, and I just wanted to see where it's at on mine. I have it as my number 3 game of the year. So that's my personal list. I can do whatever the fuck I want with that. It's my number 3. Yeah, look, it's fun. Like, I love the idea of getting it on our top 10 of the year, but I also don't want to hijack a game of the year discussion, indefinitely for a, I get it.
We already got that. It was on there.
Sorry.
I was like,
Oh,
holy
it's on
shit,
there.
how did we
Yeah.
forget Halo?
Yeah. It's
It's
legit. If we don't want to have it on there, I'm not gonna filibuster for 2 hours here. But it was
I think we've made our point tenfold.
I think you have made a solid argument that this is a phenomenal game, and
Oh shit, we're forgetting a couple.
Yeah, Forza. Get the Forza on there. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you're doing it.
Can I delete Death Stranding just to simplify things and try to? We've made our argument, Dan. Dan, I think it would be fucking hilarious if it was on there. But
yes.
All right.
For the sake of
Mary, thank you for bearing with us. We appreciate it because that game. Mary, one of these days, I'm gonna if I do visit Portland in the spring, which I want to, I'm bringing like a physical collector's edition of Death Stranding Director's Cut.
I want that BB. They made a 1-to-1 BB you can buy. I want that fucking thing. Give me that.
It's just fucking rad that you can turn around that much on a game. Like I love that.
It is. It is.
Games are fun.
Games are fun. This list is fun.
Yeah. It was a good
Dan,
year.
you are a stubborn ass. I am also stubborn. I push hard that we should focus on the games that came out this year.
That's more
fair
fun.
enough.
We're not backsliding, so to speak.
Okay.
By doing that.
And at the end of the day,
That was
I
a
don't
weird
want
agreement.
Mary to legit murder me. So let's go
Don't
ahead.
if
wanna
Mary
murder
kills
anyone
you and then
over
I
this.
kill her, It's just me on the podcast.
Yeah, that's right. You got to think about the business,
just
Mike.
Wants me monologuing for 4 hours. Trust me.
What the
I
fuck
don't
would that
want
look like?
It would be weird.
Oh, you don't say.
I think there's a whole group of people who would like that.
Fuck.
A bunch of weird people.
Total weirdos. Yeah.
Can I ask you guys a question? Is Hitman on here?
Oh,
it is.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's on
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
How
And it will be.
and it will stay. There are a lot of games on here. Should we just start talking about ones that we want to champion, or do you want to start talking about games that you like but you acknowledge are probably at risk?
Yeah. Did we start cutting? Okay, here. Let's
Yeah, so we're trying to get, I'd say our first objective is to try to just get 10 games. Before we rank them, let's get 10 games.
Yes.
Can I put a number on them just for the sake of me knowing when we're at 10?
Sure.
Yeah.
So this number list isn't actual. It's just what
Yes.
I've done so that I can see a number. And I know that we have 22 games and we're trying to remove 12-ish.
I want to offer up first that I beat Axiom Verge 2. I love the first Axiom Verge. This one did some cool stuff, but I thought at times it was clunky. I thought at times it was unclear what to do next. I think there's a fine line of like, I don't want to be held by the hand in a Metroidvania, but also I want to have just some inkling of what to do next. And between the two different worlds that didn't mesh together that well, and it's sometimes hard to tell how to get in and get out of certain ones, and like the over-reliance on melee stuff, which I really loved in the first one, the amount of like cool guns you could get. In this one, like the melee combat didn't feel as great. The robot stuff, I love the robot stuff.
Yeah.
There's good stuff there. I just can't see a world in which Axiom Verge 2 is in our top 10.
I think it's going to be tough to fight for a top 10, so I'm fine with it being cut. I just want to acknowledge that I think it's a really dope game, and I really enjoyed playing it, and I like burned through it this year. But I cannot argue for it to be in the top 10. I know that. I know I can't make a good enough argument.
Okay, let's cut that. I do want to bring up, I do see the chat reminding us that, Mary, you were strong on Forgotten City. Do you want to put that on?
I love Forgotten City. I am also aware that I didn't put it on here because and we can put it on.
Well,
I'm
it's up to you.
Fairly confident that I can't get it in the top 10. I think that is an acknowledgement that I think I would suffer trying to get it in the top 10.
I loved that game, and then I played way more of it, and it just, again, I acknowledge that my experience might have been an anomaly, but it just fell apart for me technically. Literally, I got to the point where I was playing on PC. I want to go back to it because I liked a lot of it, and I think it did a lot of cool things, especially in a year of time loops. I think it did some really cool shit. It just fell apart on me.
I don't feel good saying that. I had a moment in the sun with that game where I was like, this could be like one of my goaties. It's really high up there.
It's phenomenal.
But you have to understand that was before I had a PlayStation 5. Like, I have played Ratchet and Clank. I have played Returnal. I see color differently now. My life has altered. I have conversations differently. I skip to work. I can't just look at life differently like I did before and just pretend like that didn't happen. That game is really cool, but I'm not going to take Returnal off this list, and I'm not going to take off like a lot of other things. I suppose we could start seeing what other things we could cut, but there's
do you want to put it on?
See how it's going to stay
for conversation. Like, do you want to put it on here? I'll leave it up to you.
I don't think it's going to make it. I think like I definitely could start. I'm literally looking at our top 10 right now. Returnal, Resident Evil Village, Death's Door, Deathloop, Inscription, It Takes Two, Forza Horizon, Metroid Dread, Halo Infinite, and Super Mario 3D World. Like there, like right there. And it doesn't have Ratchet and Clank. And it does, like, I have to fight for other games more to be on that top 10. Does that make sense?
For sure.
Like, I will fight for Psychonauts 2 more.
Sure.
So
sure.
based on our top 10 as it is now, I already have other games that I have to fight for that aren't on there.
I can sacrifice something. It's literally number 21. Tales of Arise, I love. It's one of my favorite JRPGs in a while. It's just batshit crazy from front to back.
I know you put that on
an
there.
An amazing spectacle. The combat's phenomenal. Like Scarlet Nexus and Tales of Arise had similar combat, and Guardians of the Galaxy had similar combat, or they tried to. Not in the same ballpark though. But it just doesn't crack top 10 on this list.
Yep.
Tales of Arise is great though. But yeah, cut it.
While we're killing our babies, I'll do one here. Mario Party
Thank you.
Superstars is absolutely
Yes,
something that's
thank
going
you.
to be on my top 10. It's very much a me game, and unless either of you suddenly have very strong opinions on Mario Party, I will cut it.
I don't want. Yes, cut it. I
Cut
will
it.
say that was the game of Thanksgiving at Amanda's family's house. We played, but like my argument against it is it's the greatest hits of Mario Party. Or
It's the-
sorry,
it's-
I should say N64, like late '90s, early 2000s era, right?
Yeah, it's like an ideal Mario Party. It's all these classic boards. It's got online. You don't have to use a Joy-Con. It's like it's
We had a
it's
blast.
perfect for me and my family. Like I know I'm going home on Tuesday, and I know me and Kayla and Katie we're gonna play so much of this fucking game.
Yeah.
So
we got 9 more games to cut.
yeah,
Dan, so many selfless tokens.
I just you know what that's it's a currency for me.
But Back for Blood, I don't see a really solid argument of getting in the top 10.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I love that game. It was literally my number 10 game of the year for Polygon's nominations. I think it did some real cool shit, and to say it's just more Left 4 Dead is kind of reductive, because it actually, I would say it did some really cool stuff with the card system that people just, again, we'll get to Inscription, I'm sure, but like people just have this negative outlook on card systems, and I think Back 4 Blood actually justified it really well and it also just did these really great set pieces every like fucking 10 minutes that Left 4 Dead couldn't hold a candle to. But no, definitely not top 10. I'll be the first to say.
I feel like it's largely a nostalgia thing. It's still very fun, but yeah.
Cut it!
There's 10 better ones this year.
Cut it! We'll be an NFT. We'll buy it.
We're cutting lots of beloved Mike games. I don't think I told you, but I ended up playing Unsighted because of you, Mike.
Okay.
I
But you want to
played
cut it?
on a plane. I really like it. I couldn't possibly put it on my cozy list because I had severe anxiety with the numbers over people's heads dying. That provided me a lot of sadness. I would also say that maybe this wasn't an issue for you, but for me, the difficulty ramped up really quickly, and I found myself dying in places where I was like, I genuinely don't understand what I did wrong, and it was just I was probably not in the right area at the right time, and maybe it has like that issue where like it's open world, but if you go left, you'll fucking die. I like could not figure out where to go, and it took me like a couple hours to like actually figure out what I was supposed to do.
Nothing you just said. I can't argue anything you just said. I like that game so much purely on how bold it is with its time. Like, it feels like the true spiritual successor to Majora's Mask.
Yes. Which is
Obviously-
your favorite Zelda.
Yeah, it's my favorite game. No, it's my favorite game of all time.
Well, there
when
you
you when you start comparing them, obviously there's holes in the comparison. But my favorite thing about that game, and I have big problems with Unsighted, namely, I just don't think the control mapping is great. I played it on a Series X Game Pass, and there's no way, at least when I played it 2 months ago, to remap controls. And it's very much like X is sprint. Like holding X is sprint, A is dodge, and then R is swing your sword or weapon. Just a lot of stuff that we figured out a long time ago that the developers didn't pay attention to or felt like they needed to switch up, like reinvent the wheel for no reason. Secondly, the art style is gorgeous until it's really fucking annoying. When you're in a dungeon and the depth perception doesn't show you when you're trying to jump between platforms and you don't even realize there are platforms, it gets very stressful and bothersome. More than anything, though, I just love that game tells you up front, hey, everybody in this game, including your Navi, like Fee style companion, could die, which will remove your ability to upgrade yourself. They're not bluffing.
I like that.
They are not lying. And I think a lot of people playing that game for the first time are like, well, of course they're not going to remove my companion, how I upgrade shit. But they're not kidding. And then that doesn't mitigate the annoying mechanical grievances I have with it, but it still just strikes me as such a bold like, again, getting a bit sentimental, it strikes me as like the developers are pretty courageous in doing that shit. Like, they kind of went for it, and I love that they went for it. But I'm totally fine removing it because it is such a specific thing that I love about that game.
Okay.
It is gone.
But I want to
At its moment.
champion it a bit. Yeah,
Of course.
I appreciate that. Dan, this one's to you.
I think I know where this is going.
Cruise and Blast is a good game. Is it a top 10 game?
It is so fun, but it is a full-on throwback, and it is one that just speaks to me specifically, and I've loved it so much as my go-to, like, just turn off the brain and play it type thing. And I know you like it, Mary. I don't know, Mike, if you've played it much, but I'm not going to sit here and say it does anything revolutionary by any means. This is a game that could have come out on the Dreamcast in exactly the same form. Like, there's nothing that it really adds or whatever as far as like moving the genre forward or anything like that. It's just a throwback to that shit I used to like to play a lot in the arcades and on like 64 and Dreamcast. So no, I'm not going to push for it to be a game of the year. There's easily 10 more that could win over it, but I just really, really kind of appreciated that throwback that I feel like you don't really get in that genre. So,
Yep.
But I've given it plenty of time on the podcast in recent months, so I'm fine cutting that.
Okay.
between that and Hot Wheels Unleashed, it's a good game for.
Also
It was a good
very
year
good.
for that arcade. I played more Hot Wheels Unleashed, honestly.
I played a lot of that and I
You were
like it.
gonna
Cruising's the one I put on my
What?
top 10 though.
They're going to say between Cruise and Blast and Hot Wheels, it's been a great year for racing and car games, and just like not mention Forza.
Objectively, a much
you guys
deeper and
play
better
Returnal?
game.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Forza. I don't think Forza's on my top 10, and Cruising's my number 7. Like I fucking loved it.
I have failed to play Forza in time, so I can't think I'd have to abstain. It obviously is a stunning game and people are vouching for it, but it's not going to be in my list because I didn't get to play it in time. So that's something that's probably going to come up, but it's not something I'm going to fight for.
I'm not ready to cut it yet,
Yeah.
but we'll see if it makes it onto our top 10.
I want to say that this is going to be really tough. We're getting into a period of games now where it's going to start getting spicy because these are all really good games.
Mhm.
So there's no need to like have that caveat of being like, this is a really good game. We just have to basically compare them to other incredible games. Unpacking is not going to be in my top 10. I'm not going to fight for it in my top 10, even though I think it's really good.
Oof. So that was I think, number 9 on my list. Compared to other games, it's tough. I will say, again, I kind of mentioned this during our cozy games segment. At a certain point, I found that game to be so zen-like, and I found it to be so just like, that game was just so confident in what it was trying to do, and it fucking nailed it. Like, it knew exactly what it needed to be, and it went hard on it. And here's what I'll say that would actually be my argument for keeping it, and I'm not going to be annoyed if we don't keep it in our top 10. That Unpacking might be the best environmental storytelling game I've ever played, which is saying something because there's a lot of shit. There's What Remains of Edith Finch. There's some classics in that group.
I've played a lot of games where there were like skeletons next to toilets in the apocalypse, so that's good too.
Wait, what is this bit?
I just played so many games with bad environmental storytelling where it's like
Oh,
blood on the
gotcha.
wall
Yeah,
being
yeah.
like, ugh,
With like
the government.
oh, he's got a journal about how the government failed him, and then he has
Yeah.
$12.
Oh, the
What do I
science
really
experiment
care
went
about?
wrong?
Oh, he's got a fucking 10 millimeter pistol. Sick. I'm gonna break that down and craft another better one. Unpacking actually might be the best environmental storytelling game I've ever played personally because I didn't expect it. And you're in this bedroom when you're moving in, or you're in this bedroom as a kid, and you're like you're putting your stuffed animals all over the bed, or at least I did, and then you're kind of filling out your shelves and putting like, oh, all my favorite like crayons and my coloring books, and then the way that they tell a story without even really, they clearly tried, but without even seeming like they tried. They told me more about that character than a lot of games in 2021 did about games that had characters that had like full scripts. I learned more about the character from what she valued materially and what she carried with her throughout each chapter of her life, more than I did from like Celine from Returnal. I'm not saying it's a better game than
I think
Returnal.
So, yeah.
But I learned more about that character just from this
Literally
simple
what
act.
we're doing here. We're
Yeah.
deciding
No.
if unpacking is better than Returnal.
Returnal
Same game.
needs to stay. But are people making fun of how I said crayons?
It was I reacted with my face, but I didn't want to interrupt your point.
Oh yeah, I say crayons. Crayola crayons.
It was weirder the first time.
Crayons.
I said
crayons.
crowns until I was like 20, so
Yeah. I realized they know what they're doing the whole game, but it just felt effortless. It felt elegant, felt easy. Like, oh fuck, she just broke up with this guy that she clearly put a lot of work into moving in with. And of course, you can see where the game goes later on, where it's like, oh Jesus, like they tell the character through like what she values in her material collection, but also like in the spaces that she's making homes out of. I totally am fine cutting it. I fucking love unpacking, and I did not expect that at all. And I think a lot of why I love it is because I didn't expect it, which is not the best criteria, but yeah, I'm fine cutting it.
Mary, you're okay with that?
I am okay.
All right. I want to say real quick, I'm very excited about what's to come next because last year around this point in the show, we knew where it was winding up. We literally didn't even talk about Hades because we just all knew it was Game of the Year. I have no fucking idea. There were like 3 or 4 that I could see winning, but like I don't have any idea.
Yeah, to be clear to people listening and to people watching, I have no clue what Dan and Mary. I've said like publicly what my personal top like 2 are, but I'm under no illusion that will be the Fire Escape, so I have no fucking clue what we're gonna end up with.
I had like a few that like I have my number 1, but it wasn't like a slam dunk obvious one. There were like 2 or 3 I was deciding between. All right,
let's continue cutting.
Okay, let me do this, and this hurts to do it. Take away the Mario 3D World part of it, which I think is very much under like best remake, which by the way, that's one of the best Mario games, and it deserved to be on a system that people own. So the fact that even just Mario 3D World made its way to the Switch is huge for me. And I played that whole thing online with Kayla, my sister, and that was just a fucking blast. We 100%ed it again, and it was just as much fun as the first time. Like just a killer game. But it was the Bowser's Fury thing that made me put it on here because that's all new, and it's awesome. But it's also like 5 hours long. But it is a really cool taste of what Mario could be in the future. We don't even know. They haven't announced the next Mario proper. But yeah, like a more open type thing where it's like you can just go to different islands and kind of collect these shines as you choose. It's kind of a Breath of the Wild approach to Mario, which is an incredibly exciting concept. So yeah, I would say it was a fantastic like 5-hour proof of concept of a larger, more transformative project for the Mario series. But does it hang with 10 other games that were fully fleshed out, moving things forward, games of the year? No, but that is if you have a Switch and you like platforming or Mario, like you have to fucking get this game. It was criminally underrated on the Wii U since no one played it, but that game kicks ass. So I will cut it though.
That's fine by me.
Yeah. This is gonna start getting really tough. We have to make 4 cuts.
Does anybody else? I have one that I think could cause some problems, but I want to nominate it for being cut from top 10.
Oh.
And I'm kind of going in here. I realize this might cause problems. So are we ready for that, or do we have any other like?
We're at the point. We're at the problem.
Do you want me to make what I think might be an easier sell before you do that?
Sure.
I think Ratchet and Clank is a gorgeous fucking game, but like it's a fine Ratchet and Clank game. I enjoyed it, but it is not doing fucking anything that other Ratchet, like, yeah, you can, like, pull into those rifts and it does a very impressive technical shift to the next area. But like all the Ratchet and Clank games are really fucking good, including this one. This doesn't do enough to separate it from the rest.
This is like my fourth favorite Ratchet and Clank game. So Mary, obviously I know you like that game, so I want to let you get into it. But speaking from a Ratchet and Clank, like, diehard perspective, that game is just so impressive technically, and I think that game does some crazy cool things, especially with it gets really creative with its level design. However, it does get really repetitive in its back half. Mm-hmm. But for so many of those games, like Ratchet and Clank to me is always this like pushing the envelope of like level design and platforming and just creative dumb shit that they can squeeze into a platformer in a way that I almost wish I actually liked Psychonauts 2 more than Ratchet this year, which I was surprised because Psychonauts 2 became that creative kind of force in the 3D platforming space. But Ratchet and Clank, as much as I loved it, I got halfway through that game and I was like, they're just retreading a lot that they just did 10 minutes ago almost. Like it's still a good game. I've seen what that series can do and what Insomniac can do. Speaking specifically about Ratchet, leaving aside the other cool shit Insomniac's doing, and it just felt kind of uninspired after like the first 4 hours.
Yeah, once you unlock enough weapons, I feel like every combat encounter was the same, where it's like, okay, I'm going to go to that like sprinkler that turns things into plants, and then I'm going to throw out the robots, and I'm going to throw out like these things that fight for me while I just kind of like use the blaster. Like, it just became very simple combat that I feel like I've seen even back on like PS2 ones. It just didn't have that new hook. It's awesome, but I played all those Ratchet and Clanks and it didn't do anything more.
Very, very last thing, Mary. I'm so sorry. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart felt like a lot of the changes, quote unquote, they were pushing were visual. So those rifts that you could grapple into were super cool because you go into it, but they're just glorified like side platforming missions. They weren't actually doing anything intrinsically cool to the design. Whereas a lot of other Ratchet games were like, hey, this general conceit of you like parachuting into missions and up your arsenal, or going commando, you actually, or a Rift in Time actually played with time in interesting ways. Maybe my past with the series was coloring my perception of Rift Apart, but it just felt like so many of the things that they were presenting as these integral design like wrinkles were actually not. They were just these visual illusions, kind of gimmicks.
These
I don't know.
Mean words. I am shocked to hear this because it is such a phenomenally good-looking, well-executed, polished game. I do have to admit I haven't finished it. I moved on to Returnal, and I'm way more obsessed with Returnal. I don't think that that's too much of a discussion, that Returnal is just a more compelling experience. So I don't know if I have the fodder to make the argument. My first half of this game is really fun and I love it. Mm-hmm. I will make a spicy argument that I would keep Ratchet and Clank over Hitman 3, but I think I will be overruled. Because Hitman 3 isn't like as grabbing for me as like a fun Ratchet and Clank experience, whereas I find Hitman 3 I have to put my serious face on and like figure out how I'm actually going to solve puzzles.
You must be playing Hitman 3 different than me.
I think I do play it differently than you.
I'm just trying to hit guys in the nuts with fire extinguishers.
I want to like really quick preface warning. Hitman 3 is my second favorite game of the year. I think that game is genius, and I'm going to bat for it.
Lose this argument.
It's my number 9.
I just wanted to let you guys know where I stand, but I think I will lose this.
Well, Mary, I'll say this: I consider Hitman 3 to be a disappointment. It's still my number 9, but it leans harder into stuff that I didn't care about with Hitman. It still has a lot of the stuff that I do care about, but especially in the back half of those areas, it leans into the fucking story, and like that is not. I don't give a fuck about 47. I want
don't
to
either.
dress up like a big bird and drop pianos on people's heads. You know, like
I don't give a shit about where he come from or
That's
what
the
he's
thing.
doing or if he has a change of heart.
And
I
that
don't care.
final mission is one of the worst Hitman missions I've ever played. It's a fucking linear train where it's just like all the stuff I love about Hitman. It's like, let's take all of that out and let's just like put in all this shit that I don't give a shit about. It had moments where it's like those early levels, like Dubai is amazing. That like Knives Out level is great. That winery party is awesome. Like there are great levels there, but ultimately they leaned so hard on this like lore of 47 that I'm like, maybe some people are into that, but for me, I was like, this is not at all what I come to Hitman for. And by the end of the game, I was just like, I feel like it wanted me to play a certain way to like accentuate certain story beats or whatever, and hear these long conversations about stuff that I couldn't have cared less about. And ultimately, I saw Hitman 3 as the worst of the, you know, like I think 2 was probably the best, 1 after that, and then 3 was behind there. So like, I'm not gonna super go to bat for Hitman. I enjoyed it. It's number 7 or whatever I said it was on mine, but it's I was disappointed by it for sure.
I don't think that you will agree with me that it should be replaced with Ratchet and Clank.
I would put it over Ratchet and Clank.
You what?
I would put Hitman over Ratchet and Clank.
Me too. I have an argument for Hitman 3, but I think it's more effusive.
I don't think you need it to save it. I don't think the idea is that Hitman's not going to be in the top 10, which is where we're currently at. I understand I don't want you to like, I don't want to take it away, but I think you're going to need that argument when we discuss the placement of it.
Sure.
I don't think Hitman is at risk of leaving the top 10 is how I feel from this. Yeah. Given what you said and the fact that I haven't completed Ratchet and Clank, I'm in favor of removing it with sadness. So
we cut Ratchet?
Yep.
All right.
Regrettably, because that game is very fun. I agree with Larry, but it's there's some other games in this list that are just really fucking cool.
And the disclaimer, these are all great games, you know.
All right, we got 3 more before. Yeah, so how do we want to approach this? Do we want to start ranking or do we want to keep cutting to 10?
Okay, here. Let's do this.
We could get to the point where if we start ranking, we could have some like outliers as compromises, which I don't necessarily want to do, but
here's what I offer. Let's take away the numbers we have on it right now. We know we have 13. And let's start moving up ones that we know there's no fucking chance they're getting cut.
The one I was going to mention earlier. Would you guys be... Can someone argue for Deathloop being in the top 10?
Nope. I was thinking about bringing that up. I'm fine with
Are we all
that.
agreed? Can we just remove Deathloop?
Yeah, fuck
Simple
it.
as that.
Get it out of here.
All right.
Gone.
Hey, Deathloop does some really cool shit. It's messy as fuck.
Yep.
The story itself, if you want to get into that, gets really fucking messy later on. I think Deathloop does some awesome stuff. I love arcane shit. They're spinning so many plates with that game, and like half of them shatter toward the end of the game.
That's the thing. I've never, like, there's such a divide or chasm, that's the word of the night, between when I started and I was so excited about, like, what a cool thing. I'm gonna have to learn these 4 different maps and like the where these different characters go, 8 characters. I'm gonna have to like, I want to pull out paper and pen and realize, okay, so if I get both of them there, I'll get to do this. And then by the end, when it's just like, it's literally just telling me like, well, go here during the morning and kill these 2 people, and then go here during the afternoon and kill this person, and then make sure you do this, and then this person, the 3 of them will be at the party.
Yep.
It's like, no, the whole fucking thing I was excited about was that I wanted to learn this world and these characters' routines and have to figure it out myself. And then it just told me how to do it. It took all of the wind out of my sails for that game by the end. It's a good game. I really enjoyed parts of it, but ultimately it really kind of fucked up the way it didn't deliver on the concept.
Yep. Literally, I don't disagree with anything you said.
It's a solid. It's a solid 8 on the fuse.
Yes, 8.
Yeah.
I agree.
But the thing is that when you get to the GOTY top 10, you're dealing with like 9s and 10s, and it's extraordinary. Like you are cutting like fantastic games. All right, cool. That was a really cool thing that you did, Mike. Do you want to do it again?
I have one other one that this I think will be more contentious. I personally did not take super well to It Takes Two.
Yep. That would be one of the quicker ones I
But
would go to.
I remember you guys speaking very highly of it when it first came out.
Early on.
To be clear, I'm not saying it's not an incredibly well-designed co-op game, but again, similar thing to Deathloop later on in that game. It felt like they really bungled a lot of the ways that they were trying to justify it narratively. And again, my first concern with the game is mechanical and systemic. Is this game fun? Is that not necessarily fun, but is it like just does it work well as a game? It Takes Two does that. To be clear, it does some really cool co-op puzzle solving shit.
It does a great job. Nobody's saying it's like not a fucking really good game, but I think now we're being nitpicky about any problems we have with it. And I have actually several problems with it. I have a problem with, we've discussed this before, the length. I have a problem with the story arc of like destroying a family toy to somehow save my marriage. Which
that elephant thing was weird.
It does the whole fucking like, oh, divorce isn't the answer thing that like 1990s movies were doing. Like sometimes divorce is what's
maybe
we don't need to be normalizing divorce.
We don't need to get into that shit. But like,
I also don't want to play a game about divorce. Remember we were talking about this earlier when we were talking about Chicory, where you were saying like some people don't want to like play a game that goes over stuff that's like stressful for them. I have like made peace with my parents' divorce. I don't like care about it anymore. But I also don't want to fucking play a game about divorce either. I don't enjoy like discussing it or like escaping into an environment. I also think personally, and this is just me, I got the vibe that they made the dialogue of the woman a little bit more cutty and a little bit more like aggressive than the dudes, and I did not like that.
Like shrill, more, quote unquote.
They gave her more lines that were just like, oh yeah, you would do that, wouldn't you? And it's just like, leave him the fuck alone. We're actually like enjoying playing this game together. I'm playing this lovely co-op game and you are using dialogue I would not say. I don't want to cut him down. He's a good person and he's doing a good job. Leave him alone. Cut the game. Cut it.
Yes, cut it. You fucking, at a certain point, both parents agree to make the kid cry in order to have her feel have them feel emotions. So
they want to make it cry
elephant.
to like come back to life or whatever.
That game has
I heard
the potential
did this win Game of the Year at the Keeleys?
Yeah.
That's fucking nuts to me. What else? Did they have other good ones in the nominees?
Like an enjoyable game. It's a family-friendly, like everyone can agree. Everyone probably can play it. It's really good for like ads, like you know what I mean? Like it's a really good sales game because we can all agree like family-friendly, like feel good, you know, PG-13 film. But what a fucking good game to cut. I had so many issues with it when I was playing it. And I remember when we discussed it, this was ages ago, because I was in fucking Denver. And we were like discussing if it was the best co-op of all time. And I was like, I don't know. Portal 2, pretty fucking good. And I just like, I just disagree with a lot of people. I think a lot of people like it and that's cool. It's just actually not. I have problems with that game.
I think during that article during that podcast, I think I did say that like I think it might be the best like game like built for co-op of all time. And like seriously, as it kept dragging on and on and on, and those characters became more and more annoying, and the book character became more. It's like okay, I fucking get this. Maybe it was wacky and fun for like 2 cutscenes, but when you're 14 hours in and he's still doing the same like, hey, I'm a book, love each other. It's just like oh god, I'm just so fucking tired of this.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, I didn't like anything about what that game used. It's like admittedly stellar early mechanics and puzzles to say later on. And man, it really did not. It felt like the game had no idea what it was doing. Okay, we got one more.
I felt like I got closer to you.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm on a streak. That's 2 in a row.
What It Takes Two wanted
Should I go
to.
for 3?
Yeah, we came together here as we
Yes.
are all ready to get that game jettisoned out of here.
Should I go for 3 in a row? Cuts?
Do
it.
I suggested 2.
Don't press your luck.
What are we at now? 11?
I believe we have 11.
You're not supposed to count.
I'll put the numbers back on. Let's
Actually, we don't want to get to 9.
we do need. Okay, we do need to.
Shit.
Yeah, that's a good point. We need to cut one more, and then when it's time to order.
Should I be the one to suggest it on a streak?
Do it.
You motherfucker!
Christ.
What are you gonna
These
do?
games-
What do
these
you have
games are
planned?
Really? I don't know. I really don't. These games are all fucking awesome. Ooh, Jesus. All right. I think this will be the first one to be contentious. Personally, if I'm looking at these games, the one I want to cut is Death's Door.
No.
Go on.
Death's Door is the pinnacle of what it's trying to do. You have to talk about like games that set out to do something and do it really well. This game has phenomenal everything. The writing of the characters, the design of the boss fights. That witch boss fight is so fucking beautifully done. The environments that you're going into to make you want to investigate secrets, the secret avenues everywhere, the shortcuts, the level design where you go back exactly where you came to and now you have a shortcut to get there again much quicker. They're perfection. This game is the right length. It's the right everything. I had such a good time. I never got bored playing this once. I never felt like I was like tired of it or wanted to play something else. I was addicted to this game. I think it's a mistake to get rid of something that does something very well.
Okay. That's fine by me if we want to. I don't know, Dan, what do you think?
I liked that game a lot. I really enjoyed it. I feel like it's a very good-looking version of things I have done in other games for a long time. It's very Zelda-like. I mean, it's good at, like, making you want to, like, get this ability and then you can go do this thing or whatever. But again, like, that's shit that's been around since the NES. I'm trying to think of an argument that is in favor of it staying in terms of a thing it does that is like, oh, this is the thing that makes it so special. But besides the fact that it looks gorgeous and everything.
The music is so good.
Yeah, it's aesthetically. Like, I'm trying to think beyond aesthetically. Like just as a game.
Yeah, and to be clear,
struggling.
I'm not like gunning for it. That is the one on this list that I'm like, I could do without. Which Mary made a very good argument. I'm not like
I can
I'm
see
not
how it's lower
going
on
to
the
bet
list.
against it. Yeah.
I think it's going to have some tough battles ahead. But I think that I would fight it. I think I would start going after things we all love first.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that, but that's like the whole point of this thing. And I would be like starting to attack Forza Horizon first. I would go after Wildermyth first. I would go after Halo first.
So I think we do need to touch on this because, like, I feel like we have 11 games here, and I think for the most part, all of us have played almost all of these games, or at least the majority. Wildermyth.
Genuine curiosity. I'm just asking this to prep. Have you guys played Wildermyth since we talked about it?
No, and that's why I was
going
to ask you to do the hard sell on this because, like, Mary, have you played it at all?
I haven't played enough of it.
I have not touched it.
That's fine. I was genuinely asking out of curiosity because
I just didn't have enough time. I ran out of time.
Good to know.
I was curious based on. I mean, it sounds cool from everything you said.
And we can all champion a game. I want to be clear on that too.
Yeah.
We did this last year, and I loved that we did it. If there is a game, but you can only pick one, and you're like, I'm not fucking moving on this one.
Yeah.
You can champion that game, and I won't touch it.
Man.
But you can't. We can't champion them all, right? So it's like
for sure. I'm kind of with Mary. I love Forza 5. I love that game. But again, look at this list. The two that stand out to me personally are Death's Door and Forza Horizon 5. Forza Horizon 5 is fucking awesome. But I'm just like, I guess, waiting for a reason for it to top something that I care deeply about, like Wildermyth or Hitman 3 or Chicory. Or Psychonauts 2 or Halo Infinite. Literally everything else on this list. Forza Horizon 5 is like the ideal 11 game for me.
I have not played Wildermyth, but Mike, in talking to you, I know how much it means to you, and
It's
like
important
that
to
that
you.
goes a long way. Whereas Death's Door and Forza Horizon 5 are the two you talk about that, like, obviously great games, but I don't feel passionate about Death's Door, and I loved my time with Death's Door, but I don't think my passion for Death's Door is anywhere near what. I wouldn't even call it passion for Death's Door.
You guys can go
it.
after Wildermyth,
You
just
have
for the record.
No,
I'm actually not trying to. I'm
No,
trying to.
I know, and I
Horizon.
appreciate
And I'd
that.
like to
and
have that
I'm with
conversation
Mary on
first.
that. I'm with Mary on that. But to be clear, just because I like adore Wildermyth doesn't mean you guys can't go after it. But yeah, Forza is just, I love the hell out of it.
Forza is a number 11 game for me. It's obviously number 11 for all of us, is it not?
I would cut Death's Door before Forza.
I would too, but Mary seems more passionate about Death's Door than like any of us do
good.
about Forza. So that's why I'm asking Dan, like, how do you feel about
what's
Forza
tough.
over Death's Door?
That's what's tough is like I'm not passionate about Forza Horizon 5. I really loved my time with it, but like I played a lot of it, you know, pre-release and right after it came out, but like it's not like I've spent a ton of time with it and like I haven't felt like there's no part of my brain that's like, okay, now that like there's not a bunch of new games coming out, I can't wait to play a bunch of Forza. Like I probably will come back to it at some point, but I'm not like thinking about it and like, oh, I got to go back. So I'm just not passionate about Forza Horizon 5, but I think it's extremely well made.
I literally couldn't put Death's Door down. I got so excited to pick up this game and play it. And it was also a cultural thing where like everybody was talking about the boss fights. Like the witch boss fight is really, really fun. It is a cool fight. This was kind of the year for bullet hell, I guess, in some ways. Like it's really fun to fight those enemies and take them on. I think about those fights still, and the artistic direction behind them. We had that discussion earlier. They have wonderful character design. They are simple and unique, but they're done really well. I have to like champion. I have to fight for that game.
I would say cut Forza before Death's Door. Because you know, you mentioned that.
I'm fine
like,
with that.
I think I played through Death's Door in like 3 or 4 sessions just because like I was so into it and I wanted to keep coming back to it. And Forza, I always enjoyed.
We were both streaming it.
Yeah. And Forza, I was really enjoying every time I played, but I didn't like feel that constant pull. Death's Door, like you know, once I was done with it, I was done with it and didn't think a ton about it. But like while I was playing it, I was fucking loving that. So cut Forza.
The argument from Mary about Death's Door like is way above any passion we have for Forza. Yeah. Forza's a fucking rad game, but on this list, it's kind of struggles.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a top 10.
All right.
So Death Stranding. So the thing is, I know it didn't technically come out this year, but Death Stranding was.
Now that we have top 10, can I go to the bathroom? You guys can keep going. I just got to
actually. Now this is probably as natural of a point as we're gonna get to go to the bathroom if we want to do another.
Okay. So. This is a super fucking cool top 10. We've got a really good blend of like sequels and AAA and indie breakouts. This is good. Mm-hmm. I'm very glad about several of them. This is good. I'm happy about this. I have no qualms about this list.
No, we got to order it. There's still some fine tuning here, but we're looking good.
This is good. I have to pee so bad. Yeah.
All right, let's pee. We'll be back in a couple. We're back.
Jacob Ducar, we're back.
What?
Jacob Decker?
Jake!
Jacob Ducar.
What's this
character?
Clap? Oh, yeah, let's do a clap. All right, ready?
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
We
got our 10.
List.
A good top 10.
It is a really good top 10. I think we should just start spicy and start saying things should be more towards the bottom or towards the top and see what happens.
All right. I feel
it was a bit contentious to get Death's Door on here. I think it's fair to say it can go lower.
Oh, yes.
That's fine by me. I also, anytime you guys want me to defend Wildermyth, I can.
You're in a tough position with that because that is going to be, you have to do that, you know?
I think Wildermyth is probably like doing really well. And I think we can just leave it alone for now and see where it ends up. And if you're not satisfied, then we'll try and move it. But like, we're not going to get anywhere by being like, make it higher now.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Good point. That makes sense.
I think there's other things we can move first. I think still we should talk about like things that maybe are more debatable. I think we can probably all agree Returnal's going to stay fairly high.
Yep.
I'm going to fight really hard for Inscription to stay really high. Are we all going to fight really hard for Metroid Dread to stay really high?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. it's probably my game of the year.
Yeah.
Yep. I think it's damn near a perfect video game.
All right. Well, before you, I don't know. Are we better off you? I mean, Metroid Dread, I fucking love. It was my number 4.
It's high for
So
me
I
too.
don't know how much we'd gain by having you defend it now. To
No.
Mary's point about Wildermyth, like games that we haven't even talked about that are just kind of unknown quantities. How about Psychonauts 2?
I can see Psychonauts 2 being a strong middle of the pack 5 or 6, because that game is fucking awesome, and I say that as someone who I actively disliked the first one. And during the entire 18-year Kickstarter campaign and development of Psychonauts 2, I had no interest or excitement, or I just didn't pay attention to it at all. I only played it. It was on Game Pass. I was like, fuck it, I'll try it. Like, I've always felt like I should like Psychonauts more than I did, because it's a 3D platformer with like interesting writing and it's legitimately funny and all that stuff. But back when I played it in the mid-2000s, the actual platforming was just so, like, it wasn't terrible, but it was not great. And so no amount of like cleverness or writing could get me past the platforming. Here, it's not Mario Odyssey, but it's good. It's good 3D platforming and incredible writing, genuinely funny. It just feels like the right length. It didn't overstay its welcome or anything like that. The abilities were fun. The collectibles were fun. And just things like, I fucking loved that game show food cooking section. That was so fun, where it's just using all the stuff that you've learned throughout the game and the platforming stuff, but then like putting this interesting wrapping on it where it's like, okay, so now you've got, it turns into like an overcooked thing, and you've got, this long to do this stuff. And like, you're not doing anything different than you've done in other missions and everything. It's just the whole format around it was so much different. And it's that creativity, and that it wasn't just confined to that one spot. All these different areas and stuff I thought were just so
I'm out
unique.
of water, but I have all this vodka.
That's a terrible situation you find yourself in.
The worst.
It's
the
just-
horror.
Oh no.
Yeah, so it's funny because Psychonauts 2, I played up until the end of the casino, like the first major Psycho world, and I loved it. But it was still a bit frustrating because the game has that habit of taking control away from you for really quick cutscenes all the time, which bothered me. But the more I kept playing that game, like the casino itself, I loved, and that was like the least creative of the worlds that you get into. You got the concert, you've got the game show. They just do such cool things, and I think I've probably established this on Firescape by now, but if there's a certain element of game design to be reductive that I go for harder than others, it's level design. And Psychonauts 2 is just, they are having such fucking fun making these creative, like weird psychoscape level platforming things.
Well, that's the thing. It's not just a casino level. It's like, Mary talked about it on the podcast, where it's like it's a casino hospital, and like this
Casino
whole thing,
hospital.
Like Mary talked about like the couple trying to have a baby and stuff like that, and spending all this money. Like, it is so fucking clever. It's not just like, as much as I love 3D platformers and Mario, like, I'll be thrilled with just a platformer where it's like, here's the lava level, here's the ice level, here's the whatever level, underground level. But man, do I appreciate when a platformer does something different. And holy shit, like them doing
That's
like
all this game
a
did.
germ bowling alley level, like the fucking weird mixes they did, and I really appreciated what they did. Even if the platforming wasn't the best I've ever played, the creativity was off the charts with that.
Yeah, by bringing it up, I was not saying that I want to kick it. Psychonauts 2 fucking rules. And it's just, there's such happiness that comes through in the design where they're like, they knew exactly what they were doing. They had fun making it, I would think. But I have never liked a Double Fine game before, except for Brutal Legend.
No, me either. It's the first Double Fine game I've liked.
Which I can't really say necessarily elevates Psychonauts 2, but like they finally figured out how to make a game feel good. And I'm sorry to Double Fine.
No, just say it. I mean, like they've always had great ideas and great writing.
Like shit.
Yeah, and funny people that like don't make fun games, that don't feel good. Like that's always been the case. And this is the first time it's gotten good enough to where I can just enjoy the clever writing and the humor and everything. Because before it's like I can appreciate them from afar, but I don't want to play any of their games.
Feels awesome.
Yeah. Everything came together for this one. This game, Psychonauts 2, kicks ass.
I think we should leave it where it is then, because I don't see
Yes,
it going
yes.
higher, but I don't
Yep.
necessarily see it going lower. I think we should probably talk about Halo. It seems a little high for me.
I'm torn. Here's
I want to say this. I don't want to.
At
Sorry.
that point, is
Does
it
chat?
higher
Does,
than?
no. Does chat see the doc right now?
Yeah.
I don't have the stream up because
they
my.
do. They do.
Okay, cool.
Well, for the podcast, we can reiterate what the order is.
Yeah.
It's
Oh yeah.
clear.
Do we
Well,
want
it-
to? So
for
we
the
want to
record,
reiterate
though,
the top 10 for the
It's not
podcast.
this order. I'll name where we've got everything right now, but this is far from
order.
you know,
Order
the
is secondary.
It's
But
not
we should
done.
reiterate for the listeners on Monday that what the top 10 is right now. Dan, do
Currently,
you wanna
we've
do it?
got Returnal, Resident Evil Village, Inscription, Metroid Dread, Halo Infinite, Psychonauts 2, Hitman 3, Wildermyth, Chicory, and Death's Door.
Really fucking good top 10.
Yes.
I think that it's a reasonable argument that Halo should be below Psychonauts 2.
Yeah. Yes.
I
And I
don't
fucking love
have
Halo.
a strong disagreement to that.
Here's the thing about Halo. I beat Halo like a couple days ago, and it is, oh man, technically, in terms of just a shooter, it is so fucking good. And the things that Halo always excelled at, they nailed the things that, like, you know, Bungie back in the day during their best ones, like the enemy AI and variety of enemies and all this stuff. It's just like in a class of its own. But at the same time, the actual progression of the campaign is you're doing these fobs and stuff, which, like, those are fun because it just leans on the stuff that Halo's best at, where it's just like, I'm going to go in and just kill a bunch of fucking Covenant or whatever with some rockets, or sorry, not Covenant, Banished or whatever the fuck they are. Like that stuff, all the action is so much fun. But that series, and specifically this game, is so up its own ass on its bad story that there is so much. If you love holograms talking to other holograms, this is the fucking game for you, because every story beat in this game is you walk into a place and then some big, like, guy with a beard is like, "Ooh, the Master Chief, I'm gonna kill you," and then you talk to another hologram, it's like, "You killed us and now we're gonna get you." But it's so much longer than that, and then it's fucking Weapon talking to Cortana, and it's just nothing fucking, it's just garbage, boring story of holograms talking to each other that I'm sure people who want to yell about the Fall of Reach or 40 other Halo novels, I'm sure they fucking whacked off to a bunch of little lore details. But to someone who just wants to play a good shooter, it is bogged down in some Halo bullshit dumbass lore. Especially near the end. My God, it kind of overstays its welcome.
Yeah. Yep.
I was way higher on this before I got to the last, like, 2 or 3 hours of it.
Well,
No argument against that. I agree with you.
okay. So
Yeah.
we're in agreement that it should be below Psychonauts 2.
So I've seen some people calling out Hitman 3. Is now the time for me to make the case for that? Because Dan, I heard you say that was like low on your top 10, and
It is, but honestly, looking at this, like, Hitman 3 is kind of where I would have it. I like Chicory from when I've played. I haven't played Wildermyth, but you're passionate about it. I like Death's Door, but I wouldn't push it higher. So, like, I kind of like where Hitman 3 is at right now, which is that 7 spot.
You like Halo
Yeah.
more than Hitman? Just so that I'm
Yeah.
clear.
oh, I would
Yep.
swap. I would put. Here's. I'm asking this as someone who will also go to bat for the game that I'm calling into question. Do we want Resident Evil Village at number 2?
No, but
No.
maybe not. But it's not going to go below Psychonauts.
No,
2.
Mary,
I
I'm
don't
with you.
think
I
it should.
fucking love Village, but
Then why are you bringing it up?
because I don't think it should be number 2.
Well, we're not talking about that yet. We're talking about Halo and Hitman switching.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, the bottom 5, which currently is Halo Infinite, then Hitman 3, Wildermyth, Chicory, Death's Door. I like that bottom 5.
Me too. Hey, if I had my way, Wildermyth would be way higher, but I acknowledge this is us 3, and
I think that's
I've
probably
made the
where it's gonna
Wildermyth.
stop. Yeah.
I think that is super solid.
I think
there.
it's possible. See, yeah, like I think Chicory should be higher, but I don't think I'm going to be able to argue it over Hitman.
Hey, I'll back you up on Chicory if you want to push it up.
So Chicory is a really phenomenal experience, and it can be co-op, which I love when we're talking about having a good range of games on this scale, like, right, we have like lots of different styles and genres in here. We don't really have nothing like Chicory on here. It's one of a kind.
Mhm.
It's probably worth just noting that I've never seen a game like this ever before on our list. There will always be more Hitmans, but Chicory is unique. It is a piece of art, and everyone's experience is so unique at the end of it. They make a GIF of the way you colored in the world your way, and it feels so incredibly yours. And I love that they make you feel like it is your unique experience with that game. And I think they do that better than any other game on this list. So I think it's quite special and could probably go up a couple spots.
I don't know how much fuel this adds, but like I've played a few hours of Chicory now. And to be fair, I have not played Wildermyth, and Mike is very passionate about it. But I think Chicory is really cool, and I'm going to keep playing it. And again, doing that Zelda thing, but with its own like little flavor on it. Which, by the way, I'm playing on Switch, which has touchscreen. Is it all analog stick on PC or whatever you played before?
So yeah, I would say Switch or PC is the way to go because it's right.
Oh, you
analog
do
stick
mouse on yeah. It's great on
Yeah.
Switch. It's a really
Yep.
good Switch.
Oh no, it's
game.
great.
I like
Honestly-
Chicory a lot, and like I
Hey.
can't give it a value judgment over Wildermyth because again that's Mike's thing. But
Yeah.
like if I were to put some points into Chicory, whatever I can help with that, I like it.
I think Chicory is phenomenal. I like Wildermyth more, and it speaks more to my preferences. Sorry, my cats are fucking freaking out. I would not be opposed to Chicory moving up if we all collectively just love it. Chicory does this thing with me where it feels Ana Diaz over at Polygon had mentioned this, but it feels very much like the first meaningful iteration in a while in a top-down Zelda style game. You don't get many of those anymore, but Chicory actually felt like it was doing something new with that top-down Zelda formula, which there's been a lot of good games that do that in recent years. But actually, now that I'm looking at this whole list, Chicory may be more than every other game on this list, aside from Returnal and Inscription. And I'm getting
I
into the
think
weeds
that
here, I realize.
Chicory is more
No, no.
valuable to me and possibly is like more important to me than Psychonauts 2. And like to make it of that caliber, I would be happy with it being in that above spot.
No, yeah, agreed. I would argue for putting Chicory top 5 specifically because more than any other game on this list besides Returnal and Inscription, that is a game whose story fits incredibly tightly with its mechanics and its systems. What you're playing feels very much like what the story that's being told, which feels like such an old school way of looking at it, I realize. But like so many of these games, aside from Wildermyth, but I realize that's just, I don't want to get into the weeds there, but it feels very much like Chicory, the game you're playing, is very much in line and so tightly wound with the story that the game is telling, in the sense that you have just picked up this brush, you are this new usurper to this like crazy powerful thing in this world that lends people literally all their joy and all the art that they value. And the person that had it before is burnt out and fucking just done with it. And that's kind of, you meet them and you're talking to them and they're telling you, hey, I can't do this anymore. And now you've got this power. And it actually feels like a burden, even though it's pretty gorgeous once you start using it. Chicory feels like all of its parts are in concert in a way that a lot of the games in this list don't, as much as I love a lot of these games in this list. And Chicory just feels like it's all one big, tightly wound fucking piece.
I think it's really interesting too that like I'm just getting to the parts where like you're first going back to Chicory in their like bedroom, and you're just like, you're all like jazzed about like, oh, I got this new brush and everything, and then like you're trying to like, they're all bummed out on the bed and you're trying to paint, and it's like, get the fuck out of here. Like they don't want you there, they don't want you trying to cheer them up. Like there's like a lot of interesting nuance to it, and even like as you learn about being the wielder of the brush, and like you're getting new brush patterns and things like that, and like you go into a different area of the map and that gives you a different palette, and like it's Yeah, I can't say too much about it being, you guys have played way more of it than I have, but like it has very much impressed me in these last couple days of playing it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it grows, it builds. It's a slow start for me. When I first played it, I actually stopped playing it and almost didn't finish. Like I didn't continue. And towards the end of it, I was like, man, how am I going to convince other people to play this game and commit to it? Because it has this slow start. Like I would say the first 2 hours, I thought maybe it was going to be too easy or too simple.
Right.
And it really moves past that. It just takes, I would say, 5 or 6 hours to get to like the main meat. Once you get there, it's a stunning, really powerful experience that will grip you. So I think we're in agreement. Chicory should probably go up. My question is how far it's going up?
Here's can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Between Psychonauts and Halo, number 6.
I would say between Halo and Hitman.
So you prefer Halo to Chicory?
Yeah, but also, I've
Which is
only
fine.
played
Yeah.
a couple hours of it. You guys have played more and you're passionate about it, and I want to, put that in there.
What does Halo do that's so important to you?
Look, I don't want to oversell Halo. I had a lot of fun with Halo, and I feel like it hit that exact right point of difficulty for me. And like, I'm not someone who like I said earlier, I always play stuff on like default. But with something like Halo or Devil May Cry or something where I feel like the difficulty is so finely tuned and fair, and I'm not going to be dying cheaply or whatever, I do like to challenge myself there, because then overcoming these like combat scenarios it feels great to me. And so I have loved the challenge of Halo. I bumped it up to, I'm on like heroic, and I like dying 20 times in an encounter or a boss fight until I realize, like, okay, so the way to deal with this is like grapple hook up there, stay away from him, recharge, give myself a check, get the long range weapons. Like I like having to like put together all these like specific combat things I have to do to beat a boss, because it feels like I'm solving a puzzle through action. And Halo does that better than most FPS games. Like I've loved Call of Duty, for a long time, but that's kind of like shooting gallery. Halo, I feel like I'm like, every combat encounter feels different, and Infinite kept doing that for me, especially some of these boss fights where it's like throwing like a couple hunters and like this guy's got a gravity hammer and everything. Like it's just one thing after another that I felt like I had to tackle. The open world is not revolutionary by any means. The grappling hook is great. That adds a ton to it. But I'm not going to act like the open world, outside of like giving the Halo format a bit of a refresher, it doesn't do anything that crazy that I haven't seen before. So I would just say it's an extremely finely tuned action game with the perfect level of difficulty. I hated the story. I hated every time I went to a cutscene. So I don't want to give it any fucking credit for that. But it looks great. It feels great. It's just a fucking excellent FPS, I would say. And the best Halo since definitely Reach, maybe even 3. So yeah, it's been a long time coming, but I think 343 finally hit on something here.
Would you be opposed to Chicory? So you would prefer it to be a spot above Chicory, if we're getting pedantic?
Because that's where we're at.
I mean, I don't feel strongly enough about Halo Infinite, and I haven't beat Chicory. And what I have played of Chicory, I like a lot. So, no, I don't feel strongly enough about Halo Infinite to try to fight for it above. I'd be fine with Chicory being over Halo.
Okay. I think
But do we agree that Psychonauts 2 is slightly above Chicory?
interesting.
Yeah, that I would. Well,
I'm
fine
with that. As someone who was just championing Chicory, I would say
They're-
I would put
they're
Psychonauts
both-
2 slightly above it.
They're
I
both
love
really
Psychonauts
good.
too. Yeah.
I don't think I have a very strong argument for Chicory over Psychonauts. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, that's a real good bottom 6, right?
Some good movement here. I'm
Yeah.
liking this movement. I think we need to start talking about
Ooh.
Resident Evil Village,
Yeah.
my trusted baby. I love Resident Evil Village. Y'all know this. I think that it's got some phenomenal boss fights. I think it's got
Mhm.
really good level design. It's got one of the scariest sequences ever that Mike and I enjoyed a lot to play through. I do not think that it should be as high as it is. I think it should be above Psychonauts 2.
Above,
Yep.
as in like higher ranked, or
I think it should be
Number
between
4.
Metroid Dread and Psychonauts 2 currently.
It's our number 4, is what you're saying.
That's where I'm at. I think it should go down. I think you
I see
could
what you're
make
saying.
arguments that it would be below Psychonauts 2.
So Inscription will be 2. Okay. Currently,
I would
Inscription
personally-
will be 2.
I would personally put it below Psychonauts 2. I feel like Resident Evil
What
Village.
it leaves behind, worry about where it moves. Because right now, I think what's happening is we've made Psychonauts 2 this nice middle ground. We know that Psychonauts 2 is really good, and it's in the middle of a lot of these games. It's very difficult to get above Psychonauts 2.
Yeah.
Going below Psychonauts 2 is possible.
It's a very good.
Resident,
Yeah. Median.
it's just a good, it's like a good median.
Ugh.
Resident Evil Village 2, I think, is above Psychonauts 2, but it is not anywhere near those other games. That's where I'm at.
I would put it below Psychonauts 2. I think Psychonauts 2 is a bit more inspired. Like, I do love them introducing like these weird kind of gothic elements to Resident Evil and like just werewolves and fairy tales and stuff like that. It's really, really cool. But Psychonauts 2 is just bursting from the fucking pores with creativity, like level after level after level. Where Resident Evil Village, in terms of gameplay, it feels like 7. And 7 kicked ass. I fucking love Resident Evil 7.
7
That's
is
like
the
My
best one.
second. That is my second favorite Resident Evil game ever made.
7's like near the top for me.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Resident Evil Village for me is kind of like a personification of good dumb for me. I think Resident Evil Village is very dumb, but I was like laughing out loud at how dumb it was. But that's also like what Resident Evil is. It's always been bad voice acting and cheesy stories and stuff like that. So like that's not a knock against it. I just think that Psychonauts 2 is aiming for more and hitting the mark kind of time after time after time after time, which I think I'll take that over something that's hitting the right notes of good dumb for me, you know?
I'm fine with all this. I would actually throw in a suggestion that Village go number between Psychonauts. I would actually put Village a spot below Chicory.
Woo!
I would say Chicory is one spot better than Village. And I fucking love Resident Evil Village.
I'd put it between Psychonauts and Chicory. I'd put it at that number 6 spot.
I don't disagree with that. I would actually, but I would say I would go to bat for Chicory slightly above Village. Village does some really fucking cool things. It just feels like, and I'm completely basing this off the fact that I think 7 Biohazard is genuinely solely responsible for like AAA horror, not solely, but AAA horror just becoming like making a huge comeback. But I think Chicory just does slightly more than Village. That being said, I would be completely happy with Psychonauts 2, Village, Chicory.
Yeah,
They're
me
such
too.
different fucking games. It's really hard to make these calls.
Yeah.
I think we should also consider the cultural implications of the fact that like literally everyone talked about Lady D for like 3 months. This is our list, so I'm not saying that. I just want us to like remember we were all talking about her, and we were talking about Resident Evil Village consistently. I don't remember on our podcast being like, we have to talk about Chicory. Like it wasn't something that like we all collectively were like.
That's like a AAA marketing machine
That's
behind.
the thing. I don't want like Twitter meme horniness to like factor into our top 10, you know? Like that's
And
just
I'm
like,
always horny, so
Every
like
day it
Chicory
does.
probably has turned me on at some point.
Every day we are influenced by Mike's horny.
yes.
I'm always
I don't know.
ready to
I don't
go.
like look, that was some
Write a book on
Twitter
it.
shit. Like that doesn't factor into like she's a cool character. I think she's a really cool like menacing thing, but
I would be totally fine with so that bumps Psychonauts 2 up to the number 4 spot. Which I'm fine with.
Yeah.
I think Psychonauts 2 is rad. But then
Things can
Village
still-
would be 5.
Things can still move. I think Resident Evil Village going below Psychonauts 2 seems totally I wouldn't fight it. And I wouldn't even fight it going below Chicory, but I start to like
That's like the border.
That's where I'm like, all right, let's
Yeah.
calm down here. Like Resident Evil's a fucking phenomenal game. It's doing things very well. It had such a perfect playtime. It wasn't too long. It was a
Yeah.
good experience throughout, and I really liked what they did with it. So I start getting nervous anytime any lower than that. But
No,
I get
I
it.
agree. That's the lowest I would want to see it too.
So are we talking about putting it between Psychonauts and Chicory?
Yeah, for now, I'm cool with that.
Nothing's locked in until we're done. So
Yeah.
this feels pretty good so far.
Ooh, yeah. What's the next?
I feel like I'm gonna hit a wall here, and I don't know if I have enough ammo considering I didn't play it. But Returnal and Metroid Dread to me are just fucking top.
Well, you
top
played both
tier
of those.
Game design. That's what I'm saying. They're both like top tier game design. No, I was gonna say Inscription.
Sorry,
Inscription's
I'm
where
sorry.
going to. Yeah.
Sorry. I see what you're
Sorry.
saying.
Let me prepare myself for what's gonna happen now.
Yeah.
I know people love Inscription. I've seen a lot of it, and I realize fully that I have not played it, so I can't speak to every part of it. But Returnal and Metroid Dread to me are just fucking like top of the line game design. Like these are games that would be like high 9s, borderline 10s if I were reviewing them. Inscription seems to do some really cool stuff, and I really like games that kind of subvert expectations and do interesting things. But like, I go off of like, watching Bonk play a lot of it, and she played through all of it, but like talking to her about it a lot, and like she's kind of thrown off by like, look, we're gonna spoil Inscription here, so here's the part where we stop dancing around it and we talk about it. Like it does very different things, and it turns from this one card-based game with a certain art style into like you think you beat it, and then all of a sudden it's like this kind of Pokemon art style, and it's like that type of shit is really cool to me. I'm someone who loved the fact that they swapped out Snake with Raiden in Metal Gear 2. I love subverting expectations, but I felt like some wind come out of Bonk's sails in talking to her about it. And I don't want to speak for her because like maybe she, got more into it as that Pokemon part went on. But she was kind of disappointed with that, where she was like, oh, I was just loving that like first part so much. And so I was kind of reading ahead because at this point I knew I wasn't really going to play it. So I was kind of reading what it did. And so I told her like, oh, no, you should keep going. You should keep going. You should keep going. Because it looks like after this Pokemon part, it goes back to kind of more like what it was the first time. But it's like this robot theme and stuff. And she was really into it the whole time. Like she loved it. And it looked really cool from beginning to end. But my question, I guess, would be, how much of Inscription's joy came from the subversion of expectations and throwing some kind of like frog fractions type stuff at you where it's like, holy shit, I never could have predicted it went to this, or how much of it is just like, is the core card game, because I haven't played the card gameplay at all. I can't speak to that. Is that core gameplay? Bonk loved it. Like it seemed like that was the strongest part for her, was that core card gameplay. What do you guys think about that?
The core card game is very, very good. Before anything happens, any subversion of any expectations, I am absolutely addicted to that card game. I am very interested in the idea of, and you guys are going to laugh at me, anyone who like plays Magic. I've always kind of like notoriously been like, I don't play Magic. I'm not a nerd. I like don't want to play card games in general. I just don't like get into that. I found out quite recently afterwards the idea of what do you call it, like taking a card and killing it so that you can get material from it so that you can play a better card is basically like the core concept of Magic. And this is a very perfect way of doing it in simple ways. It is a very sacrificing is a very clean way of doing it, where you're not overwhelmed, and it is training you how to essentially play card games without making you feel like you are insignificant or don't understand. I was being guided from my early days playing that game, where they only give you like maybe 4 cards, like 6 cards in a deck. They are programming you how to understand the sacrifice mechanic and how to build a deck. And I don't like it. And they immediately and organically made me feel like I could do it. And then they guided me to do it better. This game is perfectly balanced, where you very first time you ever play the first boss, he's like a fisherman guy, and he's got like a hook. And the first
The
time
prospector is first, fisherman
the
second.
prospector is first.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
He's very stressful and very difficult to kill. By the time you've gotten to him like 3 times, I'm not even phased by him. The growth, the natural growth of you being able to get stronger with your card deck is beautifully crafted. Every time you die, you get to build a card. Actually didn't know what that meant, and I was afraid to sacrifice my good cards, so I gave him my like shittiest cards. But once I saw that those actually became pieces of my deck, what I realized was every time you die in Inscription, you are able to build an ultimate card. And what I learned from that experience was, okay, even when I die because of like some sad RNG shit or things don't work out, I can just build a card and my next life will always be stronger. I'm also learning really important mechanics. Each boss fight, there's a trick to them. The prospector, there is a donkey or whatever. Is that what they're called? And if you kill it, then you get all the card packs. The fish guy has a hook every other turn. So as long as you play a card you can get rid of, you can move forward. I was actively learning how to play a card game. And I think I will actually be more open to playing card games in the future because this card game is so solid. And when I guess I disagree with like what you are. I don't want to speak for Bonk either, but if what I'm hearing is that she really liked that original card game, by the time I finished beating that guy and like understood the game fully, I was ready to move on. I was ready for the next element of what those card games would be. And they did that for me. Once you get that original card game, they say, cool, now you understand animal packs. We're going to give you 4 packs. We're going to give you 4 distinct packs of cards, and they each have different rules and regulations, and we're going to grow you, and we're going to like escalate this. It's essentially like moving on to stage 2 of understanding card games. And then there's like a totally different game with totally different mechanics. The one with robots, this is all power based. So it's actually not how good you are, like how good your cards are, because if you have a bunch of level 4 cards, you don't grow power until level 4, you'll die. So the idea is that you have to completely remap your brain to say, okay, this is a totally different card set. I have to completely re-understand this. And again, it teaches me how to play a card game from scratch. It's the best teacher I've ever had. I think it's a phenomenal groundbreak in game design, and it doesn't actually need the subversion of expectations to be considered a fucking masterclass of game design. In addition, it made me say what the fuck out loud probably 10 times, which is crazy to just actively be like, what is going on? What is happening? But I was enjoying the game the entire time.
And that's the thing is like that makes the way you describe it makes me think that like the switching between like, oh, we've got this one art style and then suddenly it's Pokemon. It's like it's not just a gimmick. It sounds like there is way more going on there, which I really do appreciate. Because like, look, I love a good gimmick where it's just like, oh, hey, we pulled out the rug and now it's something different. Like that can be fun for shock value, but like if it is also coupled with really good game design and like building on things that the first part has taught you, like that's way more impressive. So that you make a very strong argument for that.
I also felt like it was a joy to watch as much as it was to play. I did watch other people play it. It's very exhilarating to see other people solve that there's things going on in the ways that they did, in ways I did not. There's other ways to discover that something sneaky is going on. I had those conversations with you and Bonk where I was like, I don't want to give anything away, but does she have the scissors yet? And I would kind of like toy with these ideas that there's lots of different ways to discover secret cards in the room or secrets in the area that actually give you extra cards. In the robot space, I uncovered a puzzle that gave me a card, and a lot of people never solve that puzzle, but it doesn't stop you from playing the game. You just don't get this cool card. But there's secrets all over that game. So it makes you feel really smart, regardless of your level. If you're kind of just figuring it out, you can probably just play through the base game and not get a lot of those secrets. But if you really like dig into the details, you're probably uncovering all sorts of like really fun secrets throughout your time on it. I think it's just, I wonder what other people's experiences were, because the things that happened to me, I was like, there's no way they were able to do this for everyone else. But they did, because so many people were able to get through this game and solve the mystery of it.
Yeah, there's the whole, what's the term, alternate reality game that's like accompanies it, which I often, those things kind of strike me as a bit like the developers are trying to be too clever, but it works here because the game's story is very much one of this card YouTuber finding this game from a GPS coordinate, and then you're playing the physical game. And then the most impressive thing to me about Inscription is that as you're going through all 3 acts, and I'm saying there's 3 acts loosely because the first one's the shack, the escape room with the horror elements with the roguelite deck building. The second one is, in my opinion, can get kind of become a bit of a slog. It's the adventure, like Earthbound top-down pixel art that slowed the pace down for me way too much. And then eventually, like, another character who was initially what you thought was just a card, the Stoat card, is actually a robot who's trying to take over the game. Yeah. And then he takes us all over, and this sounds all like dumb plot points. And in most games, I think it would be a bit too, they're trying too hard. But it's done in such a way that it feels organic somehow, even though they're traveling all this distance. And then you get to the point where he's uploading the game to basically a digital marketplace like Steam, and then you have bought the game and played it. It all feels a bit dumb and too clever, but it works so well because these characters are they're introduced so organically and kind of like without being ham-fisted in a way that I really enjoyed. And those are all heavy spoilers, but again, we talked about that. But like,
I think that's a problem. Yeah. Like, one of those things too, like Dan was saying, like, these mechanics are really good, but a part of what makes them so good is that I wasn't fucking prepared for them. This is a pretty big spoiler, but there is a point where you play a game against people from your Steam list. There is a point, like, how did it do that, right? Like, it's taking names from my Steam list and having them be cards I'm playing against, and I'm trying to kill them and fight them. There's a point where it's asking me to pick files on my computer to battle it, and I'm actually picking real files from my hard drive and selecting them. Now that I'm telling you these things,
it's like Monster Rancher.
When I'm telling you these things, now it won't be like so shocking when it happens.
That's
but when
awesome,
it
though.
was happening, I was like, "You are not allowed in my fucking hard drive." And it was like, pick the largest file. And so I was like, what is the biggest file I can think of in my hard drive? And I'm like looking through my hard drive to select a real photo. Like, it was it was like stressful that it was in there, like in my drive, like knowing all my files. It was very invasive. It made me feel extraordinarily vulnerable. There's a part where it asks you to build a card saying, I'm going to give this to someone else in real time playing this game. And it did. It swaps cards with another player who's playing Inscription at that time, and you switch cards that you build, and you can either harm them by giving them a shitty card, or you can give them a really good card, but then you get a card back hoping that that person did the same for you. These are just like very inventive.
That's cool.
And
that's very
sorry
Kojima.
To, like, it's fucking wild what it did. I feel bad saying these things out loud because I think the sell for this game is that when these things happen, you're like, you're not allowed to do that. And Dan, I literally said that at the TV. I'd be like, you can't do that. You can't fucking make me pick these things, but it did, and it just kept fucking blowing my mind. I think Kojima would love this game.
Yeah. Man.
Oh, he must.
This top 3 is rough.
I know.
Because we haven't even really talked about Returnal and Metroid Dread that much.
I think, and we're gonna get there, and I think we're at that point now where we should talk about Metroid, because I know you love Metroid and I love Metroid, and I think it's a very fucking good Metroid. But I did have some issues with Metroid too.
What were your main issues with it?
I got lost a couple times, and I actually had to look up a guide. And I know Metroids fairly well, and I understand what my needs are to get them done. There were a couple times where I just feel like it drops you in a space and assumes that you'll suss it out. if you make the wrong turn, you are lost and you can waste a lot of time trying to figure out what your next move is. I also needed, and I don't think needing assistance is a problem. I've needed assistance on other games before, and other Metroids before, but I think there was something about some of the boss fights where I was like, genuinely, what's the secret here? And I was surprised that it was just a visual cue that wasn't very clear, in my opinion. It was the water boss where there was a button to drain the water, and I would drain the water, but you needed to drain it on both sides. And that
go
wasn't
up and across, yeah.
That was not expressed visually that you needed to go to both sides. And I must have died like 7 or 8 times before I was like, all right, something's wrong here. I got frustrated a couple times playing Metroid, where even though I am not afraid of like tough games, I was questioning whether or not they had designed it in a way that helped guide me to do it better instead of just constantly getting harmed. I'll give you another one. Is it the Emmys, the ones that follow you around?
Yeah.
There's an underwater scene where an Emmy is chasing you, and it is very fucking mean. It is almost brutal what they're doing to you. You cannot run
shoves you into the
away from it.
corner, and you're underwater, and yeah.
If they see you at all, you can't hide because you're not fast enough, and it will find you and kill you. And I got stuck there for like 10 minutes. I just could not get past that goddamn water scene, and I got pretty frustrated with it. And I saw a couple of people experience that as well. That's my experience with it. I think it's a fucking phenomenal game. I had a couple times where I was like, what the fuck? Like, how did they not test this a little bit more and see that there was probably a little bit more guidance needed? That's how I felt about it.
I see, it's tough. Like, I feel like I see everything you're saying, and I got lost several times too, where it's like I would get an upgrade or whatever, and then I would like save and quit and come back and be like, oh wait, okay, so I got something, I forget where to go next. And even if you like talk to the robot in the save room or whatever, it can be kind of hard. Like, they added some stuff that really helped, where it's like, okay, I know I just got this power bomb, and so now I can highlight this power bomb door and it'll tell me where all of those are. And so if you see a big like unexplored section of the map beyond a power bomb door, it's like, okay, I'm gonna fucking go there. But like, it's not very clear. I do, one thing that I thought throughout the whole game was that every boss fight I thought was about the most perfectly tuned in difficulty I'd ever seen, because I think every boss fight I died 3 times. Well, no, it's like 3 or 4 times. I remember like the last boss took me several, because like there's like 3 waves and all these like patterns to learn and everything. But I feel like the first time I would always go in and just get smoked. And then the second time I would go in and be like, okay, and I got to remember that when he goes over here, he's going to shoot these waves over here, and I got to like screw attack through. Like, I learned a little bit each time, and by the 3rd or 4th time, I was able to like put all the knowledge together and everything and beat him. And that was so fucking rewarding. And I never felt like I was beating my head against the wall. The only times it was frustrating for me is when I did get lost, where it's like, even with those tools of like highlighting all the doors or whatever, I still was like, do I go back to fucking Barfumia or whatever? Like, I just don't. That was frustrating at times, but it was the perfect difficulty, I thought. But also, I have a nostalgia for Metroid and that style and those 2D games. Like, I remember playing the first Metroid when I was like 5 years old or whatever, and it is a strong, especially with 2D Metroid, which is a thing that has not been, delivered much since like, 2000 and before. There's a strong nostalgia pull, but I do think it's the most finely tuned Metroid I've played. Maybe, I think it might be the best Metroid. And that's one, I consider Metroid to be one of the best franchises of all time. And I love Super Metroid. I love Fusion. But if I were to have like a Desert Island Metroid, I think it would be Dread. The upgrades are so fucking good. But again, like a lot of the like great feelings are ones that we felt before. Like not even just in Metroid. Like Castlevania's had the same thing, where it's like, oh, you're slogging through all these underwater things, and then you get this suit upgrade, and suddenly you can just like go through unencumbered. It still feels fucking great, but you felt it before, So it's a lot of it is familiar. There's not a ton that it does that is like absolutely unique to Dread, except for the Emmy stuff is new. And I like the Emmy stuff. I was worried about it when I saw the trailers. Yeah, I thought it was going to be like too much stealth stuff. Like they did a bunch of that with Fusion, with the SAX encounters and stuff like that, and that wasn't my favorite stuff. But like, it's far between enough in Dread where you don't get tired of it, and it is very, very tense. And I love the random encounter stuff of like, I don't know when the counter prompt is going to pop up, like, because when you hit that, you feel amazing because it's so rare to hit that thing. So I like the enemy stuff way more than I thought I would. I'm fighting with myself over like how much of it is nostalgia and just wanting another 2D Metroid, and how much of it is like it's not pushing Metroid forward, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, it comes down to the argument that we had earlier about, or we've had several times. It's like this feels like it's doing a lot of things perfectly.
Yeah,
but not necessarily anything new. I found the Emmys to be a bit trial and error over actual dread.
Yeah.
But I never found them to be anything compelling beyond, oh man, yeah, the underwater one sucked, but I always found them to be a bit too, oh god, I'm really just getting frustrated at them for no reason. And I'm not like, I don't feel like I'm putting any new knowledge or skills to play to get past them. And I might have just been fucking up myself personally, but they were not particularly compelling for me. And I love Metroid Dread.
They're tense, they're fun, but it's not like game changing.
I think Metroid Dread is phenomenal. I think when I think of it in the series, I think it's a solid Metroid. When we're adding in Metroidvanias, I start questioning whether or not it is my favorite, because
Symphony is my favorite. Well, I mean, yeah.
It's just doing the same thing. The environments aren't like super unique or interesting, like varied, right? Like they're all in a mechanical environment. Yeah, they have different colors, but they don't make me feel like I'm in a different place entirely, if that makes sense. They have a fire and an ice. Like, it's kind of, you said this before, Dan. It's like there's certain expectations you have with these games where it's like, oh, and now I'm in the fire area. I better get a suit for fire that helps me be in hot areas. It's so expected. It does it very well, but it didn't add a lot to the series besides Emmys, which were fun, but they weren't like super inventive, and they could be frustrating at times. The boss fights were really good, but they were also what I would have expected from a boss fight in these games. I think this game does Metroidvania really well. Would I increase it on this list? I don't think so. I think Returnal is a really fucking fascinating game that pushed a lot. I question moving Returnal, and I question what. Go ahead, please.
No.
Returnal now?
Yeah, well, if we're getting into Returnal, can I suggest one more break and then we'll come back and do that?
Yeah, the final placement.
Yeah. I feel like we're getting toward the end.
I think we're getting towards the end. Then let's talk about like Metroid Spot. I think
sure, yeah.
I think it's pretty good then, in my opinion. I would not move it below Psychonauts. I would not move it up.
I think our top
this is good.
10 to 3 is good.
Is the conversation Returnal or Inscription?
Yep.
Yeah, I think
that's
it
what
is.
we have to do.
That's gonna be fun. Do you want to take a break and then we'll come back and do that?
Let's take a break.
I need water to go with my vodka.
We'll wrap this up.
All right, so overall, top 10, how are we feeling? Obviously, we want to talk about Returnal and Inscription, but how are we feeling other than that?
Generally, I think it looks pretty good. I'm surprised that Hitman 3 is below Halo.
I'm surprised Hitman 3 is below number 5, but
I'm good with where Hitman 3 is at. Yeah,
and I feel like that might be a losing battle.
There you go.
Because Dan's the Hitman fan with me, but
I agree. I think like it really requires a Dan. If it was to move up, I would listen, but it needs a Dan.
And I like Hitman 3 a lot. It made some missteps for sure.
Super quick. So many trilogies can just coast off the energy and the momentum of their second movie or book or game. Sure. Hitman 3 continued experimenting in its third game. Obviously, I know IO had done other Hitman games, but they had continued doing cool shit with their level design, with Dartmoor, with the way that they were actually toying with how you approach their objectives. That's the most impressive thing to me. It's like, it's not just, oh, you have these 2 targets, you're in a sandbox, go do it. That's super fun. Dartmoor was very much about like, okay, here are several roles you can kind of usurp to get to that point. Berlin is probably my favorite level in all 3 games now. It's, hey, here are 12 people. When you find out who they are, go kill X percentage of them. And the way that it actually kept messing with your perception of... even leaving the narrative aside, it felt like they were actually messing with your perception of what a Hitman level location was, which I appreciated because they did not need to do. They've got a fucking James Bond game coming up. So for them to do that in the 3rd game, when Lord of the Rings was just doing its big battles in Return of the King and Star Wars is doing its Return of the Jedi, for Hitman 3 to keep pushing the envelope in its 3rd final game really struck me as impressive.
But I noticed you stopped giving examples at Berlin, and that's where I was on board until after Berlin, because
Mendoza is my favorite map in the entire trilogy.
Mendoza is yes. Mendoza is one of the best maps of all time, but your first time through, I kind of hated because. But let me tell you, I was on board with that Knives Out level. Dartmoor was excellent. I thought that was such a fun, creative take on the way you approach a Hitman thing. And then Berlin, I also thought was super cool, where it's instead of the one, everything you just said, that. So I was super duper on board with that stuff. I thought it was so clever. And then I feel in the back half of those missions, it got way more focused on the story they were trying to tell. And granted, after you've beat the game, you can go back, and there's all sorts of different ways you can go about it. But I feel like it was trying to bottleneck you into your first time playing Mendoza, which is an excellent map. I feel like I was just okay, I guess I just got to walk through this thing and listen to this guy talk about lore stuff for a while, about this has never been what I care about in Hitman. And so my first playthrough of Hitman 3 really colored how I felt about it, and I was very negative on it. And then the last stage of Hitman 3, the last stage in that entire not remake, but the reboot trilogy, is the worst Hitman level I've ever played. And so the back half of Hitman 3, it was such a fucking bad taste in my mouth. It started so strong, Dubai, Dartmoor, Berlin, but then the back half, I was just okay, you're trying to lean into the story shit that I don't give a fuck about.
I'm right there with you. If anything, the interruptions to the game were my lowest points. The Carpathian Mountains train level felt more like an afterword than an actual level to me. And they just announced they're bringing out new maps next year, which doesn't affect this argument now. My point being now we've seen Hitman 2 has New York Bank and the resort, the island resort.
Yeah, they're great.
Location. Hitman 3 felt to me like they could have coasted, but they kept experimenting. They didn't need to, which to me felt like I like this. We had Hitman 1 and 2, which had some of the best level design of any games ever made, in my opinion. And then 3 came along. It's we could have done more of that. But instead, they actually messed with the objectives, the overall structure of a Hitman thing. And I'm not disagreeing with you that some narrative hiccups interrupted that. In fact, the part where you go to dance with the handler in Mendoza, I was oh, that's such a forced story thing. I felt like Hitman 3 really, it had learned a lot from the first 2 games, and then all of a sudden it came together in these 5 maps in a way that I loved.
But I think it learned some of the wrong things, where it's my least favorite thing in 2 is I love that Whittleton Creek map, where it's this cool suburbs map with all these different houses and stuff and parties and stuff. Yeah. But then I hated the fact that when I played Whittleton Creek, I would kill the 2 people I needed to kill, and then I needed to run to 3 different objectives and fucking hit X on a thing before I could leave. And I feel like the back half of Hitman 3 was going more on that type of shit. But
Sapienza was the same thing. You would need to do the lab every single time in Hitman 1.
And honestly, that was the worst part of Sapienza. Sapienza is a great map.
I agree, but Hitman 3 was very much the opposite. Berlin was hey, you have 12 people, go kill them however you want.
I think Berlin's cool. I like Berlin. It's the back half of Hitman 3 that I don't like.
Berlin's the 3rd level out of 5. What about Chongqing did you not like?
Chongqing I wasn't big on, but Dubai, Dartmoor, Berlin I like, and then everything after that I didn't like.
But you just said Mendoza's one of the best levels in the entire trilogy. That's the
best maps, but the first time through it, I hated the fact that you were kind of shuttled through it. Like once I went back to Mendoza and played it later on, it's a great place for all sorts of stuff. But the first time you play it, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth because it shuttles you along a certain route, you know?
So are we judging this solely on the first playthrough?
I'm saying it left a very bad taste in my mouth. And I went back and I found things to appreciate it. And I do love the map. Mendoza is an incredible map. But when I finished Hitman 3 for the first time, I was very down on it. The back half. It's still, keep in mind, it's still in my top 10 games of the year. It's a great fucking game.
No. It's
but it's the weakest Hitman game, I think, of the new reboot trilogy.
Oh man, I think it's the strongest specifically because it keeps trying to switch things up. I will be I agree with you. The first time through each of those maps, all 5, not counting the train Carpathian, it was a bit of a letdown. And I also don't care about it narratively that much. But then I went back and replayed them. Like, man, Berlin fucking rules. Mendoza is the best map in the trilogy, in my opinion. Dartmoor is just fantastic. Chongqing, like, is one of those ones that's kind of like Colorado from the first game, where it's like it's segmented too much to really enjoy it. But man, I just really liked everything else that game was doing. But I don't know. I'm glad it's in our top 10. If it's in our top 10, that's fine. I think Hitman 3 is just so brilliant in the ways that they could have done the thing where it's like, hey, we learned from the first game and the second game and we want to perfect it here. I just appreciate so much that they kept trying new shit. Yeah. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily going to make it a top 5 game, but to me, those big swings are more important than that perfecting what they've learned.
But at the same time, you got to keep in mind, like any kind of movie or series or anything, if it doesn't stick the landing, that will color you the way you like. Think about like The Matrix. You know, the first one's amazing. 2 and 3 kind of suck to varying degrees. And like I love those Hitman games, but then for the last mission of the last game to be the worst one of all of, like the worst mission of any Hitman game. It's just like, especially after like, you know, mission 4 and 5 didn't, you know, Chongqing and stuff, like those weren't great. It colors the way you think about it. You know, like if Return of the Jedi ended with some like super anticlimactic thing,
sure,
people would feel differently about it.
No, it's a matter of, I think, like what we value, and the fact that they kind of kept trying stuff in their third game was impressive to me. And I know you're impressed by that too, but I guess like at the end of the day, it was very much Hitman 3 to me was like the definitive them still just trying shit. But I don't disagree with anything you're saying. So
I'm still very excited about Bond. Like, look, that studio is incredible.
God, I can't wait. That's gonna be fucking awesome.
They're so good. And yeah, I will always appreciate boldness. And even if it doesn't land with me, I'll take boldness that doesn't land over like predictable stuff that is tried and true kind of any day.
Can I suggest something just to try to salvage? Would we be opposed to swapping Hitman 3 and Halo? Legitimately, like, please be honest, because I just actually want to ask.
I like Halo more than Hitman 3.
Okay. Fair enough. We talked through Hitman 3. We got it. That's fine.
That's a tough. I have to abstain
No,
from that one.
I'm looking at it. I'm thinking about it.
I haven't. I think you should think about it because a lot of your criticisms, Halo has too. Halo has a problematic story. She has issues at the end. It tries to be inventive, but I feel like it's just setting the stage for a better next game, but isn't actually selling like the most solid experience this go.
Mm-hmm.
I think
there's an argument for it.
Yeah, actually, now I'm thinking about it. If Halo Infinite did not have a really solid multiplayer, I think I would very quickly flip that switch and put Hitman.
Fair enough.
But Halo Infinite's
I'm fine with
multiplayer is fucking good, and like the speed in which they've been like adjusting to complaints and stuff is great. And again, the Halo Infinite multiplayer is not like changing things totally. It's Halo-ass Halo, but it's super good Halo, you know? Yeah. Whoa, good Lord. Bless you.
You fucking sneezed.
Listen, somebody had to end that. It's over. That that back and forth has concluded. I think we're at a really good spot, and we ended our last break knowing that we had a major thing to discuss. And that was the game of the year.
Yeah, it was either Returnal or Hitman 3. So let's get into it.
Yeah, let's get into it. I have spoken about Inscription at length. I think someone should make an argument for Returnal being our game of the year.
It is so fucking rare that I start a game cold with no prior franchise history or anything coloring expectations, and then I pick up a controller, and the second they give me control, I like within 5 or 10 seconds, I'm just like, ooh, I like the way this feels. This is good. And we've talked a lot about Dewey games, and you know, Housemarque is incredible at Dewey games, but they've never quite done like a 3D one like this. But holy shit, the second you're jumping around and dashing in that game and shooting, it feels fucking phenomenal. Unbelievably good, and it never gets old. And like we were talking about loop games earlier, and every time I died in Returnal, not once was I like, you know, I'd have that quick moment of like, fuck, they got me. But then the next loop would start, and I'd be like, well, I still get to play this fucking sweet game, and every second of moving this character around and shooting feels awesome, and these guns are great, and a game that feels that good, I just have to love, you know, and I don't think it makes any major missteps, even early on. I don't know if they changed this or updated it or anything, but like people were complaining about the like lack of checkpoints and things like that. I kind of liked it. You know, I kind of liked where it's like every time you start one, it's like, okay, I'm in on this. Let's see how far I get. Did they wind up patching in like checkpoints or anything?
There are now officially saves.
There are now. Oh, you can like straight up just
There are
save
saves
anytime?
now, yeah.
Okay. Like I don't think that ruins it.
Well, actually, no. So
anytime.
that's what I'm curious. Mary, have you?
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but since you've started playing Returnal, you've been able to save, right?
Yeah, I saved
Has that
one.
affected it at all, or have you been just like when you're playing, you're just I'm going to keep playing and then I'll die and respawn?
I have to take breaks. There was a time, the first time I ever beat a boss, I needed to end it after that, whether or not I could do it, and I beat it, but I needed to stop playing because it was like past midnight, and so the save has come in handy multiple times. If I didn't have that save, I would not be happy with this game. I need to be able to take a break after 3 hours playing a game, typically for my brain. That was really helpful. I'm really, really happy about the save. What would you call that? Like a halfway point where if I
It's like
die
a resume
now,
point. It's like you can
can
resume
take
at that point. It's not like you can't save scum, but you can.
I can take the fast point to the second area. Well, I think it's the third area. Doesn't really matter. The point is I can take that zoom, or I can continue playing in the first area and build up my character a little bit more.
Yeah,
I think
get
that's
your
pretty
weapons
fun.
up and yeah.
Although I will say, like, and I think this is by design. I don't think this is like a misstep on them. It's just, it can be frustrating to run around and like pick up a 0 and then a 1 level gun, knowing that as soon as I get to the new area, I'm just going to immediately like get rid of it because it is not even comparable to an L9 gun, which is what you get when you get to the third stage. So I'm constantly running around trying to get upgrades to my character and acquiring, I've been calling them ooblets. I know that's not what they're called, but I try and run around and get the ooblets and then spend them on permanent health upgrades. That's kind of what I've been doing. I think it's been a fun progression, but anytime now that I'm in the first area and I get a gun, I'm like, this is just a waste of my time. So I've started to try and min-max the game so that I can be as strong as I can in the new area and then progress. I have absolutely agreed with Dan that like I feel like when I die, I deserve it, that I don't feel like the game has stolen something from me. I can sense myself getting better. I am genuinely running around like such a boss bitch in Area 1 now. When I am birthed out of that plane, I come out swinging. I used to be like walking into the space, looking around and seeing what it was. And now I'm like, it's a tree ant, run up to them and you slash them. As long as you go up in close melee, you're fucking safe. I didn't understand that before. You are actively learning. Returnal isn't just making you stronger. It's educating you how to play. And that is a good game. That is like the core element of a well-designed game, because I am getting better as a player. I'm also getting stronger. I'm acquiring upgrades, but that's not why I'm fucking good. It's because I've learned how to play better. It is expertly done. The movement is really, really smooth. Running and dashing feels good. I love how fast I am. Even like before any upgrades, you're a fast person. That feels good too. The boss fights feel incredible. The visuals are spectacular. It's hard to have issues with this game. I would say like my major gripes are that now that I'm in the area 3, I get sometimes bored trying to progress to the area as fast as possible because you still have to find it. And it is still RNG, whether or not you find it in the first area or you have to go through 6 areas to get there. Getting any guns feel like a waste of my fucking time. And I think there's just some enemies that I haven't sussed out yet, and it can be pretty fucking annoying to have a really good build and then have one of those like kamikaze pilots like come and kill me really quick.
They suck.
I hate those things. So I think I'm a little frustrated, and I obviously haven't beat it yet. So that's a part of it, is that I need to get to that point where I've completed the game. I am addicted to Returnal. I think it's very, very well crafted. And I think it might be up there. This is a really good contender for Game of the Year. If it was our Game of the Year, I wouldn't be salty about it. I feel quite strongly about the other game as well. But I fucking love Returnal.
It's just as a roguelite too, it has those moments where you've got a good run going on, and I love having to make those decisions where it's like, okay, I could go to this next biome. I know where the area is. I can go straight there, no problem. But there's like one of those like vault rooms or whatever where I know I could go in there and like there's probably some good guns in there. There's probably a ton of ooblets, different upgrade things. I forget the things that actually like what are the things they call it? Like your health stuff goes up. Whatever that is. It's like you want the smart thing is to spend all your time in those early levels like just bulking up that health as much as you can, because you're gonna hit a point where it's hard. And so I just like all those little decisions where it's like, well, do I go right there and feel pretty good about the gun I have, or do I just like really spend the time bulking up and everything? And I feel like every run has those decisions you have to make. And also it'll end, like sometimes you'll feel super confident and go into an area and then it's just like, oh fuck, I didn't expect, like, holy shit, I fell once and then these things all shot me and then I'm fucking dead. Like there's constant tension there of like, you never feel safe. Like you never feel over leveled where it's like, oh, well, I'm untouchable. You every step of the way feel like I could die any danger. Second. And every boss fight, it's just like, even like that first boss, I smoked him the first time or whatever. And then like, I'd be like, oh yeah, he's no problem. I know his patterns and everything. And I'd go back and die like 4 or 5 times. And it's like, oh shit, okay, I actually really need to like think about this every time. And it was so rewarding every time you got to a new biome. And then the first time you get to one and you see the certain like characteristics of it. And it's like, oh, okay, this is like this weird kind of floaty underwater thing, or this is this weird red desert. This is making me think of reordering my top 10 of the year, because I haven't thought about this game much because it came out in February, March? Like it was early this year, right?
Which game?
Returnal. On the earlier part of this year, right? March, April,
April.
Okay. So it's been a while, but now talking about it, I'm remembering how much I fucking loved that. This might be my game of the year. I love Dread, but like I was saying earlier, like I wonder how much of that is just straight up nostalgia and being like, this is a good ass new Metroid game, and like loving that. But fuck, it's hard to say that Dread is a better game than Returnal.
I said it earlier a bit, but the thing that like talking to you guys has highlighted for me is if 2021 had this like big trend, it was these time loop games that were obsessed with making time, this mechanic, this system. And of all those games, Returnal was again the one that just the character really the character had to contend with that time loop. You actually Celine, again, I believe that was her name. She would die as an elderly woman and then come back and have to fucking deal with this all over again. A lot of these games, Deathloop purported to be about a loop, but it really just was kind of this like very thinly veiled, loose structure of random video game levels that just said, hey, we're a different time. Returnal was the actual one game, and I loved Overboard. I loved Forgotten City. I did not like 12 Minutes. I really enjoyed Outer Wilds when I first played it. I didn't really play much of the Echoes of the Eye DLC. Returnal just felt to me like they actually took into account how all of this shit would affect their characters, which to me is not paramount because I really enjoy playing games that are just fun without how they affect the narrative. But the fact that they took that into account with how this would affect the main character and how much it would kind of really fuck with her head and how she would deal with it is what elevated it above all these other time loop games. And I really fucking love Returnal. It's just fun as fuck. Mm-hmm. But the fact that they took all of this into account just makes it all that more special. And I really like Returnal.
Yeah.
Game's fucking rad.
Yeah.
It's very, very good. I have such few gripes about it. And I think what it does well far outweighs any of the issues I have for it, for, you know, having any issues with its placement. And it is something that needed to be discussed. It's funny, last year we literally didn't need to discuss it. We all knew what it was. This year we didn't. But when I hear all of us talking about it, I think it's in the right spot.
I think so too. Are we calling it?
Is this it? Is this our top 10?
I think this might be our top 10.
I am very fine with this. This is great. Wildermyth being in the top 10 is great.
Good
Same
for you.
with like Hitman 3. I would have liked to get higher, but I'm also fine with where it is.
Winner!
Nice. Returnal.
Returnal is our game of the year.
Has anyone else done Returnal game of the year?
I don't know what anyone else has said, except for It Takes Two apparently is the game of the year.
Well, that was TGA. IGN did Forza. Polygon. We did Inscription, which
I think GameSpot did Deathloop.
GameSpot did Deathloop.
I can't get with that, but all right.
I can't get with that.
Yeah,
whatever 120 freelancers said, I can't argue with that. So.
Yeah. Polygon, we did Inscription, which I'm happy with. Very happy with. I
think Inscription it's really, I could make a case for it, but I think it's tough in this very specific example. Sorry, I was just going to look like one more.
I do want to point
Game
out.
Informer is Halo.
Yeah. I mean, Halo's very good.
I get
it's
that.
very good.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that
Returnal.
Honestly,
so last year, 2 roguelites in a row.
Yeah, Hades and
We
apparently we like roguelites.
We like roguelites. They're fucking good.
Yeah, they can be awesome.
For our dedicated listeners, they will know that we literally, I don't think once last year said the word Hades, even though it won our game of the year. It was just there, and then we just
there we go. That's
danced around it for a bit. It wasn't even awkward though. We all just danced around it. We're like, okay, so yeah, Hades is number 1. So what do we get at number 2? How do we do this?
Yeah. I think that's cool though. Like this year, I think it's cool that like if a bunch of different sites had different ones, like it was a weird year and obviously a bunch of stuff was delayed due to the pandemic and everything. But I like the fact that there was enough different experiences for different sites to have different number 1s, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
that we can't even think of another one that had Returnal. Whereas like last year, I feel like Hades was kind of a damn near unanimous.
Oh yeah,
it was all over.
Locked it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now that Hades is on PS5 and like current gen shit, I'm playing it
I
again.
still will occasionally like pull that up on Switch and be like, oh
yeah, I'm
this
playing it
fucking
again.
Incredible, yeah. Shit.
Thank you guys for a civil discourse on video games in the year of our Lord 2021. I think that we have a fairly solid list. I feel pretty good about it.
Returnal's a good number one. I don't think I saw another Returnal. What did Min-Max do? Do you know?
I'm sure it was
there
like
Metroid?
Final Fantasy VII Remake for some reason.
Intergrade?
I don't know. Yeah.
I think they
I don't
did. Did they? I'm just curious what other.
Yeah, I don't know how
People
many
are
have done
doing
it.
now.
Like, Giant Bomb's a ways
Yeah,
away from doing
IGN did
theirs, I think.
Forza Horizon 5.
Yeah, I mean, like, again,
Polygon-
it's like
we
hard
did-
to
we did
argue any of
Inscription.
these. Inscription,
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
It
Forza,
was a fun
sure.
year.
Yeah. So let's
Did you
read
guys?
it here.
What did you guys expect it to be coming in tonight?
I thought
us.
there might be more juice for Metroid.
Yeah.
But I knew you guys were high on Inscription, so that shouldn't be that surprising that made it really high. Psychonauts made it higher than I would have expected.
I agree. I think
But-
it's really good, so I'm not mad about it. But
It's
like,
deserved.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
didn't expect us to all agree that it should be in top 5. Genuinely did not think it would get that high.
Well, now let's revisit it.
I
I'm kidding,
knew
I'm joking.
I knew Metroid Dread would be really, really high, especially with Dan. I thought Hitman would be higher, and I'm surprised I had to fight so hard for Death's Door, but I did it, and I'm proud of myself. Good, go me.
It's a good 10, I think.
Thank you.
I didn't even talk about Wildermyth tonight, but you can go back
You
to
didn't.
you can go back to the conversation in July if you want to hear me, because I talked too much about that
Oh,
game.
you love it.
You like that game, and
Yeah.
I believe you, and I want to play more of it over break. That's going to be something I want to do. I also want to play Halo co-op.
So let's read the top 10 the way we read the
Let's do it.
the
What's
nominees.
the final list, Dan?
All right, the top 10 games of the year. Mike, what's number 1?
Returnal.
Then Inscription.
Number 3, Metroid Dread.
Psychonauts 2.
Resident Evil Village.
Number 6, Chicory.
Number 7 is Halo Infinite.
Number 8, Hitman 3.
9, Wildermyth.
And 10 is Death's Door.
That's a good
Bring us
list.
home.
Reading through it right now, I'm like, I love this ranking, but I also like wish we got more. I had more time to talk about Resident Evil Village because I fucking love that game. I think it's at a great spot. I think
it
Didn't
did
talk
pretty
about it
well
tonight.
for
Yeah.
Village.
It
No,
did.
sure.
It's a
did.
flawed,
Village
fun
wasn't
game.
perfect. Getting in
Yes.
the top
Yeah.
5, I'm proud of that.
No, I just purely like didn't get a chance to talk about it.
It's a goofy ass game that I really do enjoy. Like, it's got its problems, but
Yep.
and God damn it, we didn't talk about the baby thing, but that baby thing is the scariest shit I've seen in Resident Evil in a long fucking time.
It's fucking brilliant.
Jesus Christ, the fetus. Yeah.
Yes.
But anyway, thanks to everybody who joined us to watch tonight. And we will have this episode. If you're listening to this on our normal Spotify, Apple, wherever you get your podcast feed, then this is a couple days after the fact. But we are very appreciative of you joining for the 2021 awards. And then, as always, we will be over at firescapecast@gmail.com if you want to send in questions, comments, concerns. If you want to partake in any of our episodes, we read through some emails every episode and we are working through them, but we appreciate all the fan participation. And we will be back in 2 weeks as normal. And this has been a super fun episode. This has been great. Very happy we got to finally do this officially, because last time we did this as a group, it was not technically Fire Escape. It was just the kernel of what would be Fire Escape. So
We
it's been
mentioned
super
Fire
fun.
Escape as the idea that we had, but
Legit.
now it's a real thing.
Yeah.
Look at us.
It's
And
legit.
And it's been great.
So, it has been fun. I hope we get to do this more together. I really like having this group with you, and I like that we can say this is our official Fire Escape Game
Yeah.
of the Year list. That feels cool. So
Returnal is a very cool game to have, number one.
no
the game's
regrets.
rad.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Oh, and Merry Christmas, because it's going to be Christmas when we're all listening to this next week. So
Merry Christmas,
folks.
Happy Holidays. Thanks to everybody
New
who has
Year's.
joined us. I know a lot of people are on vacation, so we appreciate you coming in like while you're like off work, which is great. I personally will be off. This episode goes up Monday. I'll be off work a few days after. I'm looking forward to just hanging out and relaxing. I love it. I love all of you. Dan, Mary, this has been sort of civil.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Most of the
we're
time.
Good. We're good. We're all
Jake,
good.
we're good.
Jake, we love you. Close out. Tom Monda, play us out.
Tom, he's
Monda
live
on the
here in
episode. Play
studio.
us out.
Here we go, Tom. Yeah, hit it. There we go.
Tommy Monda.
See you, everyone.
T-Mond.
Thank ya.
See you later.